Hey everyone, I know a lot of you are using these videos to fall asleep. So before you doze off, I thought it would be fun if everyone left a comment to let me know where in the world you're listening to this. You can also like and subscribe to the episodes if you enjoy them. Okay, let's kick back, relax, and get started. The desert night settled over the Mogollon Rim as I extinguished the last embers of my campfire. Tomorrow would mark my third week alone in the Tonto National Forest, searching for something the U.S. Army had lost, or so they told me. The information they'd provided was minimal, compartmentalized in the way military intelligence always is. Need to know was the phrase Captain Reeves kept repeating during my briefing at Fort Huachuca. Sergeant Nakohe, your Apache tracking skills are why you were selected, he'd said, sliding a manila folder across his desk. Inside, satellite imagery of a canyon system, coordinates, and a vague description of what I was looking for. A specialized equipment package that had gone missing during a training exercise. The pay was substantial, enough to clear the mountain of medical debt that had accumulated after my mother's cancer treatments last year. I'd grown up in these mountains, on the eastern edge of the White Mountain Apache Reservation. My grandfather, who raised me after my father was killed in Afghanistan, had taught me to read the landscape like a book. Though I'd left the reservation to join the Army 12 years ago, the traditional knowledge passed down to me remained as fresh as the day I'd learned it. Sleep didn't come easily that night. The wind through the junipers created whispers that sounded almost like voices. My grandfather would have said the spirits were restless. Though I'd long embraced the pragmatic world of military service, there remained a part of me that couldn't fully dismiss the stories he'd told around our wooden stove during winter nights. Stories of the Tse Nabilahi, the gray giants that dwelled in remote canyons. The white settlers had their own name for these beings, Bigfoot. I had dismissed such tales as campfire stories designed to keep children from wandering too far from home. But alone in the wilderness, with only my thoughts and the distant howl of coyotes for company, those childhood fears crept back from the recesses of my mind. The next morning, I packed my gear and continued my methodical search pattern. The canyon system was vast, riddled with caves and narrow passages. Whatever had fallen from the sky, I assumed it was drone technology, though no one confirmed this, could be wedged anywhere in this labyrinth of rock. By midday, I discovered fresh tracks at the mouth of a narrow side canyon. Not animal, not human, but something that left impressions deeper than a man my size would make. The stride length was impossible, nearly 8 feet between steps. My training told me to document, analyze, find the rational explanation. But a voice deeper than training, the voice of my ancestors, whispered warnings. I radioed back to base camp, where a communication specialist monitored my progress from 50 miles away. Sierra Actual, this is Tracker. I've found unusual signs at coordinates Echo 973, proceeding with caution. Copy Tracker, any sign of the package? Negative, but I'm not alone out here. The radio crackled with static before the reply came. Elaborate, Tracker. I stared at the massive footprint perfectly preserved in the damp sand of a recent monsoon puddle. Probably just a bear, I lied, not wanting to sound like a superstitious fool. We'll continue along current vector. Tracker out. As I pocketed the radio, a strong smell hit me, the unmistakable scent of decay. Something had died nearby recently, and whatever had left those tracks was likely the cause. I unslung my rifle and proceeded deeper into the canyon. The narrow passage gradually widened into a small valley flanked by towering sandstone cliffs. Juniper and piñón dotted the landscape, creating patches of shade where I paused to study the ground. The tracks continued, now joined by something being dragged, leaving a wide, continuous depression in the sandy soil. I stopped abruptly when I spotted it, a deer carcass, partially dismembered, lying beneath a stunted oak. But it wasn't the dead animal that made my blood run cold. It was how it had been arranged, the internal organs removed and placed in a precise circle around the body. No predator does this. This was deliberate, ritualistic. My grandfather had spoken of offerings made by the Tse Nabilahi to the mountain spirits. Was I witnessing evidence of this or something else entirely? The rational part of my brain, the part shaped by military training and modern education, searched for alternative explanations, perhaps another searcher, a deranged hunter. But deep in these canyons, miles from any trail or road, that seemed unlikely. The wind shifted, bringing with it a new scent, musky, primal, like wet fur and something else I couldn't identify. My instincts screamed danger. I moved to higher ground, finding a defensible position among a cluster of boulders. As the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the valley floor, I caught a glimpse of movement approximately 400 meters to the northeast. Through my rifle scope, I observed what appeared to be a large bipedal figure, moving with surprising grace between the trees. Dark hair covered its body, and though I only saw it for a few seconds before it disappeared behind a ridge, I estimated its height at nearly 8 feet. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. What I had seen defied rational explanation, yet there it was. I had been trained to trust my eyes, to report what I observed without embellishment or speculation. But how could I explain this? The radio at my hip crackled to life. Tracker, this is Sierra Actual. Satellite shows incoming weather system. Advise seeking shelter for the night. I glanced at the western sky. Dark clouds were indeed gathering, the distant rumble of thunder confirming the forecast. Copy that. I've located a small cave system. We'll establish base camp and continue search at first light. This was another lie. I had no intention of stopping, not when I was this close to what? The equipment package I'd been sent to recover, or something far more ancient and terrifying? As raindrops began to pelt the sandstone around me, I made a decision. I would follow the tracks, storm be damned. Something told me the creature and my objective were connected. Perhaps it had found the downed equipment, claimed it as its own. Tribal stories told of the Tse Nabilahi's curiosity about human tools. The path led toward a dark opening in the cliff face about half a kilometer ahead, a cave entrance partially hidden by brush. The tracks led directly to it, disappearing into the shadows beyond. Lightning split the sky as I approached, momentarily illuminating the entrance. Thunder followed immediately, the sound reverberating off the canyon walls. As the echo faded, another sound emerged from the cave, a low, rumbling growl that no recognized animal in these mountains could produce. I raised my rifle, switched on my tactical light, and stepped into the darkness. The beam cut through the blackness, revealing a tunnel that descended steeply into the earth. The air grew noticeably cooler as I ventured deeper, the sound of rain fading behind me. The walls were smooth in places, showing signs of deliberate construction rather than natural formation. Ancient peoples had been here. Petroglyphs covered portions of the wall, images of tall, hair-covered beings standing alongside much smaller human figures. Some depicted what appeared to be ceremonies, offerings exchanged. My grandfather's voice echoed in my memory. The people and the tall ones once shared these mountains in peace, but something changed. They retreated deeper into the wild places, and we stopped seeking them out. As I rounded a bend in the tunnel, my light illuminated a small chamber. At its center lay the unmistakable shape of a military-grade container, the equipment package I'd been sent to recover. But I wasn't alone. Crouched on the other side of the chamber, massive hands extended toward the container, was the creature I'd glimpsed earlier. Its eyes reflected my light like a deer caught in headlights, intelligent, alarmed, and unmistakably aware. Time seemed to suspend itself as we regarded one another across the chamber. The creature's eyes, deep amber with vertical pupils, studied me with undeniable intelligence. It was massive, easily 8 feet tall, even in its crouched position, with broad shoulders covered in dark brown hair that grew more sparse around its surprisingly human-like face. I kept my rifle raised, but didn't immediately fire. My grandfather's teachings held me back. All beings deserve respect until they prove unworthy of it, he'd told me countless times. The creature made no aggressive move, though its nostrils flared as it scented the air between us. The military container lay between us, its reinforced titanium casing scratched but intact. Whatever was inside had clearly captured the creature's interest. I needed to retrieve it, but the narrow confines of the cave meant I would have to approach within arm's reach of the being. "I'm going to take that box," I said calmly, my voice echoing in the chamber. I didn't expect it to understand my words, but tone and intent often cross species barriers. To my shock, the creature tilted its head slightly, an unmistakably human gesture of consideration. Then, deliberately, it placed one massive hand on the container. We were at an impasse. Military training dictated I should eliminate the threat and complete my mission. But something deeper, the spiritual teachings I'd absorbed from my grandfather, urged caution. The stories said that Tse Nabilahi were guardians of sacred places, neither malevolent nor benevolent unless provoked. A low rumble emerged from the creature's chest, not quite a growl but a form of communication. It gestured toward the container, then to the deeper recesses of the cave system behind it. Was it trying to tell me something about what lay inside or where it had come from? I need to take this back, I said, taking a careful step forward. People are looking for it. The creature's eyes narrowed. With surprising gentleness, it lifted the container, which I estimated weighed at least 80 pounds, and held it out toward me. A test? An offering? I couldn't be sure, but I lowered my rifle slightly and extended my free hand. That's when the cave trembled. A deep rumbling shook dust and small stones from the ceiling. The storm outside must have triggered a minor landslide or rock shift. The creature's head snapped toward the entrance, alarm evident in its posture. Before I could react, it dropped the container and lunged, not at me but past me, toward the tunnel I'd entered through. I flattened myself against the wall as it rushed by, the musky scent of its body overwhelming in the confined space. The rumbling intensified. The creature paused at the tunnel entrance, looking back at me with what I could only interpret as urgency. It gestured emphatically toward the deeper passages behind the chamber. The message was clear. The way out was collapsing. I had seconds to decide. Grab the container and try to escape the way I'd come in, potentially being crushed in a cave-in, or follow the creature deeper into the unknown. The mission, or my survival. My radio crackled weakly, the signal barely penetrating this deep underground. Tracker, position, respond. I snatched up the container, surprised by its weight, and ran after the creature just as a deafening crash echoed through the tunnel behind me. Dust billowed past as tons of rock sealed the entrance I'd used. The creature moved with surprising speed through the darkness, but its massive form created enough outline for me to follow. My tactical light bobbed with each running step, creating disorienting shadows against the cave walls. After several minutes of hard running, we emerged into a vast underground chamber that took my breath away. My light couldn't reach the ceiling, but revealed stalagmites rising from the floor like ancient monoliths. A soft blue-green phosphorescence emanated from fungi growing along the walls, providing just enough ambient light to navigate by. The creature had stopped at the chamber's center, watching me intently. I set down the container, my arms burning from its weight, and took stock of my situation. The entrance was sealed. My radio was useless this deep. I had 3 days of emergency rations, a limited supply of batteries for my light, and no clear way back to the surface. And I was in the company of a creature whose existence would rewrite natural history. The container suddenly seemed insignificant compared to this discovery, yet it was the reason I was here. Military discipline reasserted itself. I needed to complete my mission, which meant finding another way out with this package. I crouched beside the container, examining it for the first time. Standard military lockbox, but with unusual radiation warning symbols I hadn't encountered before. What exactly had I been sent to retrieve? The creature approached slowly, dropping to a crouching position across from me. With deliberate movements, it extended one long finger and traced a shape in the dust on top of the container. A crude but recognizable drawing of what appeared to be a mountain with something falling from the sky. "You saw where this came from?" I asked. The creature blinked slowly, then traced another shape, a simple circle with lines radiating from it, the universal symbol for the sun or light. It was bright, glowing, another blink of acknowledgement. Then it did something truly astonishing. It pointed to the container, then to its chest, and made a gesture like something spreading outward. Immediately after, it mimicked sickness, clutching its throat and stomach. The implication chilled me. Whatever was in the box had made this creature ill. Radiation? Chemical exposure? Was I carrying something dangerous enough to sicken a being that had evolved in these mountains for centuries? The creature rose suddenly, head tilted as though listening. From the depths of the cavern came a sound that made the hair on my neck stand on end. A call like distant whale song, reverberating through the rock itself. The creature responded with a similar call, the vocalizations causing pressure changes I could feel in my chest. Then it looked at me with renewed urgency, gesturing for me to follow once more. I hesitated, looking down at the container. My mission was clear, but now fraught with new questions. What exactly had the army lost in these canyons? And why send a single soldier to retrieve something potentially hazardous enough to affect creatures of this size? The whale-like call came again, closer this time. The creature became agitated, alternating between looking at me and peering into the darkness beyond the chamber. I made my decision, hefting the container once more. Whatever answers existed would be found by following this unexpected guide deeper into the earth. We moved through a network of tunnels, some so narrow I had to turn sideways to pass while carrying the container. The creature navigated with the confidence of one traveling familiar paths, occasionally pausing to ensure I followed. The bioluminescent fungi became more prevalent, carpeting the walls and ceiling in patches of ethereal blue-green light that made my tactical lamp almost unnecessary. The distant calling continued, occasionally answered by my guide. I realized we were being drawn toward something, or someone. The thought that there might be more of these creatures both fascinated and unnerved me. After nearly an hour of traversing these winding passages, we emerged into a space that defied belief. A massive cavern stretched before us, so large my light couldn't reach its boundaries. An underground lake gleamed in the center, its surface perfectly still and reflecting the countless points of bioluminescence from the ceiling like stars. Near the lake's edge stood structures, dwellings constructed of stacked stone, wood, and what appeared to be animal hides stretched over frameworks. It was a settlement, primitive yet unmistakably deliberate in its construction. And there were more creatures, at least a dozen that I could see, of varying sizes. They turned as we approached, their eyes reflecting my light in the dimness. My guide made a series of guttural vocalizations, gesturing toward me and the container I carried. The others responded with similar sounds, some approaching cautiously while others maintained their distance. One creature, noticeably larger than the rest with streaks of gray in its dark hair, approached with deliberate steps. It carried what appeared to be a staff of polished wood, adorned with feathers and small bones, a symbol of authority in many native cultures. My grandfather would have recognized this as a tribal elder or medicine person. The elder examined me without fear, then focused its attention on the container. With startling gentleness, it laid one massive hand on the metal surface and closed its eyes. After several moments, it withdrew its hand with a visible shudder and made a sharp clicking sound to the others. Several younger creatures retreated immediately to the dwellings, emerging moments later with bundles wrapped in hides. They began distributing these to the others, who unwrapped what appeared to be crude masks made of wood, plant material, and clay. The elder pointed to the container, then made a sweeping gesture encompassing the underground settlement, followed by the pantomime of sickness my guide had shown earlier. The message was unmistakable. Whatever was in this container threatened their entire community. I set the box down carefully and knelt beside it, examining the military-grade locking mechanism. With my security clearance, I could open it, but should I? What if it contained biological or radiological material? The warning symbols suggested extreme caution, but I needed to understand what I'd been sent to retrieve. The mission parameters suddenly seemed suspicious in retrospect. A single operator, minimal information, a vague description of the objective. Had they known what was down here? Was I expendable? I need to see what's inside, I said aloud, though I doubted the creatures understood English. If it's dangerous, I need to know. The elder watched intently as I entered my security code on the digital keypad. The lock disengaged with a pneumatic hiss, breaking the airtight seal. I hesitated, then slowly raised the lid. Inside, nestled in protective foam, lay an object unlike anything I'd seen in my military career. roughly cylindrical, about the size of a football, composed of a material that seemed to shift between metallic and crystalline depending on how the light hit it. It emitted a faint, pulsing glow that cast dancing shadows across my hands. This was no conventional military hardware. It appeared almost alien. The elder made a sharp sound and stepped back, gesturing frantically for me to close the container. The other creatures moved further away, some holding their masks to their faces. I quickly shut the lid, re-engaging the lock. "What is this thing?" I murmured, though I knew no answer would come. The elder approached again, more cautiously this time. It knelt across from me and, using one finger, began drawing in the fine silt that covered the cavern floor. First a circle, the earth, then a smaller circle orbiting it, the moon. Next, a series of dots arranged in a pattern I recognized from my childhood. "The stars. You're showing me constellations?" I asked. The elder added more dots, connecting them in a pattern I didn't recognize. Then, a line descending from this unfamiliar constellation toward the Earth circle. The meaning struck me with sudden clarity. "You're saying this came from up there, from space?" The elder blinked slowly in affirmation, then drew a crude representation of the object in the container, adding radiating lines around it. Next, it drew several of its own kind, then crossed them out one by one. "It killed your people," I whispered, the full horror of the situation becoming clear. "That's why there are so few of you left." Another slow blink. The elder rose, retrieving its staff, and made a sweeping gesture toward the lake and settlements beyond. My guide, who had remained nearby throughout this exchange, approached and touched my shoulder lightly, the first direct contact between us. It pointed to me, to the container, and then to a tunnel on the far side of the cavern, different from the one we'd entered through. A way out? Or something else entirely? The elder made a low, mournful sound that resonated throughout the cavern. One by one, the other creatures joined, creating a harmonic vibration that I felt more than heard. It was beautiful and terrifying, like nothing human vocal cords could produce. As the sound faded, the elder fixed me with a penetrating gaze and pointed with its staff, first to the container, then to the distant tunnel, and finally upward toward the unseen sky above. The message couldn't have been clearer. Take this thing back where it came from. I nodded slowly, shouldering my pack and lifting the container once more. "I understand," I said, though I wasn't sure I did, not fully. What I'd been sent to retrieve wasn't a piece of military equipment at all, but something far more extraordinary, something that didn't belong here. My guide gestured for me to follow once more, heading toward the indicated tunnel. I glanced back at the settlement, this hidden world that few if any humans had ever witnessed, and followed, carrying my dangerous cargo deeper into the unknown. The new tunnel sloped gradually upward, giving me hope that it indeed led to the surface. My guide moved more cautiously now, frequently stopping to listen or scent the air. The bioluminescence grew fainter the higher we climbed, until I was again dependent on my tactical light, which cast our shadows in long, distorted shapes against the tunnel walls. Hours passed in silent progress. The container grew heavier with each step, and my arms burned with fatigue. Occasionally, I felt vibrations through the rock, subtle tremors that might have been natural seismic activity or something else entirely. Each time, my guide would freeze, head cocked in that listening posture before proceeding. Eventually, the tunnel widened into a small chamber with several branching passages. My guide stopped, visibly uncertain for the first time. It studied each option, sniffing the air flowing from them before selecting one that continued our upward trajectory. As we proceeded, I noticed a change in the tunnel characteristics. The walls became more regular, with tool marks visible in places. Not modern equipment, but certainly human-made. Ancient mining tunnels, perhaps? The Apache and Navajo had stories of old Spanish mines in these mountains, abandoned centuries ago. My guide noticed my interest in these marks and made a surprisingly human gesture, a slow shake of its head, followed by touching its chest. "Your people made these?" I asked, surprised. "Not humans?" It blinked once in affirmation. This revelation shifted my understanding significantly. These weren't simply forest creatures, but beings with their own culture, their own history of engineering and architecture. The implications were staggering. We continued upward, the air growing noticeably fresher. Water trickled down one wall, forming a small stream that followed the tunnel's path. My guide stooped to drink, and I did the same, refilling my canteen with the crystal-clear water. As I straightened, a sound echoed down the tunnel from above. Mechanical, rhythmic, helicopter rotors. My guide froze, fear evident in its posture. It recognized the sound as well. The search teams must have expanded their operations when I failed to report in. The storm had likely passed, allowing air operations to resume. Under normal circumstances, I would have been relieved at the prospect of extraction. But circumstances were far from normal. I checked my watch. Nearly 18 hours since I'd entered the cave system. Military protocol would have triggered a search after 12 hours of radio silence. They'd be looking for me and for the package I'd been sent to retrieve. What would happen if they found this tunnel system? If they discovered the beings living below? The military's response to the unknown was rarely benevolent, especially when that unknown was connected to something like the object I carried. My guide seemed to sense my concern. It gestured urgently toward a side passage we had just passed, one that appeared to descend rather than continue upward. A decision point. Continue toward the surface and potential extraction, or follow my guide deeper into the unknown. The mission parameters were clear: retrieve the package and return to base. But the implications of that mission had changed dramatically. The helicopter sounds grew louder, accompanied now by voices, distant but unmistakably human. Search teams getting closer. My guide's anxiety increased visibly. It made a low, urgent sound, again gesturing toward the descending passage. I made my decision. "Lead the way," I whispered, following it into the side tunnel. We moved quickly, descending through a series of tight passages that eventually opened into another large chamber. This one differed from the settlement cavern, smaller, but clearly adapted for some purpose. Stone platforms lined the walls, covered with artifacts, bundles of dried plants, clay vessels, carved figures, and tools of bone and stone. A sacred space, a temple of sorts. My guide approached one of the platforms, selecting a small object from among the artifacts, a disc of polished obsidian, perfectly circular with a hole drilled through its center. It held this out to me with surprising reverence. I set down the container and accepted the offering, unsure of its significance. The obsidian was cool and surprisingly heavy in my palm. The creature then pointed to the container, to the disc, and finally to my chest. "You want me to protect this?" I guessed. "Or use it somehow?" It blinked, then knelt beside the container. With startling precision, it traced a sequence of numbers on the dusty surface, geographical coordinates. I recognized the general area immediately, a remote section of the Superstition Mountains, about 30 miles from our current position. Not random knowledge, but deliberate communication. "That's where you want me to take this?" I asked, indicating the container. Another blink of confirmation. The helicopter sounds had faded, but voices occasionally echoed down from the upper tunnels. The search teams were methodically exploring the cave system. It would be only a matter of time before they found this chamber. My guide seemed to understand this as well. It moved to one of the cave walls and pressed against a seemingly solid section of rock. To my amazement, a portion of the wall pivoted, revealing another hidden passage. Secret doors in an underground temple. The complexity of these beings' civilization continued to astonish me. The creature gestured urgently toward this new opening, then to the container. Its meaning was clear. This was my escape route, and I needed to take the dangerous object with me. I hefted the container once more, now accompanied by the obsidian disc my guide had given me. Before entering the passage, I turned back. "Thank you," I said simply. The creature studied me for a long moment, then raised one massive hand to its chest in what seemed a universal gesture of respect. It spoke, the first time it had attempted human speech, producing a word that sounded remarkably like Nakohe. My name. It had heard and remembered my name from my radio communications. Before I could respond, shouts echoed from the tunnels above, much closer now. My guide pushed me gently toward the secret passage, then moved to a different tunnel entrance, deliberately creating noise to draw attention away from my escape route. A diversion. It was sacrificing its secrecy, perhaps even its safety, to ensure I completed this unexpected mission. I entered the hidden passage as the creature disappeared into the upper tunnels. The stone door swung closed behind me, plunging me into complete darkness, broken only by my tactical light. Ahead lay an unknown path. Behind me, the approach of those who had sent me here in the first place. And in my hands, an object that had fallen from the stars, something dangerous enough to threaten creatures that had survived in secret for perhaps thousands of years. My grandfather's voice seemed to whisper in my ear, "Sometimes the path chosen for you is not the one you must follow." I adjusted my grip on the container and pressed forward into the darkness. The hidden passage descended steeply before leveling out and beginning a gradual ascent. Unlike the main tunnels, this one showed no signs of regular use. Dust lay undisturbed except for my own footprints, and in places I had to navigate around fallen rocks. My tactical light created a small bubble of visibility in the overwhelming darkness. I checked my compass, confirming we were indeed heading southeast, toward the Superstition Mountains, as indicated by the coordinates. The passage seemed to have been created to connect the major cave systems of the region, a hidden highway beneath the wilderness. After several hours of steady progress, my light caught a glimmer ahead, natural light filtering down from above. The passage terminated in a vertical shaft with crude handholds carved into the rock wall. I carefully secured the container to my back using straps from my pack and began the climb. 20 feet up, I emerged into a small ravine, hidden from casual observation by dense manzanita and juniper. The afternoon sun momentarily blinded me after so many hours underground. Birds called in the distance, and a slight breeze carried the scent of desert sage. The ordinary world seemed surreal after what I'd experienced below. I oriented myself using the sun's position and my compass, identifying a probable route toward the coordinates I'd been given. The Superstition Mountains loomed on the southeastern horizon, their jagged peaks tinged gold in the late afternoon light. Military training took over as I assessed my situation. I had limited supplies, a conspicuous and heavy container that would draw immediate attention if spotted, and an uncertain number of search teams likely still combing the area I'd just left. My radio might work on the surface, but using it would instantly reveal my position, and I had no idea what awaited me at those coordinates. I retrieved the obsidian disc from my pocket, examining it more carefully in the natural light. The circular perforation in its center was precisely drilled, and fine lines had been etched into its surface in concentric patterns. When I held it up to the sun, the light passing through the central hole created a focused beam, like a primitive lens. I remembered stories my grandfather told of Apache medicine people using similar objects in healing ceremonies. The stone that sees between worlds, he'd called it. I carefully repocketed the disc and began making my way toward the distant mountains. As darkness fell, I heard helicopter rotors in the distance, searching the area I'd left behind. They hadn't yet expanded their search to this region. I found a sheltered overhang where I could rest without making a fire, watching the distant sweep of searchlights across the night sky. Sleep came in fitful bursts, haunted by dreams of underground labyrinths and amber eyes watching from the darkness. In one vivid sequence, I stood beneath a starry sky holding the obsidian disc up to a particular constellation, the same unfamiliar pattern the elder had drawn, while the container at my feet pulsed with increasing intensity. I woke before dawn, stiff and cold but determined. 3 days of hard hiking would bring me to the coordinates if I maintained good pace. The container's weight slowed me considerably, but I fashioned a better carrying harness from my gear that distributed the load more evenly. By midday, I reached higher elevation, where pine and oak provided better cover. The landscape grew more rugged, requiring careful navigation around sheer drops and unstable scree slopes. Twice I spotted helicopters in the distance and took cover until they passed. I encountered no other humans, which wasn't surprising given the remoteness of the terrain. These mountains had a reputation, the Cursed Mountains in local lore, where prospectors and hikers occasionally disappeared without trace. Apache legend spoke of guardians that protected ancient secrets hidden in these peaks. Perhaps those legends were more literal than metaphorical. On the evening of the second day, I made camp in a small box canyon. As the stars emerged overhead, I found myself reaching for the obsidian disc. On impulse, I held it up, looking through the central hole at the night sky. The effect was immediate and startling. When viewed through the disc's aperture, certain stars seemed to intensify, forming patterns invisible to the naked eye. One constellation in particular, the same one from my dream, the one the elder had drawn, pulsed with a rhythmic light. At that same moment, the container hummed to life. A faint vibration accompanied by that same pulsing glow I'd glimpsed when I'd opened it in the cavern. The two were communicating, resonating with each other across space. I quickly pocketed the disc, and the container's activity subsided. This was technology beyond anything in human experience, something responding to specific stellar alignments, perhaps even drawing energy from them. The final day of my journey brought me into the heart of the superstitions. The coordinates led to a location on the north face of Weaver's Needle, a distinctive rock formation visible for miles around. As I approached, the container's vibrations intensified even without the catalyst of the obsidian disc. It was returning home, or at least to a place designated for it. The exact location proved to be a narrow crevice in the rock face, easily overlooked by casual observation. I had to remove my pack and the container to squeeze through, emerging into a space that took my breath away. A perfect circular chamber lay within the mountain, its walls composed of a glassy, obsidian-like material that wasn't natural to this geology. The floor featured a depression in its center, a cradle precisely sized to hold the container I carried. Ancient petroglyphs covered the walls, images of the night sky, of tall beings communicating with the stars, of objects descending to earth. Some depicted human-like figures prostrating themselves before these objects. Others showed conflict, warfare, a history carved in stone, the record of ancient contact. I placed the container in the central depression. It settled in with a click that resonated throughout the chamber. Immediately, lines of light appeared in the glassy walls, spreading outward in patterns that mirrored the constellations depicted in the carvings. The obsidian disc grew warm in my pocket. I withdrew it, holding it up to match a circular carving on the wall directly opposite the entrance. It fit perfectly, like a key in a lock. The chamber hummed with energy. The container's lid opened of its own accord, and the object within, that crystalline metallic cylinder, rose into the air, suspended by forces I couldn't comprehend. It began to rotate, slowly at first, then with increasing speed until it became a blur of light and motion. The walls themselves seemed to become transparent, revealing the night sky beyond the mountain's solid rock. The specific constellation I'd observed through the disk blazed overhead, impossibly visible despite the mountain mass above. A beam of coherent light shot upward from the spinning object, through the apparently transparent ceiling, connecting directly with that distant star pattern. The chamber filled with a high-pitched tone that grew in intensity until it bordered on painful. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The object dropped back into the container, its glow extinguished. The lid sealed itself with a hiss. The walls returned to solid obsidian-like stone. A message had been sent, or perhaps a dangerous object had been neutralized. I couldn't know for certain. I retrieved the now cool container from its cradle. It felt significantly lighter, as though whatever energy it had contained had been discharged into space. The obsidian disc, however, now bore new markings, tiny glyphs etched into its surface that hadn't been there before. As I prepared to leave the chamber, a familiar scent stopped me, that musky, primal smell I'd first encountered in the canyon. I turned slowly. Filling the narrow entrance, its massive frame barely fitting through, was one of the creatures. Not my guide from the caves, but another, older with silver streaking its dark fur. It regarded me without surprise, as though it had been expecting me. In one massive hand, it carried a bundle wrapped in hide. With deliberate movements, it extended this offering toward me. I accepted it carefully, unwrapping the package to reveal a necklace of polished stone beads, animal teeth, and at its center, a small carving that perfectly matched the object I'd just seen ascend toward the stars. The creature touched its chest, then gestured to the empty cradle, and finally pointed upward, a gesture of gratitude. I had completed a task of profound importance to its kind, returning something dangerous to its source. I nodded in understanding, touching the necklace and then my own chest to indicate I would keep it. The creature's eyes crinkled in what I recognized as a smile, shockingly human despite its otherworldly appearance. It stepped aside, clearing the path back to the crevice. As I moved to pass, it placed one gentle hand on my shoulder and spoke, not my name this time, but a single word in a language I'd never heard yet somehow understood: Guardian. I emerged from the mountain into the pre-dawn light, carrying an empty container and wearing a necklace no museum would ever display. Above me, the stars were fading as the eastern sky brightened. The constellation that had received the strange transmission was no longer visible, but I knew I would see it again. 3 days later, I walked into a ranger station near Roosevelt Lake. My story was simple. I'd gotten lost during my mission, fallen in a ravine, and spent days finding my way back. The container had been damaged and its contents destroyed in the fall. My military handlers were skeptical, but had no evidence to contradict my account. I was debriefed, examined by medical personnel, and eventually returned to Fort Huachuca, where I immediately submitted my resignation from active duty. Whatever game the military had been playing with that fallen star object, I wanted no further part in it. I returned to the reservation, to my grandfather's cabin overlooking the valley where I'd first entered those caves. On clear nights, I sit on the porch, holding the obsidian disk to the sky, watching that particular constellation through its perfect circular aperture. Sometimes, in the deep stillness before dawn, I hear distant calls echoing from the canyons, whale song vibrations that resonate in the chest rather than the ears, and occasionally, at the edge of the forest, I glimpse amber eyes reflecting moonlight, watching over their newly appointed guardian. That say Nabilahi remain hidden from a world not ready to understand them. But they are there, preserving ancient knowledge, protecting us from dangers we cannot comprehend, dangers that sometimes fall from the stars. And now, I stand with them. The sandstone walls of Fort Huachuca seemed to close in around me as Captain Reeves slid the manila folder across his desk. 3 years in the Special Reconnaissance Team had earned me these kinds of assignments, the ones that came with minimal paperwork and maximum deniability. "Sergeant Makia Bagay," he said, his voice betraying nothing. "How's your tracking these days?" I nodded slightly, my weathered hands resting on my thighs. At 34, I was neither the youngest nor the oldest in our unit, but I'd earned a reputation. My Navajo grandfather had taught me to read the land before I could read books, and the Army had honed those skills to a razor's edge. "We've got a situation in the Coconino National Forest," Reeves continued. "Monitoring station went dark 3 days ago. 2 technicians missing. Initial scout team found inconsistencies." I opened the folder. Satellite images of dense pine forest, topographical maps, a few blurry photos of large, unusual footprints. "Local authorities think it's a bear, maybe wolves," he said, but his tone suggested he knew better. "Washington thinks it might be something else. Cartel activity, perhaps illegal mining operation. Either way, they want it handled quietly." My jaw tightened. "And you called me because you know that terrain better than anyone else on the team, and because of your background with the Tribal Liaison Unit." The real reason hung in the air unspoken. My grandfather's stories, the ancient warnings about certain parts of the forest, things that walked between worlds. I should have refused. The divorce papers were still fresh on my kitchen counter, the mortgage on my small Tucson home 3 months behind. Staff sergeant pay wasn't much, especially with half going to child support. But this assignment came with a hazard bonus that would solve most of those problems. "When do I leave?" I asked. "Tonight." You'll be dropped 5 miles from the last known coordinates. Maintain radio silence unless absolutely necessary. Find our missing technicians. Identify what happened to the monitoring station. Neutralize any threats. Questions? I closed the folder. No, sir. As I packed my gear that evening, my grandfather's voice echoed in my mind. He'd spoken of places where the membrane between worlds grew thin, where ancient beings still walked. Places like the forests near the sacred ruins of Wupatki, places where men disappeared. The helicopter dropped me at dawn, the rhythmic thump of its rotors fading as it disappeared over the tree line. I stood alone in a small clearing, breathing in the crisp, pine-scented air of the Coconino. My rucksack contained 3 days of provisions, standard-issue sidearm, combat knife, and specialized reconnaissance equipment. The monitoring station was northeast, nestled in a remote valley near an abandoned fire lookout tower. Whatever the government was monitoring out here, it wasn't on any public record. I moved silently through the forest, my boots barely disturbing the carpet of pine needles. The morning light filtered through the canopy, creating dappled shadows that danced across the forest floor. Under different circumstances, I might have appreciated the beauty. By midday, I'd covered nearly 3 miles. The terrain grew increasingly rugged, with limestone outcroppings punctuating the landscape. I paused at a small stream to refill my canteen, noting unusual patterns in the mud nearby. The impressions were large, much larger than a human foot, with 5 distinct toe marks. They weren't bear tracks, bears don't have splayed toes, and they weren't boots, no tread pattern. My skin prickled. Grandfather would have recognized these instantly. Chindi tracks, the spirits of the dead, or as modern cryptozoologists would call it, Bigfoot. I pushed the thought away. Focus on the mission, not on childhood stories. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, I approached a small ridge overlooking what should have been the monitoring station. I dropped to my stomach and crawled the last few yards, using my field binoculars to survey the area below. The station, a small reinforced concrete structure disguised as a ranger outpost, showed obvious signs of forced entry. The steel door hung from a single hinge, and deep gouges marked the walls around the entrance. No vehicles were visible, and no movement detected. I was about to descend when movement in my peripheral vision made me freeze. At the edge of the clearing, something large moved between the trees. My heart hammered against my ribs as I adjusted my focus. A massive shadow, at least 8 feet tall, bipedal, but moving with an unnatural, loping gait. It paused, and though I couldn't make out facial features in the fading light, I felt with absolute certainty that it was scanning the area. Searching. Then it lifted its head and sniffed the air. In that moment, training overcame fear. I remained perfectly still, controlling my breathing, becoming part of the landscape. The figure lingered for what felt like hours, but was probably less than a minute before melting back into the forest. Night was falling. Common sense dictated I wait until morning to investigate the station, but something told me I didn't have that luxury. Whatever had attacked the facility might return, or worse, it might be tracking me now. I made my way down the ridge, sidearm drawn, senses heightened to painful acuity. The forest had gone silent, no birds, no insects, just the whisper of wind through pine needles. The monitoring station's interior was chaos, equipment smashed, papers scattered, dark stains on the concrete floor that could only be blood, and on the back wall, scratched deep into the concrete, a crude pictograph that sent ice through my veins. It matched exactly the ancient warning symbols my grandfather had shown me in the caves near our home, symbols that meant, "The tall one walks." I salvaged what I could from the monitoring station, a partially functioning radio, some ammunition that matched my sidearm, and a tablet with encrypted files I couldn't access. The technician's personal effects were scattered throughout: family photos, a half-finished letter, a worn paperback of Navajo myths that made my throat tighten. The night closed in quickly. Staying in the compromised station wasn't an option. Whatever had attacked could return, and the confined space would turn from shelter to trap in seconds. I needed higher ground and better visibility. The abandoned fire lookout tower loomed about half a mile away, its weathered frame silhouetted against the darkening sky. It wasn't ideal, but it offered the tactical advantage I needed: 360-degree visibility and limited access points. I moved carefully through the forest, employing every stealth technique I'd learned through years of training. The weight of being watched pressed against my consciousness. Twice I froze, certain I'd heard heavy footfalls paralleling my path. Each time, only silence answered. The tower stood in a small clearing, its wooden structure gray with age, but still standing firm against the elements. I did a perimeter check before approaching, looking for tracks or signs of recent human activity. Nothing except more of those strange large footprints, these fresher than the ones I'd seen earlier. The ladder creaked under my weight as I climbed to the observation cabin. It was spare but intact: a small cot, a desk with a chair, and old forestry equipment long since abandoned, perfect for my needs. I set up a defensive position, placing my gear where I could access it quickly. The radio sputtered with static when I tried to make contact. No signal, just bursts of white noise interrupted by what sounded disturbingly like breathing. As full darkness descended, I used my night vision equipment to scan the surrounding forest. The green-tinted view revealed nothing unusual at first. Then, movement at the edge of my range, something large moving with deliberate stealth between the trees. I tracked it, my pulse quickening. Not an animal. The gait was wrong, the proportions unnatural. It stood upright like a man, but moved with a predator's grace. And it was circling the tower. My grandfather's voice came unbidden. "The Yinald Lushi takes many forms, grandson. Most dangerous is when it walks as a man, but is not a man." I dismissed his stories as the superstitions of an elder, trying to keep a curious child from wandering too far. Now, watching this thing through military-grade optics, those stories crystallized into terrifying possibility. My sat phone buzzed. A text message pushing through despite the poor signal. Team Bravo dispatched. ETA 0800. Hold position. Status of technicians. Before I could respond, a sound from below froze my blood. Wood splintering. The distinctive crack of the bottom ladder rungs giving way. It was testing the tower's strength. Another crack, then another. Methodical destruction of my only exit route. I typed rapidly. "Unknown entity, hostile, station destroyed, no sign of technicians, need immediate evac." The reply came almost instantly. "Negative on immediate evac. Weather system moving in. Hold until morning." Below, the assault on the ladder stopped. I trained my night vision on the base of the tower but saw nothing. Had it given up? Unlikely. Predators don't abandon prey once located. Then came a new sound that made my skin crawl. The unmistakable rasp of claws on wood. Not from below, from the side of the tower. It was climbing. The tower shuddered as something heavy pulled itself up the exterior wall. I abandoned the night vision equipment and grabbed my sidearm, backing against the far wall of the small cabin. The scratching sounds grew closer, methodical, patient. A lifetime of military discipline battled against primal fear. I steadied my breathing, aimed at the window where the sounds were loudest, and waited. The first thing I saw were fingers, if you could call them that. Long, gnarled digits with thick black claws gripping the window frame. They flexed, testing the strength of the wood, which groaned under the pressure. Then came the smell, musty and wild, like wet fur mixed with something metallic. Blood. A face rose slowly into view. In the dim moonlight filtering through clouds, I saw matted hair covering features that were almost human but fundamentally wrong. A broad, flat nose, eyes set too far apart, a mouth that stretched too wide across its face. But it was the eyes that paralyzed me. Reflective yellow orbs that seemed to glow with their own inner light, filled with an intelligence that was ancient and cold. We stared at each other for what felt like eternity. It made no move to enter, just watched me with those terrible eyes, assessing, calculating. My finger tensed on the trigger. "Back off," I commanded, voice steadier than I felt. The creature's head tilted slightly, an unsettlingly human gesture of curiosity. Then its mouth opened, revealing rows of yellowed teeth. From its throat came sounds, not growls or animal noises, but something that chilled me more deeply. Words. Broken, guttural attempts at human speech. "Makya," my name. It had spoken my name. Impossible. I hadn't spoken my name aloud since arriving. The mission brief was classified. No one out here should know who I was. Come, it said. The word mangled, but unmistakable. Home. I fired. The shot was deafening in the small space. The bullet struck true, center mass where a heart should be. The creature jerked backward but didn't fall. Instead, it snarled, a sound that started as animal rage but morphed into something like laughter. It dropped away from the window, disappearing into the darkness below. I reloaded, ears ringing, adrenaline surging through my system. Had I wounded it, killed it, or merely angered it? My answer came minutes later with the first impact against one of the support beams. The entire tower shuddered. Another impact followed, then another. Systematic attacks against the structural integrity of my refuge. It was trying to bring down the tower. I grabbed the sat phone. Under attack. Tower compromised. No response came. The signal icon showed no bars. Another powerful blow rocked the tower, and I heard the distinct crack of wood giving way. I had minutes at most before the whole structure collapsed. Grandfather's voice again. If caught between worlds, find stone. The old ones built their homes in stone for protection against what walks in darkness. Stone. There were caves in this region, natural limestone formations. And if memory from my briefing served, an old mining tunnel network less than a mile east. I gathered only what was essential: sidearm knife, canteen, emergency flares, the partially functioning radio. The tower groaned, listing noticeably to one side. No choice. I had to run. I kicked out the opposite window from where the creature had appeared and gauged the drop, 20 feet to a sloped embankment. Survivable, but not without risk. Another massive impact decided for me. As the tower began to topple, I leapt into the darkness, tucking my body to roll upon impact. The landing knocked the wind from my lungs. Pain lanced through my ankle, sprained, possibly fractured. But there was no time to assess the damage. I scrambled to my feet as the tower collapsed behind me with a thunderous crash. The forest floor trembled with the impact and then fell deadly silent. In that silence, I heard breathing, heavy, rhythmic, coming from the rubble. I ran. Ankle screaming in protest, I plunged into the forest toward the east, toward stone, toward the only hope of survival against something that bullets couldn't stop. Behind me came the sound of pursuit, powerful strides crushing undergrowth, branches snapping like twigs, and underneath it all that terrible approximation of human speech, calling my name over and over. Makya, Makya, home! The forest became a blur of shadow and pain. My ankle throbbed with each step, but fear drove me forward. The creature pursued relentlessly, sometimes drawing so close I could hear its labored breathing, other times falling behind only to flank me from another direction. It was toying with me. The realization came with terrible clarity. If it wanted to catch me, it could have. This was a game, a hunt for the pleasure of the chase. The terrain grew steeper, rockier. Good. I was approaching the foothills where limestone caves dotted the landscape. If I could reach one, barricade myself inside. Behind me, a howl rose that belonged in no natural animal's repertoire. Part wolf, part human scream, all nightmare. It echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Psychological warfare. It knew what it was doing. My night vision had adjusted enough to make out the looming shapes of rock formations ahead. Salvation, if I could reach them. My lungs burned, each breath a struggle, as I pushed my body beyond its limits. The first bullet-like impact between my shoulder blades sent me sprawling. Not a bullet, a rock thrown with incredible force. I rolled, coming up with my sidearm drawn, firing 3 shots in the direction it had come from. A guttural laugh answered. Makya plays! Another rock whistled past my head, missing by inches. I fired again, emptying my magazine toward the sound, then turned and ran for the rocks. The mouth of a cave appeared in the darkness, a black void in the limestone face. I stumbled toward it, reloading as I moved. Blood trickled down my back where the rock had struck. I was 10 yards from the entrance when a massive shape dropped from above, landing between me and safety. The creature rose to its full height, easily 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered and covered in matted dark fur. In the moonlight, I could see details I wished I couldn't. The 2 human hands ending in claws. The face that seemed caught between man and beast. the intelligence in those reflective eyes. "No more run," it growled. I raised my weapon. "What are you?" It cocked its head, that unsettling human gesture again. "I am. You know." And somehow I did. The stories passed down through generations of my people. The warnings about forests where the veil between worlds thinned. The reason my grandfather insisted I learn the old ways, the old protections. "Ye nald lushi," I whispered, using the Navajo word. Skinwalker. The ancient evil, a human who had traded their humanity for power. The creature's mouth stretched in what might have been a smile. Grandfather taught well. My blood ran cold. How could it know about my grandfather? Unless... "The technicians," I said. "What did you do to them?" It made a dismissive gesture with one massive hand. "Gone. Like others. Like all who come." "Why? What is this place to you?" The creature took a step closer. I could smell its wild metallic scent. "Sacred. Doorway. Mine to guard." Understanding dawned. The monitoring station. The government wasn't tracking wildlife or watching for cartel activity. They were studying the anomaly, the doorway between worlds this creature was describing. "I'm not here to harm your sacred place," I said carefully, weapon still trained on its chest. "I'm here for the missing men." "Lies," it snarled. "All come to take, to steal power, to cross." It lunged suddenly, faster than anything that size should move. I fired, the muzzle flash illuminating its face in strobing light. It roared in pain but didn't fall, powerful arms sweeping toward me. I ducked and rolled, feeling claws tear through my jacket. Coming up, I sprinted for the cave entrance. If I could get inside, use the narrower space to my advantage. I felt rather than saw the creature pivot and leap after me. Impact drove me forward, tumbling into the darkness of the cave. We rolled together, a tangle of limbs and fur and desperation. Its strength was overwhelming, claws seeking my throat. In the struggle, my hand closed around a jagged rock. With all my remaining strength, I brought it down against the creature's temple. A howl of rage echoed through the cave. Its grip loosened just enough for me to scramble deeper into the darkness. I had one magazine left, night closing in, and no idea how deep this cave system went. But I had found stone. Now I needed to survive until dawn, when Team Bravo would arrive, if they arrived. The creature's labored breathing echoed from the cave entrance. "Know where to go, Makya. Been here always. Know every stone." It knew my name. It knew my grandfather. And as I retreated deeper into the earth, I couldn't shake the feeling that it knew exactly where this cave led, not to safety, but to something worse. The darkness of the cave swallowed me whole. I fumbled for my flashlight, aware that using it would reveal my position but having no choice. One wrong step in this uneven terrain could mean a broken leg, or worse. The narrow beam illuminated ancient limestone formations, stalactites hanging like teeth from the ceiling, stalagmites rising from the floor in frozen fountains of stone. The air was cool and damp, carrying echoes from deeper chambers, and something else, the unmistakable copper scent of blood. I followed the passage as it descended, my injured ankle protesting each step. Behind me I could hear the creature moving, not rushing but methodical. It knew these caves, knew I had nowhere to go. The passage widened into a chamber where the beam of my flashlight couldn't reach the ceiling. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness, a steady percussion marking time. I paused, listening for pursuit, and heard nothing but that rhythmic dripping. Had I lost it? Unlikely. More probably it was taking another route, planning to cut me off. My light swept across the chamber and froze on a horrifying tableau. Bodies, what remained of them, arranged in a semicircle against the far wall. Some were fresh, others little more than skeletons. I counted 7 distinct forms. Among them, I recognized the standard-issue boots of Army personnel, the technicians. And beside them, another body that made my heart stop, dressed in the same camo pattern as my own gear. The scout team Reeves had mentioned. They'd never made it back to report. Movement in my peripheral vision sent me diving for cover behind a rock formation. My light extinguished, I waited in total darkness, controlling my breathing despite the horror clawing at my mind. "See now?" The creature's voice echoed from somewhere above. "All who come, all who take." I'm not here to take anything, I called back, trying to locate its position by sound alone. Let me leave and no one else will come. A rumbling sound that might have been laughter. Lies. Always more come, always want the doorway. What doorway? What are you protecting? Silence answered. Then, from much closer than before, show you. A massive hand clamped around my arm, yanking me to my feet. I hadn't heard it approach. Impossible for something so large to move so silently. I struck out blindly, connecting with solid mass, but it didn't loosen its grip. My flashlight clattered to the ground, its beam spinning crazily across walls and ceiling before settling on the creature's face inches from my own. What I saw stopped my struggles instantly. In the harsh light, its features were more human than beast, a face distorted but recognizable, a face I knew. Grandfather? I whispered. The creature's grip loosened slightly. Those yellow eyes held mine, and within them I saw recognition, a flicker of the man who had taught me to track, to respect the old ways. Not grandfather, it said, voice rough. Became more, became guardian. My mind reeled. Impossible. My grandfather had died when I was 19, buried with honor on the reservation. I'd mourned him, visited his grave. You're lying, I said, using my memories against me. No lie. It pulled me closer, breath hot against my face. Chosen, like you chosen. Chosen for what? Instead of answering, it dragged me deeper into the cave system, moving with the confidence of one who knew every passage. I had no choice but to follow, my weapon useless against something that wore my grandfather's distorted face. We descended until the air grew warmer, charged with an energy that made my skin prickle. The passage opened into a vast chamber where my flashlight couldn't pierce the darkness, but it didn't need to. The space was illuminated by an unearthly blue glow emanating from the center. There, in the heart of the mountain, stood what could only be described as a doorway. Not built, but formed from the living rock. A perfect arch that contained not stone but swirling energy. A vortex of blue-white light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The door, the creature said, its voice almost reverent. Between worlds, between times. I stared, transfixed. Through the swirling energy, I caught glimpses of landscapes not of this earth. Red skies, crystalline forests, mountains that floated in air. Government found, it continued. Want to use, want to send through, take what not theirs. Understanding dawned like a cold sunrise. The monitoring station, the classified mission. They'd discovered a portal to somewhere else. And they'd been studying it, perhaps planning to exploit it. You've been protecting this, I said, killing anyone who comes near. It nodded, the gesture painfully human. Must protect. Balance. And my grandfather, what does he have to do with this? The creature's eyes, my grandfather's eyes, held mine. Found door many years ago. New importance, chose to stay, to guard. That's not possible. He died. I buried him. Body died. Spirit chose. Joined with guardian. My head spun. The implications were too vast, too terrible to comprehend. If what it said was true, my grandfather had somehow merged with this entity, becoming the monstrous guardian of an interdimensional doorway, and now it wanted me. You're next, Makia, it said, confirming my fears. Blood of guardian. Born to task. No. I backed away. I have a life. Responsibilities. Failed life, it countered. No wife now. Child gone. Debts grow. Army uses you. Throws away. Each word struck like a physical blow because each held truth. My failed marriage. My daughter living with her mother. The financial problems crushing me. The sense that this mission had been a convenient way to send me where others wouldn't go. The creature extended a clawed hand. Join. Become. Protect. For one terrible moment, I considered it. To leave behind a world of disappointment and failure. To serve a purpose greater than myself. To be reunited with my grandfather in some impossible, twisted way. The radio at my belt crackled suddenly to life. Through the static came a voice. Sergeant Bigay, this is Team Bravo. Do you copy? We've reached the monitoring station. Repeat, do you copy? The creature snarled, lunging for the radio. I dodged, drawing my sidearm in the same motion. I choose my own path, I said, backing toward the chamber entrance. Not yours, not theirs. It roared, a sound of rage and betrayal that shook loose stone from the ceiling. Cannot leave. Door needs guardian. Find someone else. I aimed at the ceiling above the doorway where the rock looked unstable. Or maybe the door needs to close. Understanding dawned in those inhuman eyes. No! Destroy balance! I fired 4 rapid shots. Rock fractured, then collapsed, massive chunks plummeting toward the glowing portal. The creature howled, leaping not toward me but toward the doorway, arms outstretched as if to protect it. The vortex pulsed, energy flaring blindingly bright. I turned away, shielding my eyes as a concussive wave threw me against the chamber wall. When I looked back, the doorway was gone. So was the creature. In their place was only a pile of rubble and an old man, withered, naked, and frail, lying motionless on the stone floor. I approached cautiously. The man's chest rose and fell with shallow breaths. His face, though aged beyond recognition, held echoes of my grandfather's features. His eyes fluttered open, normal human eyes, dark brown instead of reflective yellow. They focused on me with effort. "Makya," he whispered. "You came." I knelt beside him, taking his hand. It felt human, warm. "Grandfather, is it really you?" A slight nod. Part of me, what remained. His gaze drifted to where the doorway had been. Doors closed, balance broken. "I'm sorry," I said, though I wasn't sure what I was apologizing for. He squeezed my hand with surprising strength. "No, right choice. Too dangerous, both worlds." His breathing grew more labored. "Others will come, looking. You must..." Must what? But his eyes had closed, his chest still. Whatever fragment of my grandfather had existed in the Guardian was gone now, released from its long vigil. The radio crackled again. "Sergeant Begay, respond. We're tracking your signal." I lifted it to my lips. "This is Begay. I'm in a cave system east of the station. Follow my signal. Bring medical." "Copy that. What's your situation? Hostiles?" I looked at the old man's body, at the pile of rubble where a doorway between worlds had stood, at the terrible choice I'd made. "Negative on hostiles," I replied. "Site is secure." I settled against the wall to wait for extraction, my grandfather's hand still in mine. Above, I could hear the approaching footsteps of Team Bravo. Soon they would arrive, ask questions I couldn't answer, take samples from a doorway that no longer existed, and I would return to my life, my debts, my failures, my loneliness. But I would return human, having rejected both the government's secret plans and the Guardian's offered transformation. In the end, that was the choice my grandfather had truly prepared me for, to recognize the doorways that promised power, but demanded humanity as the price, to know which doors should remain closed. The desert sun beat down mercilessly as I trudged along the dusty path leading back to base. Sweat trickled down my neck, soaking the collar of my uniform. 26 years in the Army had hardened me against most discomforts, but the Arizona heat remained an unforgiving adversary. "Staff Sergeant Makya Tohopka," Captain Reynolds called out as I entered the command post. "Just the man I needed to see." I nodded respectfully. Despite my Hopi heritage and the name my grandfather had given me, Makya meaning hunter, and Tohopka, cougar, most of my fellow soldiers simply called me Mac. The Army had a way of stripping down identities to their simplest form. Reynolds slid a folder across his desk. "We've got an unusual situation that requires your unique skill set." I flipped through the documents, my eyes narrowing. "Sir, with all due respect, I'm 3 months from retirement, which is precisely why I need someone with your experience." Reynolds leaned forward. "There's been unusual activity reported in the Mogollon Rim area. Signal interference, equipment malfunctions, 3 hikers missing in the last month alone. Sounds like a job for the Rangers or local search and rescue." "It would be, except for the classified equipment that was being tested in that region." Reynolds' voice dropped. "The brass thinks someone might be interfering with our operations. They want someone who can track, who knows the land, someone who won't draw attention." I sighed, knowing where this was heading. My tracking abilities, learned from my grandfather during summers on the reservation, had served me well throughout my military career. But at 44, I'd been looking forward to hanging up my boots, maybe using my savings to open that small cabin rental business I'd been dreaming about. But dreams required money, and my ex-wife's medical bills had drained most of my savings before she passed. Our daughter's college tuition wasn't getting any cheaper either. The substantial hazard pay mentioned in the folder would solve a lot of problems. "Solo mission?" I asked. Reynolds nodded. "We need to keep this quiet. You'll be equipped with standard gear plus some specialized surveillance equipment. Official story is you're conducting environmental research." That night in my sparse barracks room, I called my daughter Kaya. She was the only family I had left since my grandfather passed, and my ex-wife lost her battle with cancer 2 years ago. "Dad, you promised no more field assignments," she protested when I told her I'd be unreachable for a few weeks. "Last one, Kaya girl, promise." The nickname made her groan, just as it had since she turned 13. "This bonus will help with next semester's tuition. I could take out more loans." "No, you focus on your studies. I'll handle the rest." After we hung up, I pulled out my grandfather's medicine pouch from where I kept it tucked in my footlocker. Inside was a small carved stone cougar, his parting gift before I left for basic training decades ago. For protection, he'd said. I wasn't particularly spiritual, but I'd carried it on every mission since. Something about this assignment felt wrong. The Mogollon Rim area was sacred to several tribes, including parts of my own Hopi heritage. My grandfather had told stories of strange phenomena in those ancient forests, tales of spirits that walked between worlds. As a child, I'd believed them. As a man, I'd learned that human enemies were far more dangerous than mythical ones. Still, as I packed my gear that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that this mission would be unlike any other I'd faced in my long military career. I slipped the stone cougar into my pocket, a habit more than a superstition. Tomorrow, I would head into the wilderness, not as Staff Sergeant Tohopka, but as a man alone, against whatever waited in those remote woods. The forest swallowed me 3 days ago. What had begun as a straightforward reconnaissance mission had quickly evolved into something else entirely. My radio maintained contact with base for the first day, as I established my cover as an environmental researcher, checking in with the proper authorities and setting up my gear at the designated entry point. By the second day, as I ventured deeper into the Mogollon Rim wilderness, the transmissions became spotty. By the third day, nothing but static. I wasn't particularly concerned. Signal interference was common in these parts. It was one of the anomalies I'd been sent to investigate. I had GPS coordinates for the missing hikers' last known locations and the areas where equipment malfunctions had been reported. Standard protocol dictated I'd hike out to the nearest ranger station if I couldn't re-establish contact within 48 hours. The autumn air carried a bite that cut through my tactical jacket. October in the high country brought dramatic temperature swings, sweltering afternoons followed by near-freezing nights. I'd made camp in a small clearing, my tent nestled between 2 massive ponderosa pines. As darkness fell, I found myself staring into the flames of my small, carefully maintained fire, my mind wandering to the stories my grandfather had told around similar fires on the reservation. He spoke of the Mogollon Rim as a threshold, a place where the membrane between worlds grew thin. The old tales warned of entities that didn't belong to our reality, but could occasionally slip through in certain places. As a child, those stories had terrified me. As an adult, I recognized them as ways to keep children from wandering too far from camp. Yet sitting alone in the vast silence of the forest, those childhood fears didn't seem so irrational anymore. I pulled out my tactical notebook and reviewed my findings. The equipment malfunctions formed a rough perimeter around a section of the forest that contained several unmapped cave systems. The missing hikers had all vanished within this same area. Tomorrow, I would begin exploring those caves. A twig snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond my fire's glow. I froze, hand instinctively moving to the sidearm at my hip. 26 years of military training had honed my senses. That wasn't a small animal. Something large moved in the forest. "Hello?" I called out, keeping my voice neutral. It could be another hiker, though this area was restricted. Forest Service, I lied, maintaining my cover. Silence answered. Then another crack, farther away this time, as if whatever was out there was retreating. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every rustle of wind through the pines jolted me awake. When dawn finally broke, I found large tracks circling my camp, too large for a bear, with an unusual gait I couldn't identify. I photographed them with my phone before they disappeared in the rocky terrain. By midday, I'd reached the first cave entrance on my map. It was a narrow fissure in the rocky hillside, barely visible behind a stand of stunted junipers. I switched on my tactical flashlight and ducked inside, the temperature dropping immediately as I left the sunlight behind. The cave mouth widened into a larger chamber, its walls slick with moisture. My light revealed ancient pictographs, red ochre handprints and strange elongated figures that my grandfather would have recognized as Hisatsunom, the ancient ones whom archaeologists called ancestral Pueblans. I photographed the images, noting their locations in my journal. The pictographs seemed to tell a story, leading deeper into the cave system. Against my better judgment, I followed them, ducking through a narrow passage that opened into a vast underground chamber. My flashlight beam couldn't reach the ceiling. The air felt different here, heavier, charged with something I couldn't identify. At the center of the chamber stood what appeared to be an altar of some kind, a flat stone platform surrounded by smaller stones arranged in patterns. As I approached, my equipment began to malfunction. First, my flashlight flickered. Then my watch stopped. Finally, my phone died, despite being fully charged minutes earlier. The darkness closed in, absolute and disorienting. I reached for my backup light, flicking it on just as a low, rumbling sound echoed through the chamber. Not quite a growl, not quite a voice, but something in between. The hairs on my neck stood on end as I swung the light toward the sound. For a brief moment, I glimpsed a massive silhouette at the far end of the chamber, impossibly tall, with limbs too long and a head crowned with what looked like antlers. Then my backup light died too, plunging me into perfect darkness. I'm not ashamed to admit I ran. 26 years of military discipline meant nothing in that moment. I scrambled back the way I'd come, feeling along the wall, heart pounding against my ribs as I heard something large moving behind me. When I finally burst from the cave entrance into the fading afternoon light, I was alone. No signs of pursuit. But as I stood there catching my breath, I realized with growing dread that I didn't recognize my surroundings. Somehow, I'd emerged from a different opening than the one I'd entered. I was lost. Night in the high country comes swiftly. One moment the forest was bathed in the amber glow of sunset. The next, darkness swallowed everything beyond arm's reach. I'd managed to get my phone working again after leaving the cave, but the GPS showed nothing but error messages. My compass spun uselessly, the needle rotating in slow, deliberate circles like it was being manipulated by an unseen hand. Without reliable navigation tools, I fell back on basic survival training. I found higher ground, hoping to spot landmarks in the remaining light. What I saw instead sent ice through my veins. A heavy mist had risen from the forest floor, unnaturally thick and contained, as if it were a living thing. It pooled in the valleys and between the trees, defying the evening breeze that should have dispersed it. My grandfather would have called it spirit fog, a manifestation of beings crossing between worlds. Military experience suggested a more rational explanation, some kind of chemical agent, perhaps related to the classified testing Reynolds had mentioned. Either way, I needed shelter before it reached my position. I spotted a rocky outcropping about half a mile away and made for it, moving as quickly as I dared in the fading light. The mist seemed to follow, tendrils reaching up the hillside toward me. By the time I reached the rocks, darkness had completely fallen, and I had to use my tactical flashlight, now working again, though the beam seemed weaker than it should have been. The outcropping contained a shallow cave, little more than an indentation in the cliff face, but enough to provide shelter from the elements. I checked it thoroughly before settling in, finding no signs of animal habitation. Using the small folding shovel from my pack, I dug a shallow fire pit near the entrance and gathered what dry wood I could find nearby. As the small fire took hold, casting dancing shadows against the rock walls, I inventoried my supplies. 3 days of emergency rations, water purification tablets, first aid kit, the standard gear any soldier carries. I had ammunition for my sidearm, but had to consider it a resource of last resort. Gunshots would bring attention, official or otherwise. The night grew unusually cold. My watch, working again outside the cave system, showed the temperature had dropped to near freezing. Abnormal, even for October at this elevation. I pulled my thermal blanket closer, rationing my firewood to last the night. That's when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong in these woods. Not the cry of an owl or the distant howl of a coyote, but something between a moan and words, carried on the wind. It rose and fell, almost like chanting, but in no language I recognized. I extinguished my fire immediately, plunging my shelter into darkness. Years of combat had taught me when to make myself invisible. I moved to the back of the shallow cave, drawing my sidearm and controlling my breathing. The mist crept past the cave entrance, glowing faintly with its own inner light. Within it, shadows moved, tall, elongated shapes that seemed to flow rather than walk. The chanting grew louder, and though I couldn't understand the words, something primal within me responded to them. My heart raced, my mouth went dry, and the stone cougar in my pocket seemed to grow warm against my thigh. My grandfather had once told me that fear was the appropriate response to the sacred, that our ancestors understood this, while modern people had forgotten. When you feel true fear, Makya, he'd said, do not run from it. Listen to what it tells you. So I listened, there in the darkness, as the chanting entities passed my hiding place. They were searching for something, or someone. The mist swirled at the cave entrance but didn't enter, as if repelled by some invisible boundary. Hours passed. I must have dozed, despite my terror, because when I opened my eyes, pre-dawn light filtered through the mist, which had thinned considerably. I waited until full daylight before venturing out, muscles stiff from cold and tension. The forest had transformed overnight. What had been familiar pine and juniper woodland now seemed ancient, primeval. The trees stood taller, their trunks wider, with hanging moss that hadn't been there the day before. The air carried the scent of decay and something else, something musky and animal. I studied the ground around my shelter, finding tracks in the soft earth that made no logical sense. They resembled barefoot human prints, but were too large, easily 18 inches long, and too deep, as if whatever made them carried impossible weight. They followed no consistent path, but rather meandered through the forest in a pattern that suggested searching behavior. As I knelt to photograph one particularly clear print, I noticed something in the depression, a small carved figure partially buried in the soil. Carefully, I extracted it, brushing away the dirt. It was an intricately carved wooden figurine, darkened with age, depicting a being with a human body, but the head of a deer or elk, complete with massive antlers. My blood ran cold. My grandfather had spoken of such figures, representations of the Wendigo, a creature from Algonquian folklore. But we were far from Algonquian territory, and the Hopi had no such tradition. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was meant to find this, that it had been left specifically for me. I tucked the figure into my pocket alongside my grandfather's stone cougar. As I straightened, a sound reached me from deeper in the forest, the clear, distinctive crack of a branch breaking under significant weight. Something was coming. I moved quickly through the unfamiliar forest, no longer concerned with my original mission parameters. Something was hunting me, something that defied rational explanation. My military training screamed for me to find defensible ground, to establish a strategic position rather than fleeing blindly. The terrain sloped upward, becoming increasingly rocky. Good. Higher ground would give me visibility and limit approach vectors. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the burning in my legs and the sweat soaking my uniform despite the chill air. Another branch snapped behind me, closer this time. I didn't look back. In combat, hesitation kills. Instead, I focused on my path, scanning for anything I could use to my advantage. That's when I saw it, a structure barely visible through the trees ahead. A cabin, weathered gray logs blending with the forest. It wasn't marked on any of my maps, which made no sense. This area had been thoroughly surveyed for the military testing grounds. Every structure should have been documented. I approached cautiously, sidearm drawn. The cabin appeared abandoned, its small windows dark, a thin layer of fallen leaves covering the path to its door. No smoke rose from the stone chimney. No sounds came from within. The door hung slightly ajar. I called out, identifying myself as Forest Service, maintaining my cover story in case this was some illegal hunter's outpost or a transient's shelter. When no response came, I nudged the door open with my boot, weapon ready. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light piercing through the grimy windows. The cabin consisted of a single room with sparse furnishings, a rough-hewn table and chair, a cast-iron stove, and a narrow bed frame with a straw mattress. The walls were adorned with faded photographs and what appeared to be hand-drawn maps. I secured the space, checking corners and the small root cellar accessible through a trapdoor in the floor. Finding nothing threatening, I returned to examine the maps and photographs more carefully. What I found sent a cold shiver through me. The photographs, yellowed with age, showed military personnel in uniforms from the 1950s. They stood before cave entrances that looked disturbingly familiar, the same system I'd been exploring yesterday. Several photos showed strange equipment being carried into the caves. The maps depicted the surrounding forest in detail, far exceeding my official charts. Red X marks dotted the landscape, each labeled with dates spanning decades. The most recent was marked just 3 months ago, corresponding with the first disappearance Reynolds had briefed me about. A leather-bound journal sat on the table, its pages filled with cramped handwriting. I flipped it open, scanning entries that dated back to 1952. The writer, who identified himself only as Captain J. Harris, described a classified operation called Project Threshold. Its purpose? To investigate reports of interdimensional anomalies in the Mogollon Rim area. Harris wrote of experiments conducted in the cave systems, using equipment designed to amplify naturally occurring energy fields. He documented increasing encounters with what he called non-human entities that appeared during their tests. The final entries became increasingly paranoid, describing being watched and followed. The last entry, dated October 17, 1954, simply stated, "It knows what we've done. It's coming for us all." I checked my watch. October 17th, 71 years to the day. A sudden creak from the porch froze me in place. Something heavy moved outside, making the old boards groan beneath its weight. I extinguished my flashlight, plunging the cabin into shadow as I moved silently to one of the windows. Through a gap in the weathered curtains, I saw nothing at first. Then a shadow fell across the porch. Impossibly tall and lean, I caught a glimpse of what appeared to be antlers silhouetted against the forest before it moved out of my line of sight. The wooden walls of the cabin suddenly seemed fragile protection. I needed to know what I was dealing with, needed information beyond folklore, and a long-dead captain's ramblings. In the dim light, I returned to the journal, flipping through for anything that might help me understand or fight whatever was out there. In the back pages, I found technical diagrams of the equipment Harris's team had used in the caves. One device was labeled Resonance Disruptor with a note, repels entities when activated, emergency use only, severe physiological side effects. The diagram looked relatively simple, essentially a modified radio transmitter that generated specific frequencies. With my military electronics training, I might be able to recreate something similar from parts in my pack and anything useful I could find in the cabin. As I considered this, a sound like dragging claws scraped along the outside wall. Every instinct told me to run, but rational thought prevailed. I was safer inside, with walls between me and whatever hunted me, however flimsy they might be. If I fled now, I'd be caught in the open. I moved silently to the cast-iron stove, finding it still contained cold ashes. A quick search of the nearby shelves revealed a small cache of supplies, matches, kerosene, canned goods decades past their expiration dates. More importantly, I found a toolbox containing basic electrical components and a battery-powered radio that might provide parts for the disruptor. As darkness fell outside, I worked by the light of a single candle, dismantling the radio and my own equipment to build something approximating Harris's design. The scratching at the walls continued intermittently, always moving, as if my hunter were testing for weaknesses. Occasionally that same low moaning chant would rise, setting my teeth on edge and making it difficult to focus on my work. By midnight I had cobbled together a device that might, emphasis on might, generate the frequency pattern described in the journal. It was crude, powered by batteries from my flashlight and the ancient radio, with no way to test it before use. It would have to be enough, because as the hours crept past, the attacks on the cabin grew more aggressive. No longer content with scratching, something now threw its weight against the walls, making the entire structure shudder. The windows rattled in their frames, and dust showered from the ceiling with each impact. Time was running out. Whatever barrier had kept the entity from entering thus far was weakening, or its determination was growing stronger. I finished the final connections on my makeshift disruptor just as I heard wood splintering from the rear of the cabin. It was coming in. The back wall gave way with a thunderous crack. Cold air rushed in, carrying that strange mist with it. I activated the disruptor and braced myself, unsure what would happen next. The device emitted a high-pitched whine, barely audible at first, but quickly rising in intensity until my teeth ached and my vision blurred. The mist at the broken wall seemed to recoil, churning and swirling as if in pain. Through the jagged opening, I caught my first clear glimpse of my pursuer. The sight defied logic, contradicted everything I thought I knew about the natural world. It stood at least 9 feet tall, its body emaciated, yet somehow powerful, skin pulled tight over an elongated frame. The head bore massive antlers that scraped the top of the doorframe, but the face, the face, was almost human, with sunken eyes that reflected the candlelight like a predator's. The Wendigo. My grandfather's stories hadn't done it justice. The creature recoiled from the disruptor's frequency, releasing a sound between a shriek and a roar that made my ears ring. It retreated several steps before stopping, swaying as if gathering itself. I seized the moment, grabbing my pack and the journal, looking for any avenue of escape. The front door was my only option. I moved toward it, keeping the disruptor aimed at the breach where the creature still lingered just outside. My hand found the doorknob, turned it. It was locked. Somehow, impossibly, locked from the outside. The Wendigo charged again, this time with purpose, as if it had recognized my intention to flee. The disruptor's effect seemed weaker now, the batteries draining. The creature pushed through the invisible barrier of sound, its long arms reaching for me, claws extended. I fired my sidearm. The shots were deafening in the confined space, muzzle flash momentarily blinding me. The creature stumbled back, dark fluid spattering from wounds in its chest, but it didn't fall. Instead, it looked down at the injuries with what appeared to be curiosity, then back at me with renewed rage. Bullets wouldn't stop it. I needed another strategy. The cast iron stove caught my eye. I ejected my magazine, loading my last rounds. Tracer bullets, designed to ignite. I aimed carefully at the stove where I had noticed the kerosene container nearby, steadied my breathing, and fired. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The kerosene exploded, igniting the dry timber of the cabin walls. Fire spread with unnatural speed, as if the entire structure had been waiting for this moment to burn. The Wendigo shrieked, recoiling from the flames. Fire seemed to affect it far more than bullets had. I used the distraction to kick at the front door repeatedly until the aged wood around the lock splintered and gave way. Cool night air hit my face as I stumbled onto the porch, the cabin now fully engulfed behind me. The firelight illuminated the clearing and the forest edge beyond, where more shapes moved. Similar to the Wendigo but smaller, watching from the tree line with the same reflective eyes. I ran. There was no strategic withdrawal, no tactical retreat, just blind panic, carrying me away from the burning cabin and the monsters it had revealed. The disruptor still whined in my hand, its effect diminished, but perhaps still offering some protection as I fled through the forest. My lungs burned, branches whipped at my face. I had no direction, no plan beyond putting distance between myself and the creatures. The stone cougar in my pocket seemed to grow warmer with each step, almost hot enough to burn through the fabric. I don't know how long I ran before I collapsed, legs giving out beneath me. I crawled beneath the low branches of a fallen pine, pressing myself into the shadows, trying to control my ragged breathing. The disruptor had fallen silent, its batteries completely drained. When I finally calmed enough to take stock of my situation, I realized I was utterly lost. The forest around me looked nothing like the terrain I'd been traversing earlier. The trees were older, massive things with trunks wider than any ponderosa had right to be. Moss hung in thick curtains, and the ground was covered in ferns that shouldn't exist in this arid region. I pulled out my phone, hoping against hope for a signal, or at least the GPS function. The screen remained dark. I checked my watch. The hands had stopped at exactly 3:33 a.m. In the distance, firelight flickered where I assumed the cabin still burned. Other lights moved through the forest, not the steady beam of flashlights, but the erratic dance of bioluminescence, like oversized fireflies shifting through the trees. The stone cougar now burned against my thigh. I pulled it from my pocket and nearly dropped it in shock. The carved stone glowed with a faint inner light, pulsing like a heartbeat. As I watched, it seemed to turn slightly in my palm, as if orienting itself. My grandfather's words came back to me. "If you are ever truly lost, Makya, the cougar will guide you home. It is your clan, your protector." I had dismissed it as the superstition of an old man. Now, holding the glowing talisman, I wasn't so sure. With no better option, I followed the direction the stone cougar seemed to indicate, moving as quietly as possible through the ancient forest. The sounds of pursuit had faded, but I knew better than to believe I'd escaped. The Wendigo was hunting me, and it knew these woods far better than I did. Dawn approached, the sky lightening almost imperceptibly through the dense canopy. The stone cougar led me to the edge of a ravine, its sides steep but navigable. At the bottom, a stream flowed clear and swift over smooth stones, water. If I could follow it downstream, it might lead to civilization, or at least familiar territory. The tactical part of my brain also noted that moving through water would mask my scent and leave no tracks. I was preparing to descend when I heard it, that same chanting moan, but closer now, more distinct. I froze, scanning the forest behind me. Movement caught my eye. Not the tall form of the Wendigo, but something smaller, moving on all fours between the trees. It emerged into a patch of dim light. A deer, but wrong somehow. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, and its eyes reflected with the same predatory gleam I'd seen in the Wendigos. As it turned its head toward me, I saw the reason for its strange gait. Its neck was broken, the head lolling at an impossible angle. The dead walked in these woods. I scrambled down the ravine, no longer concerned with stealth, only escape. The stream water was numbingly cold as I splashed into it, but I barely noticed, pushing downstream as fast as the slippery rocks would allow. Behind me, more shapes appeared at the ravine edge, animals and what might once have been human figures, all moving with that same broken gait, all following in my wake. Leading them, its antlered head held high, was the Wendigo, its chest wounds already healing. Dawn's light strengthened, filtering through the canopy in golden shafts. The pursuing figures seemed to hesitate in the direct light, moving between shadows. I pressed harder, following the widening stream as it joined a larger waterway. Around a bend, the trees thinned, and I saw it. A cave entrance in the ravine wall, partially hidden behind a waterfall. The stone cougar in my hand pulsed brighter, almost urging me toward it. I had no desire to enter another cave, not after what happened in the first. But with the dead closing in behind me and the Wendigo directing their pursuit, options were limited. I pushed through the curtain of water, gasping at its shocking cold, and stumbled into the darkness beyond. The cave mouth was narrow, but opened into a tunnel that sloped downward. I switched on my backup flashlight, somehow working again, and followed the passage, the sounds of pursuit fading behind me. I had entered the underworld. Whether it would provide sanctuary or become my tomb remained to be seen. The cave swallowed me whole. Water dripped from my soaked uniform as I moved deeper into the earth, following the narrow beam of my flashlight. The tunnel widened into a series of chambers, their walls glittering with mineral deposits that caught and reflected the light in dazzling patterns. I was reminded of something my grandfather once told me about caves, that they were the doorways between worlds, places where the boundaries thinned and the unwary could slip through to places they never intended to go. In Hopi tradition, our people emerged into this world from below through a sipapu, a hole in the ground. Perhaps what I sought now was precisely the opposite, a way back to my world from whatever strange realm I had stumbled into. The stone cougar continued to pulse with that strange inner light, growing warmer in my palm as I ventured deeper. I followed its guidance, trusting my grandfather's wisdom over my own faltering reason. Hours passed, or perhaps only minutes. Time had no meaning in the lightless depths. The tunnel system became increasingly complex, branching in multiple directions. At each junction, I held up the stone talisman, watching which way its light seemed to strengthen, then followed that path. Eventually, I emerged into a vast chamber that took my breath away. The ceiling soared overhead, lost in darkness beyond my light's reach. But it wasn't the size that stopped me in my tracks. It was the structures within. Stone buildings rose from the cave floor, a small village of sorts, constructed with the same masonry techniques I'd seen in ancient Hopi ruins. They were perfectly preserved, appearing almost new despite what must have been centuries of abandonment. Pictographs covered the walls, telling stories I could partially recognize from my grandfather's teachings. I moved through the silent village, my flashlight revealing more details. Inside one structure, I found pottery still intact, designs unmistakably Hisatsinom, the ancient ones who preceded the Hopi. Another building contained what appeared to be a ceremonial kiva, its sipapu opening prominent in the floor. This was impossible. No such underground settlement had ever been documented in the Mogollon Rim area. Its existence should have been archaeological front-page news. Yet here it stood, untouched, as if waiting. In what appeared to be the central plaza, I found an altar similar to the one I'd seen in the first cave. This one, however, was more elaborate, surrounded by carved figures, some human, some animal, some a disturbing blend of both. At its center sat a stone bowl filled with what looked like black sand or ash. The cougar stone in my hand now burned almost too hot to hold, its light pulsing in time with my heartbeat. As I approached the altar, the carved figures seemed to shift slightly, as if watching my approach. My military training screamed warnings. Every instinct told me to retreat. But I was beyond rational caution now, driven by something deeper and more primal, the need to find my way back to my world, to my daughter, to everything I understood. I stood before the altar, uncertain what to do next. The journal I'd taken from the cabin offered no guidance for this situation. My grandfather's teachings about cave spirits and underworld beings seemed suddenly vitally relevant, but fragmented in my memory. "I just want to go home," I whispered, my voice echoing strangely in the vast chamber. As if in response, the black substance in the stone bowl ignited, bursting into blue flame that cast no heat. The carved figures around the altar definitely moved now, turning to face me with blank stone eyes. From the shadows beyond the village, I heard that familiar chanting moan. The Wendigo had followed me, had perhaps been herding me to this exact spot all along. I closed my eyes, clutching the stone cougar tightly. In that moment of pure terror, clarity came. My grandfather had prepared me for this moment without my knowing it. The stories, the talisman, they weren't superstition but knowledge passed down through generations. I stepped forward and placed the stone cougar in the blue flame. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. The flame shot upward, illuminating the entire chamber in harsh blue light. The carved figures began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, until they blurred around the altar. The chanting grew louder, joined by other voices, human voices, speaking in ancient Hopi dialects. The Wendigo emerged from the darkness, its antlered form silhouetted against the chamber wall. But it didn't approach. Instead, it dropped to its knees, lowering its head as if in submission or reverence. The blue flame engulfed me, but it didn't burn. Instead, it seemed to pass through me, taking something with it, some essence I hadn't realized I carried. The weight of fear lifted. The confusion cleared. For the first time since entering these woods, I understood. This place existed between worlds. The military experiments in the 1950s had weakened barriers that should never have been breached. The Wendigo wasn't simply a monster from folklore. It was a guardian, keeping worlds separate that should remain so. The missing hikers, the equipment malfunctions, all attempts to prevent further damage. And I had been sent unknowingly to assess the possibility of reopening those experiments. The flame rose higher, surrounding me completely. Through its blue veil, I saw the Wendigo raise its head, its eyes meeting mine across the distance. No longer predatory, they held something like recognition and release. The world dissolved around me, the blue flame consuming everything, the altar, the village, the cave itself. I felt myself falling, or perhaps flying, through layers of reality. When I opened my eyes, I lay on my back in fallen leaves, staring up at the morning sky through pine branches. Normal pine branches, normal Arizona sky. I sat up slowly, assessing my surroundings. I was in a forest clearing, my pack beside me, my clothes somehow dry. My watch ticked steadily, showing 7:05 a.m. on October 18th, just one day after I'd entered the cave system. My phone powered on immediately, GPS placing me less than 2 miles from my original entry point to the wilderness area. No signs remained of the strange forest I'd traversed, the cabin, or the underground village. But when I reached into my pocket, where I'd always kept my grandfather's stone cougar, I found only ash. 2 hours later, I reached the ranger station and reported a plausible story about getting turned around in the cave systems. Search and rescue escorted me back to base camp, where Captain Reynolds waited with barely concealed impatience. "Report, Staff Sergeant," he demanded once we were alone in his temporary field office. I handed him a carefully edited version of my findings, locations of cave entrances, terrain details, notes about magnetic anomalies causing equipment malfunctions. I mentioned nothing about the Wendigo, the cabin, or the underground village. Some truths aren't meant for military reports. "And the missing hikers?" Reynolds pressed. "No signs, sir. The cave systems are extensive and dangerous. Easy for civilians to get lost." He studied me, eyes narrowing. "You look like hell, Tohupka. Anything else I should know?" I met his gaze steadily. "Just that I wouldn't recommend further operations in that area, sir. The terrain is unstable, and the caves show signs of potential collapse. Too risky for valuable equipment or personnel." Whether he believed me or not, Reynolds had his report. The bonus pay was processed, my retirement paperwork expedited. 3 weeks later, I was officially a civilian for the first time in 26 years. The cabin sits on 5 acres of ponderosa pine forest, far enough from the Mogollon Rim to let me sleep at night, close enough to remind me daily of what waits in those deeper woods. I built it myself, using the skills my grandfather taught me, and the bonus from my final mission. Kaya visits during breaks from medical school, her tuition now fully covered. She notices the protective symbols carved subtly into the porch posts and window frames, but doesn't comment. Some knowledge passes silently between generations. Sometimes on cold autumn nights when the wind carries voices from the distant forest, I sit on my porch and remember. The stone cougar may be gone, but its protection remains. I feel it in the boundaries I've established around my property, boundaries honored by what lives in the deeper wilderness. I've received 3 letters from the military since my retirement, each offering substantial compensation for consultation on a new project in the Mogollon Rim area. Each time I've declined. Some doors should remain closed, some worlds should remain separate, and some soldiers know when their final mission isn't really over, but merely transformed into a quieter, more enduring vigilance. I am Makia Tohopka. In Hopi, my name means cougar hunter, but my grandfather knew better. I was never meant to hunt the cougar. I was meant to become it. Guardian of thresholds, protector of boundaries. The Wendigo and I understand each other now. We are not so different in the end. Both of us stand at the crossroads between worlds, ensuring that what belongs in darkness stays there. And when hikers and campers report strange sightings near the rim, a tall Native American man warning them away from certain caves, appearing and disappearing like a ghost among the trees. I simply add it to the local folklore. Another layer of protection for those who might otherwise wander too far from the world they know. Some call it superstition. I call it duty. My final mission continues. The desert sun had begun its descent behind the jagged peaks of the Mogollon Rim when I received my final briefing. Two men in unmarked suits handed me a sealed envelope and a satellite phone that would only connect to one number. 24 hours later, I was trudging through the dense pine forests of northern Arizona, miles from civilization, hunting a ghost. I am Staff Sergeant Koda Neshoba, 75th Ranger Regiment, though officially I was on leave. Unofficially, I was pursuing what the brass called an anomalous biological entity that had been leaving mangled wildlife and frightened hikers in its wake across the Tonto National Forest. The mission was classified. Not even my commanding officer knew where I'd gone. Just another native son doing the government's dirty work. My grandfather would have laughed at the irony. He was Apache, raised on stories of skinwalkers and forest spirits. My grandmother was Cherokee, and she passed down tales of the Nunehi, the immortal ones who dwelled in caves and mountains. I grew up straddling two worlds, the ancient traditions of my ancestors and the cold pragmatism of modern America. Now I was hunting monsters for the same government that had once hunted my people. The small cabin I called home sat empty back in Flagstaff, a modest place with a leaking roof and drafty windows, but it was mine, at least until the bank decided otherwise. 3 missed mortgage payments had pushed me to accept this special assignment with its substantial completion bonus. The military taught me to track and kill. It never prepared me for the crushing weight of civilian finances. As darkness fell, I made camp beneath a towering ponderosa pine. The distant howl of coyotes echoed through the valley, but something else moved in the forest that night. Something that didn't belong. I felt it in the unnatural silence that followed, in the way the nocturnal creatures suddenly went quiet. The locals called it Mogollon Monster. The internet called it Bigfoot. The government called it a subject of interest. Whatever it was, it had left 3 experienced hunters missing in the last month alone. I checked my specialized equipment, tranquilizer rifle, thermal imaging goggles, sound recording devices, all designed to capture evidence rather than kill. They wanted this thing alive. That should have been my first warning. Sleep came fitfully that night. In my dreams, my grandfather stood at the edge of a vast cave, pointing into the darkness, his lips moving without sound. When I woke before dawn, frost covered my sleeping bag, and large humanoid footprints circled my camp. Footprints that hadn't been there when I'd fallen asleep. They led deeper into the forest, toward the ancient cave systems that honeycomb this part of Arizona, toward something waiting in the darkness. Dawn painted the Arizona sky in watercolors of amber and rose as I followed the tracks. My ranger training and Apache heritage made me an exceptional tracker, but these prints confused me. Sometimes they appeared human, 5 toes defined heel, then would suddenly elongate, deepen, as if the creature's weight or form had shifted mid-stride. The trail led toward Bear Canyon, a place my grandmother had specifically warned me about as a child. The thin places, she'd called them, where the veil between our world and the spirit realm wears thin. The elders of our tribe avoided these locations, but modern hikers and campers had no such compunctions. My satellite phone buzzed. The only signal it ever received came from my handlers. The text was brief. Thermal anomalies detected in your vicinity. Proceed with caution. Evidence collection priority alpha. I paused to drink from my canteen, wondering how much my handlers weren't telling me. This wasn't my first special assignment. 3 years ago in the Olympic National Forest, I'd been deployed to investigate reports of unusual predator activity. The mission brief had said mountain lions. What I found had been something else, something the official report redacted entirely. The forest grew denser as I descended into the canyon. Old growth pines towered overhead, their needled branches blocking much of the sunlight. The temperature dropped several degrees, and the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation. The track suddenly veered toward a rock formation, disappearing into what looked like solid stone. Closer inspection revealed a narrow crevice, barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through. Cool air flowed from the opening, the entrance to a cave system. I hesitated. My equipment was designed for forest tracking, not spelunking. The sensible choice would be to mark the location, call for specialized backup, and maintain surveillance from a distance. But the satellite phone showed no signal here in the canyon, and something about the darkness beyond that narrow entrance called to me, not in words, but in feelings, impressions. The same way my grandfather could sense rain coming days before the clouds gathered. I activated my thermal imaging goggles and switched on my tactical flashlight. The narrow passage widened after about 15 feet, opening into a larger chamber. The temperature dropped dramatically. My breath formed clouds in the beam of my flashlight. The floor was smooth, worn by centuries of water flow, but dry now. Along the walls, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Petroglyphs, ancient drawings by my ancestors, depicting tall, slender figures with elongated limbs towering over human hunters. In the center of the chamber, a pile of fresh bones gleamed white in my flashlight beam. Not animal bones, human, and not ancient, recent. Something moved in the darkness beyond my light. Something large, something watching. I froze, training my rifle toward the sound. The thermal imaging showed nothing, just cold, empty space. Yet I could feel a presence, hear breathing that wasn't my own. "I know you're there," I said, my voice echoing through the chamber. The response was immediate, a deep, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once, vibrating the very stone beneath my feet. And then I saw it, just for a moment, as it crossed the beam of my flashlight, taller than any man, covered in dark hair, with eyes that reflected the light like polished copper coins. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't human, and according to my thermal goggles, it wasn't even there at all. I crashed through the underbrush, abandoning stealth for speed. The thing from the cave pursued me, moving with impossible grace through the forest. It made no sound as it ran, no snapping twigs, no rustling leaves, just the occasional guttural breathing close behind me. My training took over. I dropped to one knee, spun, and fired a tranquilizer dart in one fluid motion. In the split second before I turned to run again, I saw my dart pass through where the creature should have been, like shooting at smoke. The forest thinned ahead, opening onto a small clearing with a dilapidated cabin. Not on any of my maps. This structure looked decades old, its wooden walls gray with age, windows broken or boarded over. Desperate for shelter, I sprinted for the door, shouldering it open with a splintering crack. Inside, dust motes danced in the shafts of light penetrating the broken roof. The cabin contained a single room with a rusted iron stove, a rotting wooden table, and what might have once been a bed frame. But it was the walls that held my attention, every inch covered with drawings, newspaper clippings, photographs. The images showed the same creature I'd glimpsed, captured from different angles, in different forests, across different decades. Interspersed were pages of handwritten notes, equations, and star charts that made no sense to me. A government ID badge hung from a nail, its photo faded beyond recognition, but the name still legible. Dr. Thomas Blackwood, Department of Interior, Special Research Division. My satellite phone suddenly buzzed to life, unexpected this deep in the canyon. The message chilled me. Condition Wendigo, abort mission, return to extraction point immediately. Wendigo. I knew the term, not from my Apache or Cherokee heritage, but from Algonquian folklore, a malevolent spirit associated with winter, famine, and cannibalism. Why would my handlers use that code name? A weathered journal lay open on the table. The final entry, dated 1976, read, "It isn't what we thought, not biological, not a surviving hominid species. Something older, something that's always been here. It doesn't hunt for food, it hunts for other reasons. God forgive us for what we've awakened." The temperature in the cabin plummeted suddenly. My breath clouded before me. The door I'd entered through slowly swung closed on its own, the rusted hinges creaking in protest. Outside, all forest sounds ceased. No birds, No insects. Just absolute, perfect silence. Then a whisper, not in my ears but somehow directly in my mind. Nashoba. It knew my name. We've been waiting for you, Nashoba. For someone who can see. The voice felt ancient, cold as mountain stone, yet somehow familiar, like a half-remembered dream. It spoke in English, but occasionally slipped into words I recognized from my grandmother's language, words with no direct translation. I raised my rifle, though instinct told me it would be useless. What are you? The temperature dropped further. Frost began forming on the inside of the cabin walls. We are the first people of this land, before your kind, before names, before time was counted. What do you want? A low chuckle resonated through the cabin, shaking dust from the rafters. Want? We do not want, we simply are. But you, Kota Nashoba, you want, you seek, you hunt. The cabin began to darken, as if the very light was being drained away. I activated my flashlight, but its beam seemed dimmer, unable to push back the encroaching darkness. Your government sends many hunters, none return as they were. Will you be different, I wonder? Something scraped against the outside wall, long, sharp claws against weathered wood. The entire cabin shuddered. I had been sent as the hunter. Somehow, I'd become the prey. Night fell quickly in the canyon, darkness rushing in like floodwater. I'd barricaded myself in the cabin, using the rotting furniture to block the door and remaining windows. The rational part of my mind, the army ranger, the modern man, kept searching for logical explanations. Perhaps hallucinogens in the cave air, maybe elaborate technology designed to confuse and frighten. But the part of me raised on my grandparents' stories knew better. This was older than science, deeper than logic. The walls continued to speak throughout the night, sometimes in English, sometimes in languages I didn't recognize, occasionally in perfect Apache, with the distinct accent of my grandmother's village. Your ancestors knew us, Nashoba. They left offerings. They showed respect. They remembered the old ways. I tried to focus on my training. Psychological warfare relies on disorientation and fear. If I could just maintain my composure until dawn, I could make my way back to the extraction point. But as the night deepened, so did the impossible nature of my situation. The thermal imaging goggles showed cold spots moving through the cabin, humanoid shapes passing through solid walls. My satellite phone cycled through dozens of text messages, all sent at the same time, each contradicting the last. Remain in place, extraction team en route. Retreat immediately. Use extreme caution. Subject is non-hostile. Attempt communication. Terminate with extreme prejudice. No witnesses. The Journal of Dr. Blackwood offered clues, though many pages were water damaged or torn out. From what I could piece together, he had been part of a government program in the 1970s investigating folklore creatures across America, not to debunk them, but to weaponize them. They had conducted rituals here, attempting to summon and bind what locals called the Mogollon monster. They had succeeded, and it had consumed them. Around midnight, a new sound emerged from the forest, drums. Distant at first, then growing closer. Not modern drums, but the traditional rhythm I recognized from ceremonial gatherings of my youth. Handmade frames stretched with hide played with a distinctive beat that belonged to no tribe I knew. The temperature continued to drop. Ice crystals formed on the inside of the windows despite the Arizona summer night outside. My military-grade cold weather gear barely kept hypothermia at bay. They send you to capture me, the voice whispered, but you cannot capture what you do not understand. I found myself answering, though I hadn't intended to speak. Then help me understand. The darkness in the corner of the cabin condensed, thickened, took form. Not the hair-covered beast of legend, but something more primal, a shadow with substance, vaguely humanoid but wrong in subtle ways. Too tall, limbs too long, movements too fluid. We are the land, it said. We are what was here before, what remains when all else passes. Your people knew this once. My people? I asked. All human tribes, before they forgot, before they built cities of stone and steel, and forgot the old agreements. It moved closer, and I raised my rifle instinctively. The shadow laughed, a sound like rocks grinding together. Your weapons pass through us like wind through trees, but we can touch you. As if to demonstrate, a cold, solid hand grasped my shoulder from behind, though I'd been backed against the wall with nothing behind me but solid wood. Your government seeks weapons, the voice continued. We are not weapons. We are balance. We are consequence. The hand tightened painfully on my shoulder. Tell them, Neshoba. Tell them what happens when they hunt us. The pressure increased until I heard something crack. Pain exploded through my collarbone. I cried out, dropping to my knees. This land remembers the broken promises, the stolen children, the poisoned waters. We remember when your kind and mine walked different paths, but honored the same truths. Through tears of pain, I saw the shadow bend down, its face, if it could be called a face, inches from mine. You have a choice, son of two worlds. Carry our message back, or join the others who came hunting. The drumming outside reached a crescendo, then stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, I heard scratching, many sets of claws on wood, all around the cabin, scraping, digging, trying to get in. Dawn seemed impossibly distant in that endless night. The entity, I could no longer think of it as simply a creature or monster, had withdrawn to the shadows, but I felt its presence watching, waiting. My broken collarbone throbbed with each heartbeat, a reminder of its very real power. The scratching continued intermittently, sometimes fading to silence before erupting in frenzied activity. Whatever surrounded the cabin wanted in, or wanted me to come out. I used the time to study more of Blackwood's journal, piecing together the fragmented history of this place. The government team hadn't randomly chosen this location. They'd been drawn here by a pattern of disappearances stretching back to the 1800s. Miners, trappers, hikers, all vanishing without trace. The local tribes had always avoided this canyon. Not out of fear, Blackwood noted, but respect. This was a sacred place, a doorway place, where the material and spirit worlds overlapped. Your ancestors understood balance, the voice commented, reading my thoughts. They took only what was needed. They gave back through ceremony and respect. I thought of my grandfather, how he would leave small offerings when hunting, tobacco, cornmeal, prayers. How he would thank each animal that gave its life to feed our family. Practices I'd gradually abandoned as I embraced the modern world and military life. What happened to the others? I asked. The ones who came before me? The darkness shifted, coalescing into the vague shape of a man. Some became part of us. Some were judged and found wanting. Some were sent back as messengers, but your people did not listen. And what am I? Hunter, prey, or messenger? The shape tilted what might have been its head. That depends on your choice, Koda Neshoba. Outside, the scratching stopped. The silence that followed was heavy, expectant. What choice? To remember or to forget, to honor or to take, to protect or to destroy. The shadow extended what might have been a hand. Your government seeks weapons against enemies. We are not your weapon. We are your reminder. My satellite phone buzzed again. A new message. Asset recovery team dispatched. Secure the specimen. Lethal force authorized. The entity seemed to smile, though it had no visible mouth. They come with machines and weapons. They learn nothing. I thought of my life before this mission. The struggle to maintain my small cabin in Flagstaff. The disconnect I'd felt from my heritage, from the stories and traditions that had shaped my childhood. The military had given me purpose, direction, but had taken something else. A connection to the land, to history, to the old ways. What will happen if they come? I asked. What always happens when humans breach sacred spaces with violence in their hearts? The shadow began to fade, dispersing like mist. But you could prevent this. You could remind them of the old agreements. But the entity had gone, leaving me alone in the cabin with Blackwood's journal and my painful, broken shoulder. As the first hint of dawn lightened the eastern sky, I heard the approaching helicopters, military grade, flying low, the asset recovery team, coming to capture what could not be captured, to control what would not be controlled. I had less than an hour to decide which side of this ancient conflict I stood on, the modern world that had shaped me, or the ancient one that claimed me. Outside, the forest had fallen completely silent, as if holding its breath, waiting for my choice. I thought of my grandparents, of the respect they had shown to the land and its spirits. I thought of Dr. Blackwood and whatever fate had befallen him in this cabin. I thought of the others the entity had mentioned. Had they made the wrong choice or simply had no choice at all? The helicopters grew louder. Soon they would be here, with their weapons and capture devices, their arrogance and ignorance. They would disturb what should remain undisturbed, take what was not theirs to take. I made my decision. The helicopters circled overhead, searchlights cutting through the pre-dawn forest. I stood outside the cabin, Blackwood's journal in one hand, my satellite phone in the other. My collarbone throbbed with each movement, but I forced myself to stand straight as the first helicopter touched down in the small clearing. 6 men in tactical gear emerged, weapons raised. Their uniforms bore no insignia, their faces hidden behind balaclavas and night vision goggles. The lead operative approached cautiously. "Staff Sergeant Neshoba?" His voice was muffled behind his tactical mask. "Report status." I stood my ground. "Mission aborted. Area unsafe. We need to leave immediately." He gestured to 2 of his men who began moving toward the cabin. "Negative. We're here for specimen recovery. Where is it?" "There is no specimen," I said. "Nothing you can capture or contain. This place is protected." The operative stared at me for a long moment, then spoke into his radio. "Subject appears compromised. Proceeding with secondary protocol." I knew what that meant. I was now considered contaminated, unreliable. They would secure me, extract whatever information they could, then proceed with their mission regardless. "Listen to me," I said urgently. "Blackwood's team tried this in the 70s. None of them made it out. This isn't what you think it is." The men continued toward the cabin, weapons ready. The lead operative motioned for 2 others to secure me. That's when the drumming started again. Not distant this time, but all around us, as if emerging from the earth itself. The helicopter's searchlight flickered, then died. The soldiers froze, raising their weapons toward the darkness. "What the hell is that?" one of them shouted. The forest around us began to move. Not the trees themselves, but the shadows between them, deepening, stretching, taking form. The temperature plummeted. Frost formed on our weapons and gear despite the summer Arizona night. "You need to leave," I said quietly. "Now, while you still can." The lead operative raised his rifle toward the nearest moving shadow. "Stand down, Sergeant. We have our orders." "So did Blackwood," I replied, holding up the journal. "This doesn't end well." One of the soldiers fired into the darkness, a burst of automatic weapons fire that echoed through the canyon. The bullets passed harmlessly through the shadows, splintering trees beyond. The drumming stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. Then the voice spoke, not just to me this time, but to all of them. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through the ground beneath our feet. "You come with violence to a place of power. You come with greed to a place of balance. You come with arrogance to a place of wisdom." The shadows converged, forming a circle around us. Not just the hair-covered creatures of legend, but figures of pure darkness, some vaguely human, others taking shapes I had no words to describe. This land was ancient when the first human walked upon it. It will remain when the last has gone. You cannot take what is not offered. You cannot control what is not yours. The soldiers fired wildly into the darkness, their bullets having no effect. The lead operative shouted into his radio, calling for backup, for extraction, his voice rising with panic. I stood still, watching, understanding now what my grandparents had tried to teach me, what Blackwood had learned too late. The shadows moved closer. The soldiers backed toward their helicopter, still firing uselessly. One by one, their weapons jammed or simply fell apart in their hands, the metal cracking as if frozen. "Neshoba," the voice said, addressing me directly again. "You have chosen. Now witness." The darkness surged forward, not attacking, enveloping. The soldiers screamed, brief and cut short, as the shadows passed through them. When the darkness receded, the men stood motionless, their eyes wide, expressions frozen in terror. Then, as one, they turned and walked silently into the forest, disappearing among the trees. The helicopter pilot, witnessing everything, took off immediately, the aircraft vanishing over the canyon rim. I was left alone with the shadows. The tallest approached me, towering above. You chose remembrance, it said. You chose respect. What will happen to them? I asked, looking toward where the soldiers had vanished. They will walk the old paths. They will learn what they refuse to understand. Some may return, changed. And me? The shadow seemed to consider. You stand between worlds, Kota Nishoba. You always have. Now you will carry our message. What message? That the old agreements still stand. That this land has guardians older than human memory. That balance must be maintained. Dawn broke over the canyon rim, the first rays of sunlight spearing through the trees. The shadows began to fade, retreating from the light. They will send others, I said. They always do, the voice replied, growing fainter. But now they will have your warning. Choose wisely how you deliver it. As the sunlight filled the clearing, I found myself alone. The cabin behind me had collapsed entirely, appearing decades older than it had just hours before, as if time itself had accelerated around it. My satellite phone buzzed one final time. A text message appeared. Return for debriefing, full report expected. I looked at Blackwood's journal in my hand, then at the ancient forest around me. I thought of my small cabin in Flagstaff, of my grandfather's teachings, of the choices that had brought me here, and the ones that would lead me forward. I knew what I had to do. 3 days later, I emerged from the Tonto National Forest. I reported equipment failure, injury from a fall, and the loss of the target. I submitted a formal report recommending the area be declared off-limits due to geological instability. I did not mention the shadows, the voices, or what happened to the recovery team. That knowledge I kept not as a secret, but as a trust. My broken collarbone healed strangely, leaving a mark like an ancient petroglyph beneath the skin. Sometimes in the silence of night, I hear distant drums, a reminder of the choice I made, a reminder of the message I carry. The land remembers, the shadows watch, the old agreements still stand, and I, Kota Nishoba, stand between worlds, guardian of a truth too ancient for words, too important to forget. The anticipation for this camping trip had been building for weeks. Julia and her friends had meticulously planned to spend several days deep in the heart of the national forest, far from the distractions and noise of everyday life. Eager to get everything set up before the others arrived, Julia decided to head out a day early, relishing the thought of some peaceful solitude immersed in nature. With her car packed to the brim with supplies, she set off on the road, the adventure before her sparking a sense of excitement. As Julia navigated the winding forest road, the trees seemed to grow denser with each passing mile. The lush green canopy above thickened, its branches stretching out and casting increasingly long shadows across the narrow dirt path. The deeper she drove, the more it felt like the forest was enveloping her, drawing her further into its mysterious embrace. With the sun starting its gradual descent, the shifting light painted the woods in an ethereal array of colors, from warm oranges to deep purples. While some might find the dimming sky breathtaking, an unsettling feeling began to take root in the pit of Julia's stomach. The way the road narrowed and twisted, it almost seemed designed to make one feel as though they were leaving the familiar world behind with each curve. Finally, Julia arrived at what she believed to be the designated campsite. It had all the hallmarks she expected: a well-worn fire pit encircled by rough-hewn logs for seating, and subtle signs that previous campers had set up here in the not-too-distant past. Scanning the site, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. It was perfect, almost as if it had been waiting for her arrival. Stepping out of the car, Julia paused to stretch her stiff muscles, trying to dispel the odd tension that had settled in her chest during the drive. She busied herself unloading her gear and pitching her tent, finding comfort in the methodical tasks at hand. As she worked, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, the last rays of light fading away and leaving only a starless expanse of inky black above. The warm glow of her lantern and the crackling campfire she started now provided the sole sources of illumination, two small outposts of light against the encroaching darkness. Julia settled on one of the sturdy logs, savoring the heat radiating from the licking flames as it countered the night's growing chill. What should have been a moment of pure relaxation, alone with her thoughts in the tranquility of nature, was increasingly marred by a disconcerting sensation Julia couldn't quite shake. As the night wore on, she was filled with the distinct and unnerving feeling that she wasn't truly alone, that unseen eyes were observing her from just beyond the reaches of her little circle of firelight. She tried to dismiss it as simply a case of nerves. After all, the isolation of being solo in the middle of a vast forest was an easy breeding ground for an overactive imagination. But try as she might to rationalize it away, the uneasiness persistently lingered, clinging to her like a second skin. Every rustle of leaves in the breeze and snap of a twig in the distance sent Julia's heart racing, her head whipping around to scan the perimeter of the campsite. She strained her eyes to penetrate the thick veil of darkness that surrounded her, but all she glimpsed were the shifting shadows of the forest, taunting her with their ambiguity. Were those just the benign silhouettes of trees and bushes, or something more sinister lying in wait? As the minutes ticked by with agonizing slowness, the feeling of being watched only intensified. An invisible weight pressed down on Julia's chest, an instinctive warning that something unseen and menacing was lurking just out of sight, hiding, observing, waiting. Taking a deep, shuddering breath in an attempt to steady her fraying nerves, Julia reasoned with herself once more. It's only the forest, nothing more. There couldn't possibly be anything out there lying in wait to do her harm. The mantra played on loop in her head, but rang increasingly hollow each time. When the urge to retreat to the flimsy safety of her tent finally won out over her determination to ride out her baseless fears, Julia decided it was time to call it a night. She hurriedly doused the fire, plunging the site into complete darkness, and crawled into her waiting sleeping bag. The thin nylon walls suddenly felt woefully insufficient, but she zipped the flap tightly behind her nonetheless. Settling into her makeshift bed, Julia tried to calm her racing mind and tune into the usual nighttime sounds of the forest, the gentle whisper of wind through the treetops, the faint hooting of an owl in the distance. But the more she focused, the more her senses seemed to play tricks on her. Each innocuous noise morphed into something more foreboding in her hypervigilant state. Sleep did not come easily that night, despite her physical and mental fatigue from the day's travels. Julia lay frozen, barely breathing as she listened to the oppressive silence and battled the pervasive feeling of being watched. Julia jolted awake, unsure if she had actually managed to drift off or merely closed her eyes for a few minutes. Her heart was pounding against her ribcage like a caged bird desperate to escape, but she couldn't immediately pinpoint why. Then she heard it, indistinct whispering, so faint it could almost be mistaken for the sighing of the wind. The hairs on the back of her neck stood at attention as Julia strained to listen, holding her breath lest it obscure the elusive sounds. The whispering seemed to emanate from every direction at once, filling the air around her tent. She could make out multiple voices, both male and female, their words unintelligible as they murmured urgently to one another. An icy wave of fear crashed over Julia, paralyzing her where she lay. Her mind raced, trying to come up with a logical explanation, but kept coming up blank. Who could possibly be out here in the middle of the night, let alone surrounding her campsite and whispering? The thought defied reason. With a shaking hand, Julia fumbled blindly in the dark for her flashlight. When her fingers finally closed around the cool metal cylinder, she felt a small surge of relief. At least she would no longer be completely blind. She flipped the switch, and the interior of the tent was instantly bathed in a weak pool of light that did little to dispel the pressing darkness outside. It flickered ominously for a few seconds before steadying. As soon as the light came on, Julia realized the whispering had ceased as abruptly as it had begun. The silence rang in her ears, almost more deafening than the sinister murmuring had been. She debated staying huddled in the scant safety of her tent, but the not knowing was unbearable. Hands trembling, Julia reached for the tent's zipper, easing it open slowly to create a small gap that she could peer out of. Her fire had long since burned down to faintly glowing embers. but it was enough for her to make out the perimeter of her campsite. Holding her breath, she scanned the area, bracing herself for what she might find. At first, nothing looked out of place. Just the still forms of trees and underbrush, barely visible in the moonless night. But as her gaze swept the edge of the clearing, her blood turned to ice in her veins. There, standing just beyond the boundary of her sight, were shadowy figures. It was difficult to determine their exact number in the darkness, but Julia counted at least 5 or 6, maybe more. They stood utterly motionless, seeming to blend into the very fabric of the night. And even though Julia couldn't see their faces, she could feel their eyes boring into her, unblinking and intense. Her mouth went bone dry and her throat constricted so tightly it was a miracle she could still draw a breath. "Hello?" The word left Julia's mouth as little more than a strangled whisper, her voice cracking with strain and fear. She wasn't even sure why she had spoken, some primal part of her brain grasping for any shred of normalcy or control in the face of the inexplicable. The figures remained as still as carved stone, not acknowledging her tentative greeting. They gave no indication that they were anything more than illusions born of shadow and moonlight, except for the weight of their unseen stares that seemed to pin Julia in place. With a hand that shook violently enough to make the beam dance, Julia directed her flashlight toward the watchers at the edge of the clearing. For one heart-stopping moment, as the light stuttered, she thought she saw one of the figures take a halting step forward. She bit back a scream, the sound lodging painfully in her throat. Julia quickly redirected the unsteady illumination back to where the figure had been, expecting to see it caught in the act of approaching. But the spot was empty. It was as if the shadows had simply swallowed the figure whole, erasing any trace of its presence. Ice flooded Julia's veins as her wide eyes darted from one patch of darkness to the next, finding each one vacant. There was no sign of the figures at all now, just the unmoving silhouettes of trees. A choked sob worked its way free of her throat as Julia scrabbled to zip the tent flap closed again with numb, uncooperative fingers. She clutched the flashlight to her chest like a talisman, the physical manifestation of the life raft her fragile grasp on reality had become. Time stretched into an eternity as Julia sat huddled in her sleeping bag, straining her ears for any whisper of sound in the oppressive silence that blanketed the campsite once more. She was terrified to even breathe too loudly, as if the simple act would summon the figures back to her door. The beam of her flashlight had become her only lifeline, the one thing tethering her to sanity, even as it wavered with the tremors racking her hands. Seconds bled into minutes, and minutes into hours. The night dragged on in a never-ending cycle of ragged breaths and thundering heartbeats. Every rustle of leaves or crack of a twig made Julia's stomach lurch with renewed dread. It was impossible to tell if the noises were just the normal sounds of the forest at night, or the footsteps of the figures stalking ever closer, toying with their cornered prey. Through sheer force of will, Julia maintained her white-knuckled grip on consciousness, terrified that if she allowed herself to slip into the vulnerability of sleep for even a moment, she would awaken to find the figures looming over her. So she sat rigidly, eyes gritty and limbs leaden, waiting for the first tentative light of dawn to creep through the canvas walls of her flimsy sanctuary. When the sun's rays finally began to paint the interior of the tent a hazy gray, Julia felt fractionally lighter, as if a crushing weight had been lifted from her chest. She had never been so grateful to see the arrival of a new day. Still, she moved cautiously as she unzipped the flap once more, half expecting to find herself face to face with the shadows that had haunted the edges of the campsite in the dark. To her immense relief, the clearing was empty and still in the pale light of morning. The remnants of last night's fire lay cold and dormant in the pit, little more than a blackened smudge against the dew-damp ground. The forest seemed to hold its breath, not so much as a bird's chirp breaking the hush. Julia tried to reconcile the eerie normalcy of the scene with the nightmarish events that had unfolded mere hours before. Had it truly happened, or had her exhausted mind conjured phantoms out of moonbeams and mist? Even in the light of day, with the terror less immediate, she couldn't fully convince herself it had all been a product of her imagination. The primal fear had been too visceral, the memory of those staring figures too vividly seared into her brain. Julia's hands shook as she hastily packed up her belongings, stuffing gear haphazardly into her backpack without even pausing to roll her sleeping bag. She felt jittery and strung out, her nerves rubbed raw after a night of unrelenting vigilance. Every few seconds her eyes would dart to the edges of the clearing, searching for any sign that the figures had returned. Unease prickled at the base of her neck as she worked, the sensation of being watched an almost tangible thing. The shadows that had seemed so benign in the daylight took on a more sinister character now, each one harboring the potential for hidden danger. Julia couldn't shake the thought that the figures were still out there somewhere, concealed among the trees, their unseen eyes tracking her every movement. Forcing herself to take a steadying breath, Julia fished the map out of her pack with unsteady hands. She needed to reorient herself, to find the quickest route back to civilization and the refuge of other human beings. As her eyes scanned the winding lines and cryptic symbols, a sinking realization settled in her gut like a stone. The campsite she had spent the night at, the one where the shadows had come calling, wasn't the spot she and her friends had so carefully chosen. A chill that had nothing to do with the crisp morning air crept down Julia's spine as she double-checked the map with a growing sense of unease. She had been so confident when she arrived, so certain that she had found the right place. But now, in the harsh light of day, and with the lingering echoes of her nighttime terror still ringing in her ears, she could see the truth with painful clarity. In her eagerness to claim the perfect spot and set up camp before the others arrived, Julia had strayed from the plan. The site she had selected was miles off course, far from the safety of the designated meeting place. She was alone, truly alone, in a part of the forest she had never intended to explore. Questions raced through Julia's mind as she struggled to process this new information. Who had been here before her, leaving behind the telltale signs of previous campers that she had found so comforting at first? Were the shadowy figures she had seen in the night somehow connected to this place, drawn to it for reasons she couldn't begin to fathom? There was no time to dwell on the unsettling possibilities. Julia knew she needed to move, to put as much distance as possible between herself and this clearing that now felt tainted by some unknowable malevolence. She shoved the map back into her pack and shouldered it with a new sense of urgency. As she set off through the trees, Julia tried to maintain a brisk pace despite the exhaustion that weighed down her limbs. Every snap of a twig underfoot made her flinch, and she found herself constantly looking over her shoulder, half expecting to catch a glimpse of dark figures flitting between the trunks. The forest, which had seemed so inviting and full of promise when she first arrived, now felt oppressive and alien, filled with hidden threats at every turn. Julia's heart hammered against her ribs as she pushed onward, determined to reach the safety of her car and the open road beyond. She silently berated herself for her foolishness, for allowing her excitement to cloud her judgment and lead her so far astray. If only she had stuck to the plan. If only she had waited for her friends. But there was no changing the past. All Julia could do now was keep moving forward, one foot in front of the other, and pray that the watchful eyes she felt on her back were nothing more than the product of her own frayed nerves. Still, she couldn't quite shake the feeling that something out there in the shadows was biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to make itself known once again. By the time Julia reached her car, her lungs were burning, and her legs felt like jelly from the relentless pace she had set. She practically collapsed against the driver's side door, her trembling hands fumbling with the keys as she unlocked it. The metallic click of the lock disengaging had never sounded so sweet. Julia tossed her pack carelessly into the back seat, not even bothering to make sure it landed right side up. She slid behind the wheel and slammed the door shut, the resounding thud making her feel marginally safer, as if the flimsy barrier of glass and steel could somehow keep the shadows at bay. With shaking fingers, Julia turned the key in the ignition, praying that the engine would turn over on the first try. For one horrifying moment, there was only silence, and she could feel the icy tendrils of panic beginning to take hold once more. Then, blessedly, the car roared to life, the sudden noise shattering the eerie quiet of the forest. Julia gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity as she put the car in gear and pointed it back toward the main road. The narrow, winding path that had seemed like such an inviting gateway to adventure the day before now felt like an endless gauntlet, fraught with unknown dangers at every bend. As she drove, Julia's eyes flicked compulsively to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see dark figures emerging from the tree line behind her. Every time a branch scraped across the car's roof or a shadow flickered in her peripheral vision, she would flinch, her heart leaping into her throat. It was as if some part of her couldn't quite believe she had escaped, that the nightmare wasn't truly over until she put the forest firmly in her rearview mirror. The tires kicked up dust and gravel as Julia sped down the forest road, putting as much distance as possible between herself and the campsite that would forever be seared into her memory. She needed to find her friends, to warn them about the unseen danger lurking in the woods they had all been so eager to explore. When she finally pulled into the designated meeting spot, Julia was relieved to see her friends' cars parked in a neat row, a beacon of normalcy amidst the chaos of the last 12 hours. She practically tumbled out of the driver's seat, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten in her haste to reach them. Her friends were already setting up camp, their cheerful banter and laughter carrying through the air. But as soon as they caught sight of Julia's haggard appearance and haunted eyes, their smiles faltered, replaced by expressions of concern. "Julia, what happened? You look like you've seen a ghost," Alex said, dropping the tent stake he had been hammering into the ground and hurrying over to her. I don't know how to explain it," Julia began, her voice trembling as the reality of what she had experienced came rushing back. "I went to the wrong campsite last night and there were these figures watching me from the woods. They were just standing there staring. And the whispering. God, the whispering." She trailed off, shuddering at the memory. Her friends exchanged uneasy glances, their faces a mix of confusion and growing unease. "What do you mean, figures?" Sarah asked, her brow furrowed. "Like people?" Julia shook her head vehemently. "I don't know what they were. They didn't move like people, didn't respond when I called out. It was like they were part of the shadows themselves." A heavy silence fell over the group as they tried to process Julia's words. Finally, Ethan cleared his throat, his expression grave. "You know, there are stories about these woods," he said quietly. "Old tales of things that lurk in the darkness, watching and waiting. Some say they're the spirits of the lost. Others that they're something else, something that doesn't belong in our world." Julia felt a chill run down her spine at Ethan's words. She had always dismissed such stories as nothing more than campfire tales designed to scare gullible campers. But now, with the memory of those silent staring figures still fresh in her mind, she couldn't help but wonder if there was some truth to the legends. "I can't stay here," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know what I saw out there, but I know it was real, and I can't shake the feeling that they're still watching, waiting for the right moment to strike." Her friends didn't try to argue or convince her to stay. The fear in Julia's eyes was too raw, too visceral to be brushed aside. They helped her gather her belongings and load them back into her car, their own enthusiasm for the camping trip thoroughly dampened by the shadow of her experience. As Julia prepared to leave, Sarah pulled her into a tight hug, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Be careful," she whispered, "and call us as soon as you get home, okay? Just so we know you're safe." Julia nodded, not trusting herself to speak around the lump in her throat. She climbed into her car and started the engine, casting one last look at her friends as they stood clustered together, their faces etched with worry. As she pulled away from the campsite, Julia couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt for leaving them behind. But the fear that had taken root in her heart was too powerful to ignore. She knew that if she stayed, if she let her guard down for even a moment, the figures from the shadows would be waiting, ready to claim her as one of their own. The drive home was a blur of white-knuckled tension and jumping at shadows. Every time a branch scraped across the car's roof or a gust of wind rattled the windows, Julia's heart would skip a beat, her mind instantly conjuring visions of dark figures emerging from the tree line. She barely registered the miles passing beneath her tires. Her entire focus narrowed down to the single, overwhelming need to put as much distance as possible between herself and the forest that had become a living nightmare. It wasn't until she saw the familiar landmarks of her hometown coming into view that Julia finally let out the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. But even as she pulled into the driveway of her cozy suburban home, Julia couldn't shake the feeling of unease that clung to her like a second skin. She sat in the car for a long moment, staring up at the darkened windows and trying to summon the courage to go inside. When she finally stepped through the front door, the silence of the house felt oppressive, almost smothering. Julia moved through the rooms on autopilot, turning on every light and checking every lock, as if the simple act of illumination could banish the shadows that seemed to lurk in every corner. She tried to go about her normal routine, unpacking her gear, starting a load of laundry, making a cup of tea. But every action felt mechanical, disconnected. Her mind kept drifting back to the campsite, to the feeling of unseen eyes boring into her from the darkness. As the hours ticked by and the sun began to dip below the horizon, Julia's unease only grew. She found herself jumping at every creak of the floorboards, every rattle of the wind against the windows. It was as if the figures from the forest had followed her home, their presence seeping into the very walls of her sanctuary. That night, as she lay in bed staring up at the ceiling, Julia couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning, that whatever she had encountered in those woods was far from finished with her. She tossed and turned, her mind spinning with unanswered questions and half-formed fears. When sleep finally claimed her, it was fitful and plagued by nightmares. In her dreams, she was back at the campsite, the shadows pressing in from all sides. She could hear the whispering again, louder now, the voices blending together into a wordless, haunting melody. And everywhere she turned, the figures were there, watching, waiting. Julia awoke with a start, her heart pounding and her skin slick with sweat. For a moment, she was disoriented, unsure if she was still trapped in the dream or if she had truly escaped. Then the familiar contours of her bedroom came into focus, and she let out a shaky breath. But even as she tried to reassure herself that it had only been a nightmare, Julia couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted, that the world she thought she knew had been irrevocably altered by her brush with the unknown. In the days and weeks that followed, Julia tried to put the experience behind her. She threw herself into her work, her hobbies, anything to keep her mind occupied and away from thoughts of shadowy figures and whispering voices. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape the lingering sense of being watched, of some unseen presence hovering just beyond the edges of her perception. She never went camping again, never even set foot in the woods. The mere thought of returning to that place, of facing those figures once more, was enough to send icy tendrils of fear curling down her spine. But deep down, Julia knew that she couldn't run forever, that someday the shadows would come calling once again, and she would have to confront the truth of what she had seen. Until then, she would live with the knowledge that the world was a far stranger and more terrifying place than she had ever imagined, and that the line between the known and the unknown was far thinner and more easily crossed than she had ever dared to believe. The date was September 15th, 2022. I was 28 years old, and my girlfriend Ella was 26. We had been dating for just over a year, bonding over our shared love of the outdoors and adventure. That fateful day, we decided to embark on a hike in the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, eager to escape the mundane routines of our daily lives. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the trees as we arrived at the trailhead. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Ella's auburn hair glowed in the golden light as she double-checked our backpacks, making sure we had enough water and snacks for our adventure. "Ready to explore?" she asked, her green eyes sparkling with excitement. I nodded, feeling a surge of anticipation. "Let's do this." We set off down the well-worn path, surrounded by towering Douglas firs and western red cedars. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves. For the first hour, we followed the main trail, occasionally stopping to admire particularly beautiful vistas or interesting rock formations. As we walked, we chatted about our lives, our dreams, and our plans for the future. It was during one of these conversations that I first noticed Ella's gaze drifting to a narrow, barely visible path branching off from the main trail. "Hey," she said, pointing, "what do you think is down there?" I followed her gaze, feeling a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The path was overgrown, hardly more than a game trail really, disappearing into the shadows of the dense undergrowth. "Probably nothing," I replied, trying to sound nonchalant. "Just more trees, I guess." But Ella wasn't satisfied with that answer. She took a step towards the hidden path, her eyes alight with curiosity. "Come on, where's your sense of adventure? We came out here to explore, didn't we?" I hesitated, glancing at my watch. We still had a few hours of daylight left, and we were well prepared with flashlights and extra batteries if we needed them. Still, something about that narrow path made me uneasy. "I don't know, Ella," I said. "We don't want to get lost." She laughed, the sound echoing through the trees. "We won't get lost. We'll just go a little way and then turn back." What's the worst that could happen? Those words would haunt me in the days and weeks to come. Against my better judgment, I nodded. "All right, but just for a little while, and we mark our path so we can find our way back." Ella grinned triumphantly and pulled out her pocket knife. She carved a small X into the bark of a nearby tree, marking our starting point. Then, hand in hand, we stepped off the main trail and into the unknown. At first, our detour felt exciting. The path was challenging, requiring us to duck under low-hanging branches and clamber over fallen logs. The forest seemed to close in around us, the canopy above growing denser, filtering out more and more of the fading sunlight. We continued marking trees as we went, leaving a trail of X marks behind us like breadcrumbs. The air grew cooler as we ventured deeper into the forest, and the sounds of wildlife began to fade. An eerie silence settled over us, broken only by the crunch of leaves and twigs beneath our feet. After about 20 minutes of hiking, we came across a small clearing. The trees seemed to part, revealing a patch of sky above. In the center of the clearing stood an old, gnarled oak tree, its branches twisted and bare despite the season. "Wow," Ella breathed, stepping into the clearing. "This is beautiful." I followed her, my eyes drawn to something at the base of the oak tree. As we drew closer, I realized it was a small pile of stones, carefully stacked into a cairn. "Look at this," I said, crouching down to examine the stones. "Someone's been here before." Ella knelt beside me, running her fingers over the smooth surface of the topmost stone. "I wonder who built it," she mused. "And why?" I shrugged, standing up and brushing off my hands. "Hikers, probably. It's not uncommon to find cairns in the woods." But even as I said it, I felt a chill run down my spine. Something about this place felt off. The silence was too complete, the air too still. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. "Maybe we should head back," I suggested, trying to keep the unease out of my voice. Ella looked up at me, her brow furrowed. "Already? But we've barely explored it all." I was about to insist when something caught my eye. Just beyond the clearing, partially hidden by the underbrush, I saw a flash of white. "What's that?" I asked, pointing. Ella followed my gaze, her eyes widening. Without a word, she stood and started walking towards the object. I hurried after her, my heart beginning to race. As we pushed through the undergrowth, the white object came into view. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. It looked like a human figure, but something was wrong. The proportions were off, the skin too smooth and pale. Then, with a jolt of shock, I realized what we were looking at. It was a mannequin. The mannequin stood propped against a tree, its plastic limbs dirt-streaked and tangled with green moss. One arm was missing, and a floppy, weather-beaten hat sat crookedly on its head. Its blank eyes stared unseeingly into the forest, as if keeping watch over some unseen domain. Ella and I stood frozen, staring at the incongruous figure. The silence in the forest seemed to deepen, pressing in on us from all sides. "What the hell?" I whispered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. Ella took a hesitant step forward, reaching out to touch the mannequin's shoulder. "It's just a dummy," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "Someone must have left it here as a joke." I wasn't so sure. The mannequin's presence felt deliberate, almost menacing. Its blank face seemed to mock us, as if it knew something we didn't. "We should go," I said, grabbing Ella's hand. "This is getting weird." She nodded, her earlier enthusiasm replaced by a growing unease. We turned to retrace our steps, but as we did, I felt a chill run down my spine. The forest looked different somehow, the trees closer together, the shadows deeper and more menacing. "Do you remember which way we came?" Ella asked, her voice small and uncertain. I swallowed hard, trying to orient myself. "I think it was this way," I said, pointing to what I hoped was the direction of the clearing. We set off, moving quickly through the underbrush. The light was fading fast now, the forest growing darker with each passing minute. I kept expecting to see the clearing, to find the old oak tree and the cairn, but there was nothing but endless trees. "We should have reached the clearing by now," Ella said, her voice tight with fear. I nodded, trying to keep my own panic at bay. "Let's keep going. We must have just missed it." But as we pushed on, the forest seemed to grow denser, the air colder. The silence was oppressive now, broken only by our labored breathing and the pounding of my heart. Then, just as I was about to suggest we stop and try to get our bearings, Ella let out a strangled gasp. I followed her gaze and felt my blood run cold. There, lying half buried under a pile of leaves, was another mannequin. This one was different from the first. It lay face up, its blank eyes staring sightlessly at the darkening sky. Its limbs were arranged in an unnatural pose, as if it had been carelessly tossed aside. "This isn't funny anymore," Ella whispered, her hand gripping mine so tightly it hurt. I couldn't speak. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what we were seeing. One mannequin could be explained away as a prank, but two, in the middle of nowhere? "We need to get out of here," I managed to say, my voice hoarse. Ella nodded frantically, and we set off again, our pace quickening to a near run. The forest seemed to close in around us, branches clawing at our clothes, roots threatening to trip us with every step. As we ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every shadow seemed to hide another mannequin, every rustle in the underbrush a potential threat. The darkness was almost complete now, the last vestiges of daylight fading rapidly. We stumbled on, desperate to find our way back to the main trail. But with each passing minute it became clear that we were hopelessly lost. The trees all looked the same in the gathering darkness, and our trail of marked trees was nowhere to be found. Just as I was about to suggest we stop and try to call for help on our phones, Ella let out a terrified scream. I whirled around, my heart pounding, to see what had frightened her. There, not 10 feet away, stood another mannequin. This one was different from the others. It stood upright, its pose unnaturally stiff. But what made my blood run cold was its face. Unlike the blank expressions of the previous mannequins, this one seemed to be grinning, its painted lips curved in a mockery of a smile. And its eyes seemed to be looking right at us. "Run," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the roaring in my ears. We took off, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for direction or safety. All that mattered was getting away from that grinning, watching face. As we ran, I could have sworn I heard something moving behind us, the sound of plastic limbs scraping against tree bark. But I didn't dare look back. I just ran, pulling Ella along with me, praying that we would find our way out of this nightmare. The forest had become a maze, a twisted labyrinth of shadows and fear. Ella and I stumbled on, our breath coming in ragged gasps, our legs burning with exertion. The darkness was almost complete now, the trees above us blotting out what little starlight managed to penetrate the thick canopy. I fumbled in my backpack for our flashlights, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip them. When I finally managed to switch one on, the beam seemed pitifully weak against the oppressive darkness. "We need to stop," Ella panted, doubling over with her hands on her knees. "We're just getting more lost." I nodded, trying to catch my breath. "You're right. Let's try to think this through." We huddled together, the small circle of light from our flashlight creating an illusion of safety. I pulled out my phone, hoping against hope that we might have signal, but the screen showed no bars. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We know we came from that direction." I pointed back the way we had come, though in the darkness all directions looked the same. "If we just keep going straight, we should eventually hit the main trail." Ella nodded, her face pale in the flashlight's beam. "What about those things?" I swallowed hard, not wanting to think about the mannequins. "They're not real," I said, as much to convince myself as her. "They can't hurt us, they're just decorations or something." Even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. There was something malevolent about those blank-faced figures, something that defied rational explanation. We set off again, moving more slowly this time, trying to conserve our energy. I kept the flashlight beam sweeping back and forth, searching for any sign of the trail or our marked trees. As we walked, the silence of the forest began to press in on us. There were no sounds of nocturnal animals, no rustle of wind through the leaves. It was as if the entire world had been muffled, leaving only the sound of our footsteps and ragged breathing. Then, without warning, the beam of our flashlight fell on something that made my heart stop. Another mannequin. This one was different from the others. It was seated on a fallen log, its head cocked to one side as if listening. But what made my blood run cold was its face. Unlike the blank expressions of the previous mannequins, this one's face was cracked and weathered, giving it an almost lifelike appearance in the harsh light of the flashlight. Ella let out a strangled whimper, pressing herself against me. I wrapped my arm around her, feeling her trembling. "It's okay," I whispered, though I didn't believe it myself. "It's not real. It can't hurt us." But as I stared at the mannequin, I could have sworn I saw its head move, just slightly, as if tracking our movement. "Did you see that?" Ella gasped. I nodded, unable to speak. We backed away slowly, our eyes fixed on the seated figure. As we retreated, the shadows seemed to deepen, swallowing the mannequin in darkness. We turned and ran again, no longer caring about direction or conserving energy. All that mattered was putting as much distance between us and that watchful, cracked face as possible. As we ran, the forest seemed to come alive around us. Branches whipped at our faces, roots reached up to tangle our feet. More than once I stumbled, only Ella's grip on my hand keeping me upright. And all the while I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being pursued. Every time I dared to glance back, I expected to see a horde of mannequins chasing us, their blank faces twisted into grins of malice. But there was nothing behind us but darkness and shadows. After what felt like hours of running, we burst into a small clearing. The trees opened up above us, revealing a sliver of night sky. In the center of the clearing stood a large boulder, its surface smooth and pale in the moonlight. We collapsed against the boulder, gasping for breath. My legs felt like jelly, and my lungs burned with each inhalation. Ella was in no better shape, her face streaked with tears and dirt. "We can't keep going like this," she panted. I nodded, trying to gather my thoughts. "Maybe we should stay here for the night," I suggested. "We can climb up on the boulder. It'll give us a better vantage point and we'll be safer off the ground." Ella looked dubious but nodded. We helped each other scramble up onto the boulder's flat top, our muscles protesting every movement. Once we were settled, I switched off the flashlight to conserve batteries. The darkness closed in around us, but at least up here we could see the stars through the gap in the trees. We sat in silence for a long time, listening to the oppressive quiet of the forest. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. I kept expecting to see pale faces emerging from the darkness, plastic hands reaching for us. But nothing came. As the hours wore on, exhaustion began to overtake fear. Ella's head drooped onto my shoulder, her breathing becoming slow and regular. Despite my best efforts to stay awake, I felt my own eyelids growing heavy. Just before sleep claimed me, I saw something that made my blood run cold. At the edge of the clearing, barely visible in the dim starlight, stood a figure. It was too far away to make out clearly, but I knew with a bone-deep certainty that it was another mannequin, and it was watching us. I tried to fight off sleep, to keep my eyes open, but exhaustion won out. As I drifted off, I could have sworn I heard the soft sound of plastic limbs moving, drawing ever closer. I awoke with a start, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. The events of the previous day came rushing back as I felt the hard surface of the boulder beneath me and saw Ella still asleep at my side. The forest around us was bathed in the gray light of early dawn, the mist hanging low between the trees. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I scanned the clearing, half expecting to see a ring of mannequins surrounding us. But the area at the base of the boulder was empty. Had I imagined the watching figure last night? I gently shook Ella awake, watching as confusion, then remembrance, then fear flashed across her face. "We're still here," she whispered, her voice hoarse. I nodded grimly. "But we made it through the night. Now we need to find our way out." We climbed down from the boulder, our muscles stiff and aching from the uncomfortable night. The forest seemed different in the early morning light, less menacing, but no less alien. The mist swirled around our ankles as we stepped onto the damp forest floor. I pulled out our water bottles and we took small sips, trying to conserve what little we had left. The granola bars in my backpack had never tasted so good, even if they did little to quell the gnawing emptiness in my stomach. "Which way should we go?" Ella asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I scanned our surroundings, trying to get my bearings. Without the sun visible through the thick canopy, it was impossible to tell which direction was which. "Let's try this way," I said, pointing to what looked like a slightly less dense area of forest. "If we keep moving, we're bound to hit a trail or a road eventually." Ella nodded, her face pale but determined. We set off, hand in hand, our eyes constantly scanning the forest around us for any sign of the mannequins, or, hopefully, civilization. As we walked, the mist began to lift, revealing more of the forest. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Every shadow, every oddly shaped trunk made us jump, expecting to see another plastic figure watching us. After what felt like hours of walking, we came across something that made us both stop in our tracks. There, hanging from a low branch, was a child's backpack. It was small, bright pink, and looked relatively new. "Oh God," Ella breathed. "Do you think there's a kid out here?" I approached the backpack cautiously, my heart pounding. As I got closer, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The backpack was covered in a fine layer of dust and cobwebs. It had been here for a long time. With trembling hands, I unzipped the main compartment. Inside, I found a water bottle, some moldy snacks, and a small notebook. The first page of the notebook had a name written in childish handwriting: "Property of Lily, age 8. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice shaking. "Now!" Ella nodded, her eyes wide with fear. We turned to leave, but something caught my eye. There, carved into the trunk of the tree, was a crude stick figure. Next to it was a single word that made my heart stop: help. We backed away from the tree, our earlier urgency to escape renewed tenfold. As we turned to run, I caught a glimpse of something white through the trees. Another mannequin, standing perfectly still, its blank face turned towards us. We ran, crashing through the underbrush, no longer caring about direction or stealth. The forest seemed to come alive around us, branches whipping at our faces, roots reaching up to tangle our feet. And all the while, I could have sworn I heard the sound of plastic limbs moving behind us, always just out of sight. As we ran, more mannequins appeared. They stood between trees, lay sprawled across our path, hung from branches like macabre ornaments. Each one seemed to be watching us, their blank faces somehow conveying a sense of malevolent glee. "Don't look at them," I shouted to Ella. "Just keep running." We pushed on, our lungs burning, our legs aching. The mannequins were everywhere now, forming a grotesque gauntlet that we had to run through. Some seemed to move as we passed, their heads turning to follow our progress, their arms reaching out as if to grab us. Just when I thought we couldn't go on any further, the trees suddenly thinned. Ahead, I could see sunlight streaming through the gaps in the canopy. With a final burst of energy, we broke through the tree line and found ourselves on the edge of a road. We collapsed onto the asphalt, gasping for breath. The sun was high in the sky now, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold dread that had gripped us in the forest. As our breathing slowed, I dared to look back at the woods we had just escaped. The trees stood silent and still, showing no sign of the horrors we had just experienced. There were no mannequins visible, no hint of anything out of the ordinary. But as I stared, I caught a flicker of movement deep in the shadows. For just a moment, I could have sworn I saw a pale face watching us, its lips curved in a mocking smile. Then it was gone, leaving me to wonder if it had ever been there at all. The sound of an approaching car jolted us back to reality. We scrambled to our feet, waving frantically as an old pickup truck came into view. The driver, an elderly man with a weathered face, slowed to a stop beside us. "You folks all right?" he asked, his brow furrowed with concern. We must have looked a sight. Clothes torn, faces scratched, eyes wild with fear and exhaustion. In halting words, we explained that we had gotten lost while hiking. We didn't mention the mannequins or the strange occurrences in the forest. Even to our own ears, the story sounded too fantastical to be believed. The old man, who introduced himself as Joe, offered us a ride back to town. As we climbed into the truck, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I turned for one last look at the forest, half expecting to see a line of mannequins at the tree line. But there was nothing there, just trees and shadows. The drive back to town was quiet. Ella leaned against me, her body still trembling slightly. Joe tried to make conversation, asking about our hike and commenting on the beauty of the forest, but we could only manage monosyllabic responses. When we reached the town, Joe dropped us off at the local diner. "You two look like you could use a hot meal," he said kindly. "Take care now, and maybe stick to the marked trails next time, yeah?" We thanked him profusely and watched as he drove away. Then, hand in hand, we entered the diner. The normalcy of the place, the clinking of cutlery, the smell of coffee, the chatter of other patrons, felt surreal after our experience in the forest. We slid into a booth and ordered coffee and breakfast, even though it was well past noon. As we waited for our food, Ella finally broke the silence. "What happened out there?" she whispered, her eyes searching mine for answers. I shook my head, at a loss for words. "I don't know," I admitted. "It doesn't make any sense." "Those mannequins," Ella continued, her voice shaking. They were moving, weren't they? I mean, I know it's impossible, but I saw them. They were watching us, following us." I nodded slowly. "I saw it too," I said. "But how? Why? None of it makes any sense." Our food arrived, momentarily distracting us from our disturbing memories. We ate in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The hot food and coffee helped to ground us, to remind us that we were safe now, back in the world of the normal and explainable. But as I looked out the window at the distant line of trees that marked the edge of the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that our ordeal wasn't over. Something out there had toyed with us, had led us in circles and terrified us for its own inscrutable reasons. And I had a sinking feeling that it wasn't done with us yet. After finishing our meal, we made our way to the local police station. We felt obligated to report what we had found, particularly the child's backpack. The officer on duty listened to our story with a mix of concern and skepticism. "We get a lot of hikers getting turned around in those woods," he said, making notes on a pad. "But mannequins? That's a new one." He promised to send a team to investigate the area where we had found the backpack. As for the mannequins, he suggested that perhaps we had stumbled upon some kind of art installation or elaborate prank. "People do strange things in the woods sometimes," he said with a shrug. "Best to stick to the marked trails in the future." We nodded, knowing how unbelievable our story must sound to an outsider. As we left the station, I couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and frustration. Relief that we had reported the backpack, potentially helping to solve a long, cold missing persons case. Frustration that we couldn't fully explain what had happened to us, that we might never know the truth behind our terrifying experience. That night, as we tried to sleep in the safety of our own beds, the memories of the forest haunted us. Every creak of the house, every shadow on the wall seemed to hide a watching presence. I found myself getting up multiple times to check the locks on the doors and windows, half expecting to find a mannequin standing on the front porch, its blank eyes staring in at me. As I finally drifted off into an uneasy sleep, one thought kept circling in my mind. What if the forest wasn't done with us? What if somehow we had brought a piece of its terror back with us? The days following our return from the forest were a blur of sleepless nights and anxious days. Ella and I tried to resume our normal routines, but the memory of what we had experienced hung over us like a dark cloud. We jumped at every unexpected sound, flinched at every sudden movement in our peripheral vision. A week after our ordeal, I was walking home from work, taking my usual route through a quiet residential area. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the sidewalk. As I turned a corner, something caught my eye that made my blood run cold. There, standing in the front yard of a house, was a mannequin. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The mannequin was dressed in old-fashioned clothes, its blank face turned towards the street. It looked like the kind of decoration you might see outside an antique store, but its presence here in this quiet neighborhood felt wrong. As I stood there, unable to move, a car drove by, momentarily blocking my view. When it passed, the mannequin was gone. I blinked, rubbing my eyes in disbelief. Had I imagined it? Was my mind playing tricks on me, projecting my fears onto innocent lawn ornaments? I hurried home, my earlier calm shattered. When I told Ella what I had seen, or thought I had seen, she grew pale. "I saw one too," she whispered. "Yesterday, on my way to the grocery store. It was just for a second, standing in an alley. When I looked again, it was gone. I thought I was going crazy." We sat in silence, the implications of our shared experiences sinking in. Whatever had happened in that forest, whatever force had toyed with us, it wasn't confined to the woods. Somehow, impossibly, it had followed us home. Over the next few days, the sightings continued. We would catch glimpses of mannequins in impossible places, peering out from behind trees in the park, standing motionless in shop windows long after closing time, lurking in the shadows of parking garages. Always, they would vanish the moment we tried to get a closer look, or point them out to someone else. We began to doubt our own sanity. Were we suffering from some kind of shared delusion? Post-traumatic stress from our experience in the forest? We tried to rationalize it, to find some logical explanation. But deep down we knew. The terror of the forest had followed us home, and it was only a matter of time before it made its true intentions known. One night, about 2 weeks after our return from the forest, I woke to the sound of something moving in my apartment. At first, I thought it was just the normal settling noises of the building, but then I heard it again, a soft, scraping sound, like plastic dragging across hardwood. My heart pounding, I reached for the bedside lamp. As light flooded the room, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice in my veins. There, standing in the corner of my bedroom, was a mannequin. It was one of the ones from the forest, I was sure of it. Its blank face was turned towards me, its plastic arms hanging limply at its sides. As I watched, frozen in terror, its head slowly, impossibly, began to turn. I scrambled out of bed, backing away until I hit the wall. The mannequin's head continued to rotate, well past the point where a human neck would have snapped. Its blank eyes never left mine, seeming to stare into my very soul. Just as I opened my mouth to scream, my alarm clock went off, jolting me awake. I sat up, gasping for breath, my sheets soaked with sweat. The corner where the mannequin had stood was empty. A dream. It had just been a dream. But as I got up to start my day, still shaken by the nightmare, I noticed something that made my heart stop. There, on the hardwood floor leading from the corner to my bed, were faint scratch marks, as if something had been dragging itself across the floor while I slept. The weeks that followed were a descent into paranoia and fear. Ella and I found ourselves constantly on edge, jumping at shadows and scrutinizing every mannequin we saw in store windows or advertisements. We began to avoid going out at night, and even during the day, we found ourselves taking convoluted routes to avoid areas where we had previously spotted the mannequins. Our relationships with friends and family began to suffer. How could we explain what was happening to us without sounding completely insane? We tried once to tell Ella's sister about our experience in the forest and the subsequent sightings. The look of concern and disbelief on her face was enough to make us realize that we were on our own in this nightmare. One particularly bad night, after yet another vivid dream of mannequins invading my home, I found myself researching similar experiences online. Most of what I found was clearly fiction or the ramblings of conspiracy theorists, but buried in an obscure forum, I found a thread that made my blood run cold. A user, posting under the name Forest Survivor, described an experience chillingly similar to ours. They spoke of getting lost in the woods, encountering strange mannequins that seemed to move when no one was looking, and being haunted by these figures long after they had returned to civilization. The post ended abruptly, with Forest Survivor saying they were going back to the forest to find answers. There were no further posts from the account. I showed the thread to Ella the next day. She read it with growing horror, her hands shaking as she scrolled through the responses, most of which dismissed Forest Survivor as a troll or a lunatic. "We have to go back," Ella said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. I stared at her in disbelief. "Back to the forest? Are you crazy?" She shook her head, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "Don't you see, it's the only way. Whatever is happening to us, it started there. Maybe the answers are there too." I wanted to argue, to tell her how insane the idea was, but deep down, I knew she was right. The mannequins, or whatever force was behind them, weren't going to leave us alone. Our only hope of ending this nightmare was to confront it at its source. We spent the next few days preparing for our return to the forest. We bought new hiking gear, stocked up on supplies, and left detailed notes for our families about where we were going, though we didn't mention the real reason for our trip. The drive back to the trailhead was tense, each of us lost in our own thoughts. As we parked the car and shouldered our backpacks, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking willingly into a trap. The forest seemed different this time. The trees felt more densely packed, the shadows deeper and more menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made us flinch. We half expected to see mannequins lurking behind every tree. We hiked for hours, trying to retrace our steps from that fateful day. But the forest seemed to shift around us, landmarks appearing and disappearing in impossible ways. It was as if the woods themselves were alive, actively working to confuse and disorient us. As the day wore on and the light began to fade, we realized we were hopelessly lost. Again, the sense of déjà vu was overwhelming, and with it came a rising tide of panic. That's when we saw it. In a small clearing ahead, illuminated by the last rays of the setting sun, stood a single mannequin. Unlike the others we had encountered, this one was pristine, its surface unmarred by dirt or moss. It stood perfectly still, its blank face turned towards us. Ella gripped my hand tightly. "This is it," she whispered. "This is what we came for." Slowly, cautiously, we approached the mannequin. As we drew closer, I noticed something clutched in its plastic hand. It was a small pink backpack, the same one we had found on our first trip into the forest. With trembling hands, I reached for the backpack. As my fingers brushed against the worn fabric, a jolt of energy surged through me. The world seemed to shift and blur, and for a moment I saw flashes of images. A young girl running through the forest, mannequins closing in around her, a swirl of darkness and fear. I stumbled back, gasping. Ella caught me, her eyes wide with concern. "What happened?" she asked. Before I could answer, the mannequin's head slowly turned towards us. Its blank eyes seemed to bore into our souls, and its mouth, which had been a smooth, featureless expanse of plastic, began to open. A voice emerged, not from the mannequin's mouth, but seeming to come from the very air around us. It was a chorus of whispers, childlike yet ancient, filled with a mixture of malice and sorrow. "You came back," the voices said. "They always come back." Ella and I clung to each other, frozen in terror. The mannequin took a step forward, its movements jerky and unnatural. "We are the lost," the voices continued, "the forgotten, the abandoned, and now you will join us." As the mannequin advanced, more appeared from the shadows of the forest. Dozens, then hundreds of blank faces surrounded us, their plastic bodies moving with eerie grace. In that moment, we understood. The mannequins were vessels, prisons for the souls of those who had become lost in these woods over the years. Children, hikers, explorers, all trapped by some malevolent force that lurked in the heart of the forest. We turned to run, but there was nowhere to go. The mannequins closed in, their plastic hands reaching for us. As they touched us, I felt a cold sensation spreading through my body, as if my very essence was being drained away. Just when all seemed lost, a memory surfaced. The cairn we had found on our first trip into the forest. With the last of my strength, I pulled Ella towards where I thought it might be. The mannequins followed, their whispers growing louder, more frantic. We burst into the clearing with the old oak tree, the carefully stacked stones of the cairn still intact. Acting on instinct, I grabbed the topmost stone and hurled it at the nearest mannequin. To our amazement, the figure shattered like glass, releasing a swirl of mist that quickly dissipated. Ella caught on quickly, and soon we were both throwing stones at the advancing horde. Each impact released another trapped soul, the whispers changing from malice to gratitude as they were freed. As we fought, the true nature of the forest's evil became clear. It was an ancient, hungry thing, feeding on the fear and despair of those it trapped. The mannequins were its puppets, its way of luring in new victims. With each soul we freed, the forest's power seemed to wane. The trees groaned and shifted, the very ground beneath our feet trembling. We kept fighting, even as our arms grew tired and our supply of stones dwindled. Finally, we faced the last mannequin, the one that had held the pink backpack. As I raised the final stone, I hesitated. This one felt different, more real somehow. "Please," came a single clear voice, a child's voice. "Set me free." With tears in my eyes, I threw the stone. As the mannequin shattered, I saw a brief glimpse of a young girl's smiling face before it faded away. The forest fell silent. The oppressive atmosphere that had haunted these woods for so long lifted, leaving behind an ordinary, peaceful forest. Ella and I collapsed to the ground, exhausted but alive. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, we found our way back to the main trail with surprising ease. It was as if the forest itself was guiding us out, grateful to be free of the darkness that had possessed it for so long. We emerged from the woods forever changed. The authorities never did find any evidence to support our story, and we stopped trying to convince others of what we had experienced. But we knew the truth, and we carried with us the weight of the souls we had freed, and the knowledge of the thin line between our world and the realms of inexplicable darkness that lurked just out of sight. In the years that followed, we would sometimes catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of our eye, a flash of white, a hint of a blank face. But these sightings no longer filled us with dread. Instead, they served as reminders of the battle we had fought and the victory we had won. The forest had tested us, had nearly broken us, but in the end, we had emerged stronger. We had faced the darkness and come out the other side, forever marked by our journey, but no longer afraid of the shadows. As I finish writing this account, I can't help but wonder about other dark corners of the world, other places where ancient evils might lurk. And I know that if ever called upon again, Ella and I would be ready to face whatever horrors await, armed with the knowledge and strength we gained in that haunted forest. For now, though, we live our lives, always keeping one eye on the shadows, always ready for the day when the mannequins might return. But until then, we cherish each moment of peace, each ordinary day, knowing all too well how quickly the familiar can turn into a nightmare. My name is Ahanu, which means he laughs in Cherokee. But there was nothing to laugh about on that fateful night deep in the remote wilderness of the Pine Ridge National Forest. I became a park ranger for the tranquility and to escape the noise of the city and my mounting debts. I loved nature and figured spending my days amongst the towering pines and serene lakes was better than fighting traffic and cubicle life, even if the pay was meager. Little did I know the horrors lurking in the shadows of this pristine landscape. It started with campers reporting strange sightings at the fringes of their campfire light, a hulking creature that seemed half man, half beast, glowing eyes peering from the darkness, an eerie howl cutting through the night. Most dismissed them as bears or overactive imaginations fueled by too many campfire ghost stories. But the reports kept coming, and the details grew more disturbing. Then the disappearances started. Campers would set off on an afternoon hike and never return. Search parties found only shredded clothing and the lingering stench of wet fur and decay. By the time the third hiker went missing, I knew we were dealing with something beyond the natural order, something sinister. I had heard the tribal elders speak of dark legends in these woods, tales of shapeshifters and skinwalkers, unholy creatures who could take the form of animals, ancient spirits full of malice and hunger, the dogman. Could those old myths hold a kernel of truth? Were those campfire stories not stories at all, but warnings? I voiced my suspicions to the park superintendent, who scoffed and told me to stop listening to superstitious nonsense. To him it was just a bear, maybe a cougar. The hiking trails remained open. More families arrived, pitching tents amongst the towering pines, completely oblivious to what might be watching from the shadows. But I could feel it in my bones, a creeping dread that coiled around my spine. We were all in terrible danger, so I took it upon myself to hunt the hunter. I armed myself with my grandfather's rifle and an old tribal map marking places of power, sites where the membrane between worlds was thin, places of ancient darkness. Night after night I searched, following the reports and my instincts deeper into the forest, away from the trails, watching, waiting. Then one moonless night I found it, or perhaps it found me. The creature erupted from the undergrowth in a blur of dark fur and slashing claws. I barely had time to register the imposing silhouette. Towering, powerfully muscled, a twisted amalgamation of man and wolf, before it was upon me. I managed to get off a shot, more out of reflex than skill. The bullet grazed the beast's shoulder, and it reeled back with a pained yelp that sent chills skittering down my spine. Not quite human, not quite animal. The acrid scent of its blood and musk filled my nostrils. It fixed me with a baleful glare, yellow eyes flickering with ancient intelligence and malevolence. Then it lunged again, jaws gaping, strings of saliva stretching between dagger-like teeth. Time dilated. I felt its hot breath, saw my reflection in those rabid eyes. At the last second, I dove aside, and the creature's momentum carried it past me, its claws shredding the air where I had stood a heartbeat before. Scrabbling for purchase, I brought the rifle around, pulled the trigger, and was met with an impotent click. In my panic, I hadn't reloaded. The creature's lips peeled back in a predatory grin, as if mocking my mortal failure. It crept forward, in no hurry now, savoring the moment before the kill. I scrabbled backwards in the dirt until my back hit the gnarled trunk of an ancient pine. Nowhere left to run. As it stalked closer, a strange sort of calm settled over me. Perhaps it was ancestral memory stirring to life, or perhaps just grim acceptance. My hand brushed against something cool and metallic nestled between the roots, an old railroad spike, rusted but still sharp. Improvising, I snatched it up and brandished it before me like a totem, like a part of me knew what to do. The dogman snarled, unimpressed by my paltry defense. It tensed, muscles rippling beneath its matted fur, ready to pounce and tear out my throat. But as it sprung, I thrust the railroad spike forward with all my strength, speaking words that came unbidden to my tongue. An ancient prayer or curse, I still don't know which. The iron spike plunged into the creature's chest as its full weight slammed into me, driving the air from my lungs. Its jaws clamped inches from my face, clashing together like a steel trap. Thick, dark blood bubbled up around the wound, hissing like acid where it touched the old metal. The creature convulsed and thrashed, but I held on, using its own weight to drive the spike deeper. Finally, with a shuddering whine, the unnatural light died from its eyes, and it collapsed heavily on top of me, the stench of its death cloying and thick. I had won. But as I lay there gulping lungfuls of coppery air, the true horror of my situation sank in. This was only the beginning. The dogman I had slain was not alone. Far in the distance, yet entirely too close, a chorus of eerie howls rose to the moonless sky. Howls that echoed with bitter rage and bloodthirst, and something almost akin to dark joy. A shudder racked my frame as a realization settled in my gut like a ball of ice. They knew I was here now, and they were coming for me. Oblivion crept in at the edges of my vision, beckoning. but I clawed my way stubbornly back to consciousness, no doubt driven by the primal, stubborn thing inside all living creatures that fears the void. Or maybe it was the sheer enormity of what I had discovered, a truth I had to survive to share. With trembling hands that didn't quite feel like my own, I heaved the creature's still warm bulk off me. It was heavier than any natural wolf or even bear would have been, and up close the grotesqueness of its half-human features churned my stomach. I felt unclean where its blood had soaked into my clothes, my skin, as if its unholiness was an oily taint. The night tasted different now, charged with a kind of electric menace that raised the hairs along my arms and prickled at the base of my skull. I imagined I could feel the thud of paws against loam, the pant of predatory breath. The howls had gone silent, but that was almost worse, a reminder of the malevolent intelligence behind this hunt. I couldn't linger here, not with my bullet count halved and exhaustion and pain clamoring at the edges of my awareness. I needed to regroup, to think, however impossible that seemed now that the safe, sane world had been ripped away to reveal the hungry darkness pacing at the edges of the firelight. Overhead, the trees whispered to each other in a language of creaks and sighs, branches weaving together to blot out the stars until only isolated shards peeked through, cold and distant and utterly indifferent to the tiny, fleshy thing, stumbling wounded between the trunks. Thirst buzzed in my throat, and I fantasized about the cool, clear waters of the river to the south, though I knew that's where I would be most vulnerable, crouched low and unsuspecting. Everywhere innocuous shadows twisted into threatening shapes, as my weary mind was increasingly unable to distinguish nightmare from reality. After what might have been minutes or hours of this torturous, paranoid flight, the trees gave way to a small clearing dominated by a massive, lightning-scarred pine. Gritting my teeth, I hauled myself into its branches, feeling like a child again, seeking refuge from imagined monsters. Only these monsters were all too real. The bark bit into my skin as I nestled into the craggy fork and settled in to wait for daylight. Wind rattled through the boughs like hoarse, mocking laughter. With only my racing thoughts for company, I questioned for the umpteenth time what I was doing out here, if one man alone could hope to stand against the shambling terrors of these deep woods. But I had chosen this lonely path, to become the watcher in the night guarding oblivious campers, even if they would never know the threats I faced in their stead, even if my disappearance would be met only with shrugs and sighs of, "He knew the risks," because someone had to take back the night from the beasts lurking in its shadows. Exhaustion finally overtook me, and I slipped into a fitful doze full of fever dreams of snapping jaws and chilling howls, wishing I could wake up in my old life of cramped commutes and bill collectors, blissful in my ignorance. Too soon, a rising clamor roused me from my uneasy slumber, distant, but growing louder and nearer with every hammering heartbeat, a cacophony of snaps and low snarls and uncannily human-like murmurs. Dread pooled cold and viscous in my belly as I peered between the branches. The dogmen had found me. They spilled into the clearing like a surging tide of fur and fang. Even from my hidden vantage, the stink of carrion and musk lay heavy on the back of my tongue, cloying and invasive. But it was not their stench, nor even their ravening jaws that chilled me most. It was the glint of cunning in their eyes, and the grotesque parody of tactics they employed as they ringed the tree with a perimeter of hulking bodies. These were not mere beasts driven by instinct. Observing them now, I could not help but see the keen, wicked intelligence in their movements. A predatory society within the shadows of our own. One of the creatures, even more massive and grizzled than the others, lifted its shaggy head and scented the air. Its eyes, a jaundiced yellow that glimmered with ancient malice, met mine through the screen of pine needles. Lips stretched back from a muzzle matted with old blood to reveal jagged teeth in a hideous approximation of a grin. It knew I was here. The alpha threw back its head and released a short, ululating howl that scraped along my nerves like rusted metal. The others milled restlessly but did not advance, awaiting some unspoken signal. My heart hammered against my ribs as if it might break through and flee this nightmare of its own accord. I thought of the rifle dangling uselessly at my side and almost laughed at the dark irony. Even if I had 1,000 bullets, it would only delay the inevitable now that I was well and truly up a tree. Perhaps this had been their plan all along, to herd me like prey to this place, where the illusion of escape hung tantalizingly close but always out of reach. Slow, cold dread seeped into my veins at the prospect of so ignoble and agonizing an end. Would I even have the courage for a swan dive to a clean death when the time came? But they didn't advance. They only watched, waiting, grinning. The wind gusted then, carrying with it a scent that cut through the miasma of dog stink. Smoke, wood smoke, unmistakable and unutterably welcome, because it meant people. A campfire close. In my exhaustion and fear, I had lost track of how near I'd come to the designated camping grounds. From the sudden keen look on the Alpha's face, it had caught the scent too, and come to the same realization as it stepped forward with clear intent. Ice crystallized in my gut as visions of the campers' impending slaughter flashed across my mind's eye. I thought of the families, innocent and oblivious, and laughing in the glow of their fire, perhaps roasting marshmallows and trading scary stories that couldn't approach the horror now loping towards them on silent, hungry feet. Of the children, gap-toothed and bright-eyed, and so heartbreakingly unafraid of the dark. Even as the nightmare visions swam before me, a strange calm settled over my galloping thoughts. At last I understood, with the clarity of one who has nothing left to lose, what I had to do. My purpose, if there could be any purpose to this unraveling of reality, lay along the shadowed path the dogmen now trod. There was no other way. I had to go through them. With numb fingers, I pried open my grandfather's old hunting knife. The blade gleamed in the fading light, etched with the same symbols I had seen at the sites of power, their meaning tantalizingly close, but ultimately elusive. No matter. I would have to hope the old magic in the runes and in my blood would be enough. I pressed my thumb to the keen edge until crimson beaded and smeared on the shining steel. The coppery scent mingled with pine sap and loam, and beneath that, the blood reek of the beasts below. Holding the knife before me like a talisman, I began to climb down, intoning the ancient words that had saved me before. The dogmen watched. The Alpha's grin widened. My boots hit the ground. I was committed now, on my terms, not theirs. As if to mock my resignation, the wind changed, bringing again the scent of smoke. The creatures' nostrils flared and they glanced among themselves, a ripple of impatience traveling through the pack as the call of easier prey sang to them. The Alpha turned back to me, lips wrinkling to bare fangs in a snarl of dark amusement, as if to say, "We have time enough for meat sport with you, little prey, once we've glutted on the softer morsels." With that, it made a coughing bark that set the pack to flowing around me like a hellish tide, their passage ruffling my hair and clothes with the stench of the grave. I had the giddy sense I was being gifted a head start, a challenge. Catch us if you can, meet or bear witness to what will be left in our wake. Then they were gone, melting into the gloom between the trees with preternatural speed and silence, and leaving me alone with only the rasp of my breath and the rabbit thud of my heart. After a frozen, thunderstruck moment that could have been a minute or an eternity, I tore off after them, crashing through the woods with all the grace and subtlety of a wounded bear. Their grotesque silhouettes flickered through the trunks, always just ahead, and moving with malicious leisure to allow me to catch up, before pulling ahead again, taunting. At any moment I expected to feel the white-hot slash of claws parting my spine, or teeth closing on my throat. But on I stumbled, numb to the briars that carved bloody furrows in my skin, and the branches that slapped and tore at my face. Sparkles swarmed my vision, and my lungs knifed with each heaving breath. But still I pushed myself to the dregs of my endurance, because I knew what would happen when they reached the campground. When they fell on the unsuspecting innocents peacefully slumbering, trusting in the rules of the world they thought they knew. The rules I had thought I'd known, before this long night shattered them beyond repair. Ahead, the dancing firelight spilled between the reaching shadows of the trees. Distant laughter drifted on the breeze, upraised voices blissfully ignorant of the red-toothed death loping towards them. Despair crushed the air from my lungs as I realized I was too late, too slow and stupid and human to stop the coming carnage. They were so close now, so close. A rising scream built in my burning lungs, but I choked it back, not wanting to begin the slaughter prematurely. Knowing with utter certainty that I was about to bear witness to horrors no mind could survive intact, but powerless to tear my eyes away. At the edge of the clearing, the dogmen slowed, gathering in a ring just beyond where the firelight lapped at the hungry darkness. Their eyes flashed like hellish coals, and their jaws slavered with the nearness of their prey. They had played out the hunt to their satisfaction. Now the killing time had come, and I could only watch and pray death would take me swiftly after. The creature's muscles bunched and coiled, poised on the precipice between restraint and relieved savagery. Firelight shimmered along the edges of wicked claws and glazed across eyes alight with terrible hunger. In the moment that followed, time seemed to slow to a crawl, seconds stretching into an eternity. The night held its breath. My pulse roared in my ears like a distant freight train, nearly drowning out the crackle and pop of the fire. Then the alpha moved, a rippling of shadowed muscle more sensed than seen, and the pack exploded into motion. They overran the campsite like a dark tide of fangs and fur. Screams rang out, cut brutally short or gurgling away into liquid, rattling desperation. The metallic scent of blood hung heavy on the air, mingling obscenely with the lingering aroma of roasted marshmallows. Through the strobing, nightmarish light of the fire, I caught glimpses of the slaughter, a child's pale arm disappearing into a forest of legs, a teen-wrenched spread eagle between two hulking shapes, someone's grandmother tossed like a rag doll atop the picnic table. The snarls and growls of the dogmen twined with the pitiful whimpers and pleading of their victims, until the two became indistinguishable. And through it all, I could only watch, frozen, my mind refusing to process the sheer horror unfolding before me. Some distant part of me railed against my inaction, demanded I intervene, but a wiser, more craven part knew with gut-wrenching certainty that to reveal myself now would only join my screams to the blood-soaked chorus. So I bore witness, as much as any mortal mind could, and felt the slow, inexorable shattering of my sanity with every arterial spray and anguished wail. I watched as they shredded skin from bone and cracked limbs like kindling, as they played tug-of-war with loops of glistening intestine and gnawed on limbs like macabre chew toys. And when it was over, when the last twitches had stilled and the campsite was reduced to a charnel house of gore and viscera, they turned as one to stare into the darkness where I stood, trembling and tear-streaked. The alpha's muzzle dripped scarlet as it grinned that terrible grin, tongue lolling obscenely. They knew I was there. Worse, they knew I had seen and done nothing. The weight of that knowledge, that complicity, settled like a millstone in my chest, crushing the air from my lungs until spots swarmed my vision. Then, with a nonchalant shake of its shaggy head, the alpha turned and loped back into the tree line, its pack following suit until only the mutilated remains and the buzzing of flies broke the sepulchral silence of the blood-soaked clearing, leaving me alone with the horror of what I had witnessed and the creeping, inexorable understanding of what I had to do next. For I knew now that there would be no help coming, no cavalry riding to the rescue. The things that stalked the night in this forsaken wood were beyond the scope of any law or earthly authority, and having borne witness to their cruel hungers, I could no more walk away and leave others to their fates than I could sprout wings and fly. No, this burden was mine now, whether I wanted it or not. The mantle of guardian and watchman against the dark, a duty purchased with the blood of the innocents I had failed tonight, and would fail again unless I found the strength to stand against the monsters. With leaden feet, I slunk into the gore-spattered clearing to retrieve what supplies I could stomach handling. Though my entire being recoiled at the idea, I knew I needed proof of what I had seen this night, grim trophies to ward off the inevitable dismissals and accusations of madness. As I worked, a strange calm settled over me, the clarity of purpose that comes with having no other choice. I would hunt the dogmen, learn their ways and their weaknesses, and I would kill them, as many as I could, for as long as I drew breath, not for revenge, though the temptation sang in my veins, hot and seductive. No, I would take up this lonely quest so that no others would have to, so that those who ventured into these woods seeking solace or adventure need not fear the things that prowled beyond the reach of the firelight. It was a task I knew in my bones would likely be the death of me, but one I could no longer turn away from. The horrors I had witnessed tonight had carved out a space in my soul, a cold, hard void that could only be filled by the pursuit of bloody justice. And perhaps, if I was very lucky, that pursuit would lead me to some measure of redemption for the lives I had failed to save. A way to silence the screams that even now echoed in the vaults of my memory, seared into the backs of my eyelids. With a last, long look at the carnage that had once been a place of laughter and life, I gathered my grisly burdens and turned my back on all I had known. The man who strode out of that blood-soaked glade was not the same one who had walked into it, but a harsher, harder creature, forged in the fires of tragedy and tempered with grim resolve. The hunt was on, and God's help any who stood in my way, be they man or beast. For I had gazed into the abyss, and the abyss had gazed back, and blinked first. I wish I could say the years that followed were a time of bold heroics and righteous victories, that I carved a swath through the creatures of the night, leaving their corpses to rot in my wake. But the truth, as it often is, was far bleaker. Though I threw myself into the hunt with all the fervor of the lost and damned, I was ever the underdog, outmatched and overmatched by the speed and strength and cunning of my quarry. For every small triumph, every monster vanquished and life saved, there were a dozen failures, a dozen families shattered, a dozen communities left reeling in the wake of the dogmen's brutal hungers. I learned to live on the edges, eschewing human contact and companionship for the hard solace of the chase. I became a ghost, a rumor whispered around campfires, the crazy ranger who stalked the things that stalked the night. Parents invoked my name to frighten children into obedience, though I had long since stopped seeing myself as any kind of savior. The years blurred together in a haze of blood and sweat and endless grinding pursuit. I grew lean and hard and cold, shedding the trappings of my old life like a snake sheds its skin. The man I had been before that fateful night seemed like a distant dream, a half-remembered figure from someone else's life. But no matter how many miles I logged or monsters I slew, the wounds on my soul refused to heal. The screams of the lost echoed in my dreams, mingled with the snarls of the beasts and the wet, tearing sounds of rending flesh. I took to sleeping with my knife in hand, though whether to ward off the dangers without or within, I could no longer say. And always, the dogmen seemed to be one step ahead, darting back into the shadows just as I drew close, leaving me with nothing but another ransacked campsite and the bitter ashes of failure. It was as if they delighted in tormenting me, in dragging out my torment for their own twisted amusement. There were times in the darkest watches of the night when I wondered if it wouldn't be better to just let them take me, to finally lay down my weary head and allow blessed oblivion to claim me. But always with the dawn came the grim certainty that my work was not yet done, that there were still more lives to save, more monsters to lay low. And so I pressed on, even as the years stretched into decades and the man in the mirror became a grizzled, haunted stranger. Even as the hope of true victory dwindled to a guttering spark, crowded out by the bitter certainty of a war without end. For I had made my choice that blood-soaked night, and there could be no turning back. I had taken up the mantle of guardian, of grim protector in the dark places, and I would bear it until the day my strength failed me, and the creatures I hunted finally claimed their due. But I would not go quietly into that good night. I would rage against the dying of the light, for as long as breath and blood remained to me, for the lost, for the fallen, and for the small, stubborn part of me that still dared to dream of a world free from the shadow of the dogman. It was a dream I knew I would likely never see realized, but it was one I would continue to fight for until the very end, because in a world gone mad, where the rules of light and dark had been rewritten in blood and horror, it was the only thing I had left to cling to. The only thing that made the long, lonely hunt worthwhile. And so I soldier on, a grim specter in the night, the last line of defense against the things that hunger in the shadows, waiting for the day when I will finally be able to lay down my burdens and rest. But until then, the hunt continues. Darkness was falling quickly over the remote stretch of Arizona wilderness as I made my way through the thick underbrush. The air grew colder by the minute, my heavy pack weighing me down with each step. Private Dakota Coda Blackhawk of the U.S. Army Rangers on special assignment. That was me, only 22 years old, shipped out here on a need-to-know solo recon mission. Command said the details were classified, but I knew something strange was going on out in these woods. People disappearing without a trace, unidentified creatures glimpsed between the trees, an eerie silence hanging over everything. I didn't put much stock in ghost stories, but I'd heard the murmurs back on base, same as everyone else. Old native legends of shape-shifting beasts and vengeful spirits roaming this land. Growing up on the reservation, my grandfather used to tell tales of such things by the flickering light of the campfire, his weathered face grave and voice lowered to a hush. Folk tales and superstitions, I always thought. The fanciful imaginings of a traditional society, nothing more. But out here, enveloped by the darkening forest, those childhood stories came rushing back with a chill. A raven cawed ominously from the treetops, making me flinch. Get it together, Black Hawk. You're a ranger, not some green private jumping at shadows. I consulted my map and compass, trying to get my bearings. Only a few more clicks to the rendezvous point, an old trapper's cabin where I was to make camp for the night. The crunch of my boots against the dry leaves sounded unnaturally loud. It was too quiet otherwise, no bird song or insect buzz, even the wind seeming to still. Like the whole forest was collectively holding its breath. A twig snapped somewhere off to my left and I froze, slowly reaching for my sidearm. I listened hard but heard nothing else. Probably just a deer, but my gut insisted otherwise. I couldn't shake the uncanny feeling of being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a cold sweat gathered between my shoulder blades, despite the chill in the air. I knew all too well the subtle signs of my native intuition telling me something was wrong. Warily, I continued on, my senses on high alert, and my finger resting on the trigger. The light was fading fast now, an inky blackness gathering between the trees. My night vision goggles cast everything in an eerie green glow as I switched them on. I tried hard not to think about the old tribal stories of what was said to roam the forest after dark. Children's tales, I told myself firmly, just the product of overactive imaginations. Then I heard it, a long, low moaning cry that echoed through the woods and made my blood turn to ice in my veins. It sounded like no animal I knew, nor any human voice. The wailing rose in pitch and volume until it was a deafening shriek of fury and despair, paralyzing me with dread. A huge dark shape suddenly loomed up in my enhanced vision, moving between the trees with impossible speed. It was immense and furry, shuffling along on two legs, yet like no bear or primate. The creature let loose another soul-piercing howl, and its glowing red eyes fixed right on me as it started crashing in my direction. Blind panic seized me. Protocol and training forgotten, I turned and ran, tearing wildly through the undergrowth as fast as my shaking legs would carry me. The thing gave chase, its heavy footfalls and enraged screams growing closer and closer no matter how I fled. I careened down a steep embankment, lost my footing, and tumbled head over heels into a ravine below. The world spun crazily, then went black as my head cracked against a rock. The last thing I heard before the void took me was the creature's demonic baying right above, triumphant and blood-chilling. Some buried part of my mind recognized the sound before I passed out completely. It was the war cry of the Mogollon monster. The legendary Bigfoot of my grandfather's tales had found me at last. Consciousness returned slowly, fragmented sensations and hazy flashes penetrating the darkness behind my eyelids. A throbbing pain in my temples, the cold hardness of stone beneath me, damp, musty air and the steady drip of water. Where was I? What happened? Disjointed images flickered through the shadowlands of near awareness, running through darkened woods, a hulking shape in pursuit, falling endlessly into blackness. With a gasp, I jolted awake, clammy sweat coating my face and neck. My eyes snapped open only to be confronted with more darkness, an oppressive, absolute black beyond the dancing spots in my vision. A bolt of fear electrified my spine as I remembered the horrifying last moments before I blacked out. The creature's glowing red eyes burning into me, its screaming fury ringing in my ears as I fled for my life. Oh God, the Mogollon monster. Grandfather's stories had been true all along, and now I was its prisoner, dragged down here to this black pit to meet some grisly fate. Hyperventilating, I groped out with shaking hands, feeling damp stone and packed earth on all sides. A low ceiling of rock scraping my questing fingertips. I was underground, in some kind of cave? As my eyes adjusted, I could just make out dim shafts of moonlight filtering down from cracks and fissures in the chilly stone above. The silvery beams illuminated a small chamber, its natural granite walls glistening with eons of mineral accretion. I was alone, the creature nowhere in sight, but a scattering of yellowed bones in one corner made my gorge rise. I had no illusions about what had left them behind. I took stock of my situation, forcing my speeding heart to slow. To my amazement, I was still alive and in one piece, not counting the goose egg on my skull and various cuts and abrasions from my fall. The creature must have dragged me here while I was unconscious. But why? To save me for a later meal? I tried not to dwell on the grim possibilities. Years of ranger training kicked in as I focused on the immediate priorities of survival and escape. My weapons and gear were gone, no doubt lost in my panicked flight through the forest. But I still had my wits and my skills. Like my native ancestors, I would need to rely on them to get out of this. Gingerly, I climbed to my feet, feeling the cave walls for anything that could serve as a tool or weapon. A wave of dizziness nearly toppled me, and I squeezed my eyes shut, breathing deeply until it passed. Probable concussion. Another mark in the not good column. It was only then I noticed the glint of something metallic on the ground, almost hidden in the gloom. Dog tags. 2 sets by the look of it. I scooped them up with fumbling fingers and angled them into the weak light. The names stamped into the stainless steel plates made my heart seize anew. Stevenson, Daniel R. and Begay, Joseph T. 2 fellow rangers from my company, both listed as AWOL after failing to return from patrols in this area over recent months. Command had refused to send search parties or even acknowledge their disappearance, and now I knew why. Their remains lay here in this cave, a shared tomb where the monster had dragged them to die. Cold fury joined the fear knotting my gut. Whatever was going on here, my superiors knew something about it. Maybe they'd even sent me in as bait to draw out the creature they dared not admit existed. Expendable, like Stevenson and Begay had been. The realization made me feel more alone than ever, but I'd be damned if I'd go out like them without a fight. I was Private Dakota Blackhawk, proud descendant of the Navajo Code Talkers. I would face this evil like a warrior and live to tell the tale, to honor my lost brothers in arms, or die trying. Tucking the dog tags into my breast pocket over my heart, I turned to the tunnel entrance on the far side of the cave. No telling where it led, but anything was better than waiting for the creature's return. On silent feet, I crept into the cold stone passageway, following the elusive fingers of moonlight as they beckoned me on into the unknown. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, a serpentine blackness writhing through the bowels of the earth. I measured time only by my own ragged breathing and the metronome drip of water from somewhere far ahead. The musty air grew heavier, danker, the further I traveled from the cave. If I'd had any lingering doubts, this was the monster's lair. The increasingly foul stench that rode the sluggish currents dispelled them. Still, I pressed on, keeping one hand trailing along the damp, pebbled wall, the other held out before me. My eyes had adjusted about as much as they were going to, picking out deeper blots of shadow in the all-consuming darkness. More side tunnels branched off here and there, but I stuck to the wider main passage, reckoning it had to come out somewhere. Time seemed to lose all meaning in this timeless abyss, my senses winnowing down to the drip of water, the rasp of my breath, the throb of my pulse in my ears. Almost a meditative state, my awareness floating free of my body. Some distant part of me recognized it as a mild dissociation, a stress response, but I let it lull me as my feet carried me onward. The Dine, my mother's people, believed the underground world was a place of sacred mystery, where a man might confront visions and spirits. I wondered bleakly what I might find down here, cut off from sun, sky, and stars. Gradually, I became aware of a subtle downward slope in the path, the tunnel angling deeper into the mountain's roots. The air grew even closer, stalactites of limestone reaching down from the dripping ceiling to brush my ducked head. I shivered, my sweat-dampened uniform no match for the deepening chill. It had to be near freezing down here. Or perhaps it was just my growing sense of dread that set my teeth chattering. Just as I was beginning to despair of ever finding my way out, the tunnel terminated abruptly in a small chamber. Unlike the natural cave I'd woken in, this space had the look of something carved by design. Squared-off walls rose to a shallow domed ceiling, faint lines and geometries etched into their granite faces. In the center of the floor, a perfectly circular hole gaped like the mouth of a great stone well. A spectral glow seeped up from its depths, painting everything in washes of ice-pale light. Heart pounding anew, I approached the edge and risked a glance down. The shaft was perfectly vertical, plunging down farther than I could see. That eerie light seemed to emanate up from the very depths of the earth, ancient and eldritch. A vague sense of movement in the glow made me squint, trying to resolve the shape, and with dawning horror, I realized I was looking at water. An underground lake or river, its obsidian surface a glimmer with some kind of bioluminescence, and something vast was moving down there in the black waters. Dimly, I could make out an immense shadowy shape, pulsing and undulating as it swam through the sunken depths. Even at this distance, I could feel the uncanny weight of its presence, like the deep thrumming note of a colossal bell resonating in my very bones. I scrambled back from the edge, chest heaving, certain I'd just glimpsed something not meant for mortal eyes. Some eldritch, primordial thing that had haunted this region since long before the Dine or any other tribe had walked the earth. The thought of the Mogollon monster being merely its servant, an extension of its incomprehensible will, sent a new shudder of all-consuming dread through me. I knew with terrible certainty that if I fell into that abyss I would be swept down to face the nightmare that lurked in the black. Then from behind me came the sound I'd been dreading, the heavy, shuffling footfalls and graveyard stink of something huge entering the chamber. I spun to see the monster itself filling the passageway, its shaggy silhouette blotting out any exit. Dimly glowing eyes, the color of blood and madness fixed on me as it reared up to its full height, nearly scraping the domed ceiling. My heart threatened to hammer out of my chest as the horrid creature shuffled forward, backing me toward the ledge with implacable purpose. I couldn't tear my gaze away from its ghastly face, all bared fangs and matted fur, and those hellish eyes boring into me. Its limbs were thick and rangy, tipped with scythe claws that could disembowel with a single swipe. I knew in that moment that it intended to seize me, to cast me into the depths and the clutches of the nameless thing that lurked below. Maybe it needed a living sacrifice to pay tribute to its eldritch master. Fear, unlike anything I'd ever known, flooded my veins with ice as the monster loomed over me, close enough for its putrid breath to wash over my face. But beneath it, something else stirred. The embers of a warrior's defiance, my ancestors' courage in the face of hopeless odds. I refused to meet this fate on my knees, meekly consigned to the abyss. "Come on, you bastard!" I snarled up at the creature, fists clenched, feet planted wide apart. "You want me! Come and get me!" With a blood-curdling roar, the Mogollon monster lunged and the world exploded into violence and chaos. The creature moved with a speed that belied its hulking mass, crossing the chamber in a single bound. I had only an instant to throw myself aside before a huge, furred hand swiped through the space where I'd stood. Jagged claws raked the stone, striking sparks, the near miss raising the hair on my arms. I hit the ground in a combat roll, thanking God and the army for endless hours drilling hand to hand. I sprang back to my feet as the monster wheeled, bloody eyes incandescent with rage at being denied its prey. It charged again, a runaway locomotive of matted fur and muscle, and again I dove and tumbled clear by a hair's breadth. This time, one of its claws snagged my uniform, tearing a long gash down the back of my jacket. First blood to the Mogollon, but better than losing a kidney. We squared off across the chamber. The monster's bulk interposed between me and the exit tunnel. Getting past it would be suicide. The only routes left were the ledge and the abyss it ringed. Two equally sure dooms, but the creature clearly meant to force me to the latter. Time to flip the script. "That all you got?" I taunted, bouncing on my heels, fists at the ready. "My little sister hits harder than you, ugly." I was trying to provoke it into a full frontal charge where its superior size would work against it. If I could get it to overextend, there was a chance, just a chance, I could use its own momentum to send it over the edge instead of me. Dangerous plan, dancing on the lip of a monster-haunted pit, but the alternatives were a damn sight grimmer. The creature fell for it, roaring its outrage as it barreled straight at me. I held my ground to the last possible second, heart in my throat, then feinted aside and struck. Throwing my whole weight into its flank, I shoved with all my strength, trying to overbalance it. For a sickening heartbeat, I thought it wouldn't be enough, that its sheer mass would bowl me over and carry us both into the abyss. But at the critical moment, the monster's forward momentum took over. Arms windmilling almost comically, it staggered sideways, clawed feet scrabbling at the crumbling lip of the shaft. A huge chunk of stone gave way, and with a final piercing shriek, the Mogollon monster toppled over the edge. I caught a last glimpse of its contorted face, more human than animal in its fury and fear, before the darkness swallowed it whole. The creature's wail dopplered down into the bottomless depths, seeming to go on and on, until at last it faded away entirely. An eternal moment of silence followed, like the whole world holding its breath. Then a distant splash, and the shaft erupted in a geyser of black water and eldritch light. I scrambled back as a seething column of water shot up from the abyss, shattering on the chamber's domed ceiling. For a terrifying instant, I thought the whole cavern would collapse, drowning me in icy spray and rubble. But the stone held, and the geyser gradually subsided, sinking back into the depths from whence it came. In its wake, the chamber was still and silent as a tomb once more. Of the Mogollon monster, there was no sign. Maybe the thing in the depths had claimed it, dragging it down to whatever nightmare realm it called home. Or maybe the impact of that long fall had simply shattered its bones, leaving it to sink lifeless into the black waters. I supposed I'd never know for sure. Letting out a shuddering breath, I slumped back against the chamber wall, my knees giving way as the adrenaline fled my system. I'd faced the creature and lived, if only by the skin of my teeth. But in the aftermath, a sick realization settled in my already churning gut. I was still trapped down here, miles underground, in a hypogeal maze no living man had mapped, with no gear, no food, and only the guttering luminance of the shaft to see by. I allowed myself a moment to feel the weight of despair, the immense loneliness of my predicament. What I wouldn't have given in that moment for another human voice, a friendly face, or even the rasp of a radio connecting me to the world above. Hard to believe that only this morning I'd been bitching to myself about another solo assignment, chafing at the long stretches of silence broken only by check-ins with command. Now I'd have killed for even that tenuous link to my fellow man. But as grandfather used to say, feeling sorry for yourself never put meat in the pot. I was a Black Hawk, a warrior, and I'd been in tight spots before, if never this tight. With a groan, I pushed off the wall and got my feet back under me. The world spun for a few sickening seconds, but I locked my knees and waited it out. Dehydration and low blood sugar, most likely. I'd been down here the better part of a day, and the human body had its limits. First things first, take stock and prioritize. My stomach felt like my throat had been cut, but thirst would kill me a lot quicker than hunger. I needed to find water, the sooner the better. The subterranean river at the bottom of the shaft was out, even if I could have reached it. Too much risk of contamination from whatever the hell else was swimming around down there. But the guttering blue light that emanated from the abyss caught my eye again. It had a spectral beauty that sent chills down my spine. But I couldn't deny there was something almost hypnotic about its glow. And where there was light, There might be other things, life-sustaining things. Lichens, mosses, fungi. A lot of subterranean life forms were bioluminescent, their eerie radiance a side effect of metabolic processes that extracted energy from minerals in the rock itself. And where there was one living thing, there might be others. Insects, arthropods, maybe even cave fish in stagnant pools. All potential food sources to a desperate man. It was 1,000 to 1 shot, but it beat starving to death in the dark. I'd follow that glow, let it be my guiding star through this midnight labyrinth. With any luck, I'd come across an underground spring to slake my thirst. And if I could catch and eat some of the local wildlife, it would keep me going that much longer, long enough to find another way up and out. Squaring my shoulders with newfound resolve, I struck off down a branching passageway that seemed to parallel the abyss, keeping that eldritch light always in my peripheral vision. At least I wouldn't be staggering blind down here. Every journey started with a single step, Grandfather used to say. Time to see where this one led. Time lost all meaning in the wandering dark. Without sun or stars to mark its passage, I measured it only by the slow, incremental changes in my body. The sandpaper rasp of my tongue turning to leather in my mouth, the hollow clench of my stomach devouring itself bite by bite, the deep, grinding ache in my joints and temples, dehydration taking its toll in countless small cruelties. I'd long since shed my torn jacket, the cave's chill a welcome respite from the sweat-soaked clamminess of my fatigues. Now the cool air laved my skin like a balm, though I knew it was stealing precious warmth from my core with every step. A deadly trap to imagine the cold as a comfort. Keep moving, or I'd lie down and never get up again. The eldritch glow ebbed and pulsed in the corner of my eye as I followed the meandering tunnel, as if the abyss had its own slow, cold heartbeat. Or maybe it was just my vision blurring at the edges, my brain misfiring as it gnawed on the last dregs of my body's reserves. In this bone-deep darkness, it was hard to tell the difference between hallucination and reality. I was starting to understand how a man could go mad down here, entombed alive with only the drip of water and the scurrying of unseen things for company. More than once I caught myself straining my ears for the tread of my pursuer, the Mogollon monster's guttural breath sounding in the cave's throat. Phantom echoes of a threat my addled brain couldn't accept was gone. And beneath it all, that deep, atavistic dread of the thing lurking at the bottom of the abyss. I tried not to think about what it might be, what ancient and inhuman appetites could conjure a bioluminescent glow to lure prey into the depths. Ranger school hadn't exactly covered the care and feeding of eldritch abominations, as if conjured by my thoughts. A flicker of movement up ahead snared my eye, there and gone again between one blink and the next. I froze, heart suddenly trip-hammering as I squinted into the gloom. At first, I saw only stone, the eternal cathedral hush of the cavern, and then a rippling at the corner of my vision. Something pale and sinuous pulsing along the wall like a vein of living mercury. Biting down on a yelp, I edged closer, fighting the urge to flee blindly back the way I'd come. I was a scientist's son as well as a warrior, and that curious spark, however faint, refused to be doused by fear. As I drew near, the mercurial shape resolved into a long, ropey strand of something clinging to the pitted limestone. It undulated gently, faint internal pulses traveling along its length in peristaltic waves. Mycelium, some distant part of my brain, offered up. The vegetative body of a fungus, a fibrous network that wound its way through the soil and stone. Only this was like no mushroom I'd ever seen. Where a normal mycelium would be a ghostly white, this one glowed the same glacial blue as the abyss. Threads and hyphae picked out in blazing detail against the dark. The effect was strangely beautiful, reminding me of electron micrographs of neurons, all crisscrossing dendrites and axon terminals limned in frozen fire. As I stared in rapt fascination, the mycelial net seemed to stir, its fibers twining and weaving in intricate patterns that hinted at a deeper order, an alien geometry of form and function far beyond my understanding. I tried to follow the logic of its intersections and branchings, the way it pulsed in queer, arrhythmic tempo, as if to the beat of an unheard drummer. A chill rippled down my spine as I realized it almost seemed to be reacting to my presence, its movements quickening as I leaned in for a closer look. Somewhere in the back of my mind, alarm bells were going off, warning me to keep my distance. But that small, sane voice was drowned out by a rising tide of awe and hunger, a bone-deep need to understand this new piece of the puzzle my world had become. What strange evolutionary pressures could have produced such a thing? A fungal subroutine in the planet's source code. And what role did it play in the greater ecology of this misty and mephitic underworld? Its glowing tendrils woven into the fabric of the abyss itself? Questions swirled through me, each spawning new and more perplexing ones that clamored for ascendance. How did it propagate in lightless depths? What manner of eerie symbiosis had it struck with the other denizens of the dark? Could it perhaps even be the source of the monster's unnatural strength and vitality, sporing its tissues with preternatural hardiness? The implications set my mind alight, exhausted neurons sparking with dreadful possibility. Almost without thinking, I slowly extended a hand, gloved fingers hovering scant centimeters from the glowing strands. I needed to feel their texture, to know if they were as insubstantial as they appeared or thrumming with hidden life. The glow seemed to intensify as I reached out, pulsing with renewed vigor, the air between suddenly electric with charge. Gah! I snatched my hand back as if burned, though I'd felt nothing more than a mild tingle. Heart pounding, I watched as the mycelium rippled and danced, its movements almost agitated now. Stupid Coda. Stupid, foolish, and reckless, poking at unknown organisms like a kid with a stick. I hadn't survived everything this place had thrown at me just to fall victim to some funky fungal infection, if it even was a fungus at all. Cradling my hand against my chest, I backed away, putting a healthy distance between myself and the maybe mycelium. The scientific part of me still itched to investigate further, to suss out the biophysical mechanisms behind its eerie bioluminescence. But the wiser part had had enough brushes with subterranean strangeness for one lifetime. It was past time I got back to the mission at hand, getting my ass out of this hole in one piece. Tearing my gaze away from the hypnotic blue glow, I oriented myself by the faint draft sighing through the tunnels and struck out in what I hoped was the direction of fresher air. With every step, I tried to shake the uncanny sense of the mycelium watching me go. An alien intelligence without eyes or mind, yet somehow aware in a way I could barely comprehend. But it was just a mushroom, I told myself firmly. A weird one, no doubt, but still just a brainless scrap of vegetable matter, nothing more. And if I walked a little faster despite the stitch in my side, if I found my eyes straying back over my shoulder, seeking out phantom movement in the gloom, well, it had been a hell of a long day. The sooner I put this whole benighted cave system behind me, the sooner I could collapse into my rack and commence repressing everything I'd seen down here, one foot in front of the other. Follow the air. Don't think about impossible life or eldritch mysteries or the yawning void that hungered beneath. There would be plenty of time to gibber about all that once I reached the surface. For now, the only thing that mattered was the mission. Get out, get back, make my report. Let command sort out the rest. And maybe see about getting a stiff drink or six. God knew I'd earned it. The tunnel ran on, an endless stone gullet swallowing me whole. My world narrowed to the throb of blood in my temples, the ragged saw of my breath, the jolt of each footfall up my aching legs. I tried to distract myself by dredging up half-forgotten bits of ranger wisdom, survival mantras, and snippets of cadence to keep my mind off the long, uncertain miles ahead. But Grandpa's favorites soon drowned them out, the old dine chants and hero tales he'd tried to drum into my head over long summer nights on the res. Remember, Coda? His voice seemed to rumble in my ear, deeper and older than the stones themselves. The stories tell us the hero twins descended into the underworld to slay the monsters there, armed only with their wits and medicine. They faced trials and temptations, but in the end their courage prevailed. You are made of the same stuff, grandson. The blood of heroes flows through your veins. Delirious ramblings of an overclocked brain, but they brought a thin smile to my cracked lips. Damned if the old man wasn't right. I'd faced down the Mogollon monster and lived to tell the tale. If the twins could beat back the primordial threats of the fourth world, What was one measly cave to a modern warrior like me? Though I wouldn't have said no to a bellow and some lightning arrows right about now. I shook myself, trying to clear the looping, increasingly nonsensical thoughts from my head. Dehydration was clearly taking its toll, eroding my faculties like water over sandstone. If I didn't get some liquid into me soon, I'd be seeing visions to make peyote trips seem tame by comparison. Already the eldritch glow bleeding through the cracks seemed to writhe and twist into maddeningly intricate patterns, as if a nest of phosphorescent snakes lurked just behind the— Wait, not snakes. Roots. I stumbled to a halt, staring in disbelief at the tendrils of wan light filtering into the tunnel from a narrow cleft in the wall. They writhed and pulsed in achingly familiar cadence, and with a surge of mingled hope and dread, I realized what I was looking at. More of the strange bioluminescent mycelium I'd encountered earlier, its fibrous mesh penetrating the stone itself. Only there seemed to be more of it here, whole ropes and skeins of glowing filament visible through the fissure. Heart pounding, I approached the cleft, squinting against the glare. Surely this was a sign, a marker in this pitch-black labyrinth. Where there were roots, there might be soil, or at least the promise of water and nutrients to sustain them. And where the fungus, if fungus it truly was, had gained purchase, there was a chance other organisms might eke out a living in its uncanny glow. The desperate hope of food, of some means to sustain my failing body a little longer, drew me toward the fissure like a moth to a flame. The cleft was narrow, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through sideways. I almost balked at the thought of wedging myself into that claustrophobic gap, rank with the loamy scent of lightless places. But the ache in my head and the void in my belly propelled me onward. Worse to die in the open with miles to go before I slept. I squirmed through, forcing myself to breathe evenly as the stone scraped my chest and back. The blue glow intensified the deeper I pushed, painting my scuffed fingers an eerie corpse light. Rivulets of cold sweat trickled down my face to plink on the stone, the tang of salt thick in my mouth. Just a little further. With a grunt, I popped free into a small, octagonal chamber, stumbling a little as my questing foot met empty air. I caught myself on the opposite wall, leaning against it as vertigo clutched at me. It took me a moment to realize that wall was thrumming beneath my splayed hand. Not the deep basso rumble of shifting stone, but a softer, almost electric susurrus. I froze, fighting the sudden urge to rip my hand away. Slowly, dreading what I would see, I raked my gaze up from the damp floor, and nearly screamed. The chamber was filled, floor to ceiling, with glowing, writhing coils of mycelium. It sheathed every surface like some leprous fungal cancer, pulsing and undulating in ceaseless motion. Thick ropes and branching fibers wove through each other in alien geometries, their eerie radiance painting the stone an unearthly blue. Here and there, grotesque fruiting bodies thrust from the mass. Mushroom caps and puffball shapes distended into tumorous, half-sentient growths. Spores drifted from them in luminous clouds, dancing on unseen currents. And at the center of it all, dominating the far wall, a shape so strange, so incomprehensible that my mind struggled to process it. A vast, pulsating mass of glowing tendrils, woven together into a dense, basket-like structure. It heaved and convulsed like a rotted heart, some awful parody of life. As I stared in dawning horror, I realized the shape was vaguely anthropoid, a tangle of stick-thin limbs and grasping digits splayed in mocking welcome. All it lacked was a head. Recognition burst through me, colder and blacker than the deepest abyss. In my delirium, I'd stumbled straight into the monster's lair, and from the looks of things, it had been busy in its absence. The thought of that hulking abomination tending this seething garden in the dark, shaping it into some perverse shrine. My gorge rose, black spots swimming before my eyes. But just as I made to turn, to flee this awful place before madness claimed me, something else caught my eye. There, nestled in the heart of that figural monstrosity, was a glint of metal, the unmistakable curve of dog tags, hanging from a bit of chain. Two pairs, unless my blurring vision deceived me. Stevenson and Begay, my brothers, my recon team. The chopper blades beat the air as we lifted off from Fort Huachuca into the blazing Arizona sun. I gripped my M4 carbine tightly, my stomach churning with nerves and the nauseating motion of the helicopter. The rest of my squad, Tex, Hightower, and Diaz, looked equally tense. We'd been tapped for a covert mission deep in the remote wilderness of the Coronado National Forest, near the Mexican border. "Listen up," barked Sergeant Colt over the roar of the rotors. "There's been reports of drug smugglers using these mountains to sneak product across the border. Intel suggests they have a camp set up near Greenbush Canyon. Our orders are to locate the camp, observe, and report back. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary." I nodded, swallowing hard. At 24, I was the youngest of the squad and still pretty green. Growing up on the Navajo reservation in northern Arizona, I never imagined I'd end up in the Army. But with a new baby daughter and my girlfriend Sarah struggling to make ends meet on the res, enlisting seemed like my best option to provide for my family. The recruiter promised signing bonuses and money for college. In my naivete, it sounded almost too good to be true. Now, flying into hostile territory, I realized it probably was. We landed in a small clearing and hastily camouflaged the chopper with netting and branches. With a final "Hooah!" Sergeant Colt sent us off into the rugged canyon lands, the afternoon shadows already growing long. As I hiked, my thoughts drifted to Lila, my baby girl. She'd just started crawling when I left for basic training. I wondered if she'd be walking yet when I finally made it home. If I made it home. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, followed by a burst of gunfire. My heart pounding, I sprinted toward the sounds, dreading what I might find. "Contact left," Hightower shouted as we entered a small valley strewn with boulders and scrubby pines. Muzzle flashes sparked from the hillside and bullets cracked overhead. We scattered, diving for cover behind the rocks. I peeked out from my position, scanning for targets, but couldn't see anything through the trees. Another volley of shots sent chips of granite flying by my face. Tex returned fire with his saw, raking the hill with bullets. "Cease fire! Cease fire, goddammit!" Colt yelled. The shooting stopped abruptly, an eerie silence falling over the valley. "I don't think those are the smugglers," Colt said grimly, pointing at a still form crumpled awkwardly next to a tree. We approached cautiously, weapons ready. The figure was clad in tattered shreds of clothing, barely recognizable as human. "What the hell?" Diaz muttered. Then the stench hit me, a putrid mix of decay and a musky wild animal scent, and I fought the urge to vomit. This was no drug smuggler. This was something else. A shout came from the hill above us, and we spun around. 3 ragged men emerged from the trees, aiming rifles. "Don't move," one called in heavily accented English. Colt nodded slowly and raised his hands. "U.S. military," he said calmly. "We're not here for trouble." "Then go," the man spat on the ground. "Before it comes for you, too." A chill rippled through me despite the desert heat. What had we just stumbled into? What was out there hunting these men? I thought of an old Navajo legend my grandmother used to tell about a creature that roamed these forests. A Siyani, they called it, a shapeshifter. She claimed it could take the form of animals or men, but its true nature was pure evil. As a boy, I dismissed it as a scary bedtime story. Now, staring at the look of primal terror on these hardened men's faces, I wondered if the legends were true. Darkness fell swiftly in the mountains. We made camp in a defensible position, a grassy patch ringed by towering ponderosa pines, their straight trunks like the pillars of some ancient temple. I sat sharpening my knife on a whetstone, sparks dancing in the firelight, trying to ignore the knot of dread that had settled in my stomach. The events of the day replayed in my mind, the mangled body, the terrified men, their chilling warning. Hightower poked at the campfire with a stick, sending up a swirl of embers. "What do you think it is? Some kind of animal?" "Animals don't shoot guns," Tex grunted. "Then what? 'Cause it sure as hell ain't no human smuggler." "Quiet," Colt snapped. "All of you get some rest. I'll take first watch." I leaned back against my roll, but sleep wouldn't come. The night pressed in, ripe with the drone of cicadas and the distant hoot of an owl. Harmless sounds, but they made me flinch. Every snapping twig or rustle of leaves from the inky woods ratcheted up my pulse. Suddenly a scream ripped through the night, an unearthly, ululating wail that turned my blood to ice. I jackknifed up, grabbing my carbine. What the hell was that? Not coyotes, Diaz said hoarsely. A hulking silhouette lurched out of the trees, no more than 20 yards away. Not a bear. Not an elk. It was vaguely man-shaped, but impossibly tall, with shaggy fur and long, gangly arms that reached nearly to the ground. We opened fire, the night erupting in muzzle flashes. I could hear the 5.56 rounds slam into the creature's body with meaty thwacks. It staggered, then let loose another chilling scream. "Fall back!" Colt yelled as he tossed a grenade. The blast lit up the creature in a strobe, casting its massive shadow across the forest floor. But it kept coming. We turned and ran, plunging headlong into the night, thorny branches clawing at us as we crashed through the underbrush. My lungs burned and my heart jackhammered against my ribs. This couldn't be real. That thing couldn't be real. A root snagged my foot, and I sprawled face first in the dirt. Rolling over, I saw the creature looming above me, yellow eyes glinting in the moonlight, jagged teeth bared. It reached for me with a gnarled hand, stinking of rotten flesh. Suddenly Tex was there, laying down covering fire. "Run, Kaylee, run!" I scrambled to my feet and sprinted into the pitch-dark forest. Behind me I heard Tex scream, then wet snapping sounds, then silence. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, my heart feeling like it would burst out of my chest. Finally, my quivering legs gave out and I collapsed at the base of a large fir tree, its branches sweeping the forest floor. Gasping for breath, I looked around desperately, but I could see no sign of the others. No sign of the creature either, though every flutter of leaves made me whip around wildly, my finger twitching on the trigger. What was that thing? It had shrugged off rounds that could drop a grizzly in its tracks. And Tex. I squeezed my eyes shut, but I couldn't block out the memory of his agonized scream, or the awful, wet ripping sounds that followed. He'd sacrificed himself to save me. I thought again of my grandmother's stories of the Siani. Ancient legends spoke of skinwalkers, evil witches who could transform into animals or even other people. Could such nightmare tales actually be true? My radio crackled to life, making me jump. "Kaylee, come in," Diaz's voice, tight with fear. "I'm here," I responded, nearly choking with relief that someone else was still alive. "Where are you?" "Cave, maybe a mile south of camp. Colt's hurt bad." His transmission broke up in a burst of static. Checking my compass, I oriented myself and started hiking south, keeping to the thickest trees, jumping at every noise. The waning moon cast twisted shadows through the branches. An owl screeched and I spun around wildly, my heart in my throat. "Get a grip," I told myself fiercely. "Diaz and Colt need you." After an eternity, I spotted the black mouth of a cave ahead, barely visible in the pale moonlight. I approached slowly, flicking on my rifle-mounted light. "Diaz?" I hissed. "It's Kaylee?" No response. I crept closer. "Guys?" An awful stench wafted from the cavern, the same putrid rot from the body in the woods. Pulse pounding, I stepped inside. My light beam swept the chamber, revealing gore-spattered walls. On the floor lay two motionless forms in shredded fatigues. My stomach clenched. No, please God, no. Suddenly, heavy footsteps crunched on the gravel behind me. I spun around. The creature filled the cave entrance, all matted fur and coiled muscle, lips curled back in a vicious snarl. I opened fire, the muzzle flashes strobing in the dark. The thing roared and charged. A massive arm swatted my rifle away like a child's toy. Fetid breath blasted my face. I could smell its rank animal musk. Claws dug into my shoulder and slammed me against the stone wall, my skull exploding in pain. Hot blood sheeted down my arm. Darkness crept in at the edges of my vision. So this is how it ends, I thought distantly. I pictured Sarah and Lila, and my heart ached. I'm sorry. Then I felt the cold metal of my pistol, still strapped to my thigh. With my last ounce of strength, I drew it and fired point blank into the creature's face. The bang was deafening in the enclosed space. The thing bellowed and staggered back, black blood spurting from its left eye socket. I kept pulling the trigger until the slide locked back on an empty chamber. Blinded and shrieking with pain, the creature turned and lurched out of the cave, crashing through the trees. I slid to the ground, my head swimming, my fatigue soaked with my own blood. I don't know how long I lay there drifting in and out of consciousness. Time seemed to dilate and stretch, reality slipping sideways. Memories of the res swirled through my mind like ghosts. Racing my cousins across the red rock canyons, my grandmother telling stories around the campfire, Sarah smiling as she placed our sleeping daughter in my arms. Thirst finally drove me to action. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I dragged myself over to retrieve my canteen and medkit. In the thin gray light filtering in from the cave mouth, I could see the ragged holes in my shoulder where the creature's claws had punched through. I packed the wounds as best I could with hemostatic gauze and washed down antibiotic pills with a few precious swallows of warm, metallic-tasting water. I crawled over to Diaz and Colt's bodies, frantically feeling for a pulse. But I already knew. They were as lifeless and still as the stone beneath them. Hightower and Tex were surely dead as well. My whole squad wiped out in a single night by that thing. I rocked back on my heels, despair and exhaustion sweeping over me. What now? The creature was still out there somewhere, wounded but far from dead. Could I even make it out of this forest alive? And if I did, who would believe my story? They'd think I'd gone mad. Hell, maybe I had. Anger swelled up in me, hot and sharp. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. We'd been sent in blind, totally unprepared for what we faced, and we'd paid the ultimate price for it. I limped out of the cave into the gray dawn light. In the distance, a helicopter thumped by, just a dark speck against the brightening sky. Headed for the fob, probably, to look for their lost squad. They'd find the blood and casings at our camp. With no bodies, they'd likely assume we'd been captured by the cartels. The cave would go undiscovered, my friend's deaths a mystery, and the creature would live on, free to hunt again. More innocent blood on some CIA spook's hands, filed away in a classified folder, just another dirty secret in the bowels of Langley. No, I couldn't let that happen. I thought of my Navajo ancestors, warriors and trackers, proud defenders of the people. What happened to my squad was evil, unnatural. It was my duty to put it right. I checked my pistol and my knife. The clip was empty, but I still had my backup mags, enough to finish this one way or another. Wiping away the tears, I turned to face the wild expanse of forest and canyon. Somewhere out there, a monster lurked. It was time to hunt. I moved through the woods like a ghost, like my ancestors, the Navajo scout raiders, must have, leaving no trace. My shoulder throbbed and my head pounded, but I welcomed the pain, used it to sharpen my focus. The creature's trail wasn't hard to follow, a path of broken saplings, heavy clawed footprints, and splatters of black blood. It was moving slowly, hindered by the wound I'd inflicted, but still it pressed on with grim, inhuman determination. I shadowed it for miles, my hatred and thirst for vengeance rising with each step. This thing had slaughtered my friends, my brothers in arms. For that, I would end it, send it back to whatever hell had spawned it. The sun traced its arc across the sky as I tracked, the air shimmering with heat. The creature's path wound down into a narrow slot canyon, its high walls striped with bands of red and white stone. I recognized the place from my maps, Greenbush Canyon, the site of the supposed smuggler camp where this nightmare mission had begun. I closed in cautiously, senses straining. The canyon walls seemed to lean in, blocking out the sun, casting deep shadows across the dry stream bed. Ahead, the dark mouth of a cave yawned open at the base of the cliff. The stink of death wafted out. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, but I pushed on into the darkness, pistol held ready. The tunnel twisted and turned, the close air thick and fetid. Dimly, I could hear heavy, labored breathing from up ahead. I rounded the final bend and found myself in a larger cavern, lit by a single shaft of sunlight spearing down from a hole in the roof. And there was the creature, crouched in the middle of the cave. It turned to face me, its ruined eye socket a mass of crusted black blood. In the stark light, I could see the dozens of bullet wounds pockmarking its hide, leaking dark fluid. It was grievously hurt, dying maybe, but no less deadly. It lumbered to its feet with a growl and charged. I stood my ground and fired, round after round drilling into its bulk. It crashed into me like a freight train, claws scrabbling for my throat. We tumbled to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Fetid jaws snapped inches from my face. I felt its muscles quivering, its body shuddering with the effort of movement. I kept pulling the trigger until the hammer fell on empty chambers. In a final burst of strength, the creature reared up and roared, towering over me. I whipped out my knife and plunged it hilt deep into the thing's chest, burying it to the heart. The creature threw its head back and screamed, an ear-splitting shriek. Then slowly, ponderously, it toppled backwards and lay still, black blood spreading across the stone. I stumbled to my feet, barely able to stand. The cave seemed to whirl around me. It was over. I'd done it. I sank to my knees beside the corpse, my mission complete. In that moment, staring into the glassy yellow eye of the monster, my rage drained away, replaced by a profound exhaustion. And pity. This thing, this creature. What was it really? Some relic of an older, wilder world, maybe. A being humanity was never meant to know. And what drove it to kill? Hunger? Fear? Some ancient instinct as deep and implacable as the desert stone? Could a thing like this truly be evil? I didn't know. I still don't. But what I did know was it was over. With the last of my strength, I gathered brush from the canyon floor, piling it over the creature's body in the cave. I lit it ablaze, the orange flames licking at the matted fur and leathery skin. Black smoke billowed up, stinging my eyes and lungs as I stumbled out into the clean air of the canyon. In the distance, I heard the whumping of chopper blades, a search and rescue team combing the desert, looking for my squad, for me. I limped out of the canyon, one agonizing step at a time, following the sound. Black spots crowded my vision and my head swam. How much blood had I lost? The hot sun hammered down, the whole world shimmering like a mirage. Finally, after what seemed like hours, I staggered out into a wide valley. There was the chopper, an olive-drab dragonfly skimming over the scrub. It banked in my direction, flaring to land in a swirl of dust and grit. Uniformed figures leapt out, running towards me. I raised one bloody hand and opened my mouth to call out. But no words came. The world seemed to slide sideways, the hard-baked earth rising up to meet me. Strong arms caught me as I fell. Holy hell! Someone muttered above me. A medic. What happened to you, soldier? I tried to answer, but my tongue was thick and heavy. I tasted blood. The medic turned and shouted something over his shoulder, but his words were lost in a rushing whine, like 1,000 cicadas in my skull. As if from a great distance, I heard Sergeant Colt's voice in my mind. You're Navajo, aren't you, Private? What's that word you people have? Hojo? I smiled at the memory, my cracked lips splitting with the motion. Hozo, harmony, balance, the beauty way. I'd restored the balance, sent the Siani back to the spirit world. And soon I would join my ancestors too. My vision tunneled to black and I felt myself falling down into soft velvet darkness. It was almost peaceful. Still, one final thought surfaced as I slipped under. Sarah, Lila, I'm sorry. And then, like a final breath, even that faded away, lost in the encroaching shadow. I embraced it. I was done fighting. I was going home. The chopper descended through the inky darkness, its spotlight probing the dense Arizona forest below. Captain Ascuato Chavez gripped his pack and M4 carbine as he prepared to fast rope down to the LZ. Intel was sketchy, but there were reports of something big and vicious stalking these woods, something inhuman. As a member of the Army's elite supernatural threats unit, Chavez had faced some weird shit before. Chupacabras in New Mexico, a Wendigo in Montana, but never a Sasquatch. He wasn't even sure they existed outside of blurry photos and sensational tabloid stories, until now. Sir, we're 50 feet above the LZ, the crew chief shouted over the roar of the rotors. You're clear to descend on my mark. 3, 2, 1, go. Chavez slid down the rope into a small clearing ringed by towering ponderosa pines. The chopper ascended back into the night sky, its rhythmic thumping fading into silence. He was utterly alone in the vast wilderness. Chavez to base. I'm on the ground, beginning my mission, he said into his radio. Copy that. Proceed to target area and report any sign of the creature. Lethal force is authorized. Get in, get it done, get out. Base out. Chavez took a deep breath of crisp mountain air. He had a bad feeling about this op from the start, but orders were orders. He thought back to the cramped on-base housing where his wife Sheila and their 3 kids waited for his return. They barely scraped by on an E6 salary. Chavez volunteered for this mission and the hefty bonus that came with it, so he could finally give his family the life they deserved. Maybe even buy a little cabin up here in the mountains, spend their summers fishing and hiking as a family. A blood-curdling howl echoed through the forest, snapping him back to the present. It sounded vaguely simian, but deeper and more guttural than any ape Chavez had ever heard. He raised his carbine and peered into the shadowy tree line. The hunt was on. Chavez moved silently through the forest, the damp underbrush masking his footfalls. These were the same highlands where his Apache ancestors once hunted deer and elk. As a boy on the reservation, the tribal elders taught him to track, forage, and melt, unseen into the wilderness. Skills that served him well in ranger school, and now as an STU operator. He paused at the edge of a ravine and knelt to examine the soil. There were tracks, but not like anything he'd seen before. Humanoid, but larger. The prints sunk deep into the soft earth. Chavez guessed the creature weighed at least 800 pounds. He froze as a pungent, musky odor filled his nostrils. It smelled like wet dog mixed with rotting meat. Something was watching him from the trees on the other side of the ravine. Chavez slowly raised his head. 2 yellow eyes glowed in the darkness, reflecting the dim moonlight. They had to be at least 8 feet off the ground. The creature huffed, its breath visible in the cold night air. Chavez thumbed his rifle's safety off. Then the eyes disappeared as the creature turned and loped away into the forest. Chavez exhaled. He briefly considered pursuing it, but the ravine looked at least 40 feet deep. Better to find a way across. He glanced at the topographic map on his wrist dagger. There was an old Forest Service bridge a half-mile south. If he hurried, he might be able to pick up the creature's trail on the other side. As he jogged through the woods, Chavez couldn't shake an uneasy sense of déjà vu, like he'd been here before. There was something eerily familiar about this part of the forest. Chavez crossed the rickety wood bridge, his boots thumping hollowly on the weathered planks. On the other side, he quickly found the creature's prints and began following them west, deeper into the wilderness. The tracks led him to the entrance of a narrow box canyon. Chavez hesitated. The sheer rock walls made it a perfect spot for an ambush, but he couldn't turn back now, not when he was so close. He crept cautiously into the canyon, scanning the ridge lines for any sign of movement. 100 yards in, he spotted something that made his blood run cold. There, jutting from the canyon wall, was the wreckage of a helicopter, an Apache gunship, just like the ones Chavez flew in Afghanistan. What was it doing here in the middle of nowhere? As he approached the downed chopper, a glint of metal caught his eye. Dog tags dangled from a rusted chain caught on a protruding piece of fuselage. No, it couldn't be. With a shaking hand, Chavez grabbed the tags and wiped away the grime. The name engraved on them hit him like a punch to the gut. Chavez Asqueto J756233383 OPOS Apache. They were his tags, but that was impossible. He was standing right here, alive, his tags around his neck. What the hell was going on? A guttural growl emanated from the shadows at the back of the canyon. Chavez spun to see the creature emerge from behind a boulder, its shaggy fur matted with blood, yellow fangs bared in a snarl. It was bipedal, at least 9 feet tall, with thick, corded muscles rippling beneath its hide. The creature roared and charged, covering the distance between them in seconds. Chavez flew backwards as a massive arm swatted him like a rag doll. He slammed into the canyon wall and crumpled to the ground, his carbine clattering out of reach. Through blurred vision, Chavez saw the creature looming over him, raising a taloned paw for the killing blow. A thunderous boom echoed off the canyon walls. The creature stumbled back, a gaping hole blown in its chest. Chavez looked up to see a squad of heavily armed soldiers in black fatigues, rappelling down from the cliffs above. Go, 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 take that fucker out. One of the soldiers opened up on full auto, stitching the creature from groin to neck. It bellowed in pain and rage, lashing out at its attackers. But there were too many. their armor-piercing rounds chewing through flesh and bone like paper. The creature toppled backwards, its lifeblood pooling on the dusty canyon floor. It heaved one last rattling breath and was still. A soldier grabbed Cavus's arm and hauled him to his feet. "Captain Cavus, what's the last thing you remember?" Cavus shook his head, trying to clear the fog. I was on a mission, solo recon, tracking the creature." The soldier nodded grimly. "Sir, I'm sorry, but that's not entirely accurate. You disappeared on that mission over 3 years ago. We've been searching for you ever since." 3 years? That's not... I don't understand. Your chopper went down in hostile territory. By the time we reached the crash site, you were gone. No sign of your body. Intel reported a Sasquatch-like creature in the area. We've been hunting it, and you, ever since." Cavus's head swam. Memories came trickling back. Fire and metal raining from the sky. Searing pain as talons raked his flesh. An ancient cave. Hideous creatures gathered around a blood-stained altar. His legs buckled and he sank to his knees. It wasn't just déjà vu he'd felt out in these woods. He'd lived this nightmare before, been transformed by the very monstrosity he was sent to destroy. Now it all came crashing back in brutal clarity. "My God," he whispered, "what have I done?" The soldier helped Cavus to the waiting Blackhawk on the canyon rim. Inside, a medic attended to his wounds while the soldier cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Sir, I don't know how to tell you this, but your wife Sheila, your kids, they held out hope you were alive for a long time. But after a year, the army declared you killed in action. Sheila, she took it hard, started drinking. Pills." The soldier looked away. Cavus felt a cold knot of dread forming in his gut. She couldn't take care of herself, let alone 3 little ones. CPS took the kids, put them in foster care. Then one day Sheila's neighbor noticed she hadn't seen her in a while. Police found her body. "I'm sorry, sir. She OD'd." A howl of anguish tore from Cavus's throat. He buried his face in his hands. The bleak future he'd envisioned, the cozy cabin, his children playing in the sun, it was all ash now, scattered to the unforgiving winds. What a fool he'd been, chasing money in the darkness. He'd had his treasure all along and carelessly squandered it. The bitter irony was almost too much to bear. The Blackhawk rose above the tree line, leaving the blood-soaked canyon behind. As Cavus gazed numbly out the window, he saw his own ghostly reflection staring back at him, gaunt, scarred, utterly hollowed out. Just another broken thing, left to haunt this God-forsaken wilderness. The doctors said it was a miracle Chavez survived his time in the wilds. The creature transmitted some unknown pathogen to him, warped his body and mind. They promised the mutations were reversible, that he'd be back to normal with the proper therapies. Physically, at least. Cavus didn't care. Normal was a life that no longer existed. He'd been given a second chance, but at the cost of everything he once held dear. The children were placed with a good Apache family on the reservation, they told him. They'd be raised in the old traditions, taught the stories and wisdom of their people. It was the one bright spot in all this, knowing they'd be spared the hardships he and Sheila faced as army brats bouncing from post to post. Weeks turned into months. The doctors deemed Chavez fit to return to duty. His commanding officer offered him an honorable discharge. "No one would blame you for getting out after all you've been through," he said with a sad smile. But Cavus couldn't imagine a civilian life, not anymore. Wearing the uniform was the only thing that still made sense. Besides, STU needed him more than ever now that the existence of creatures like Sasquatch was a confirmed reality. He had an obligation to make sure no one else suffered his fate. So on a crisp fall morning, he stood at attention while the CO pinned a purple heart to his chest. Cavus stared straight ahead as a chilling realization took hold. That dark canyon in Arizona hadn't been an end, but a twisted new beginning. A second life, forged in blood and sorrow. Perhaps it was fitting, Cavus thought. He was a monster who hunted monsters, forever doomed to stalk the shadows between worlds. After what he'd seen, what he'd become, a normal life was the only thing more terrifying than the horrors that awaited him. As the first snow dusted the pines outside, Cavus shouldered his rifle and headed out into the gathering dark. The hunt was on. The old dirt road wound through the ponderosa pines, climbing steadily into the remote wilderness of the Arizona mountains. Special Agent Kaylee Big Horse guided his Jeep over the ruts and rocks, the vehicle bouncing and lurching with each bump. He wouldn't normally take an assignment like this, but with Aubrey out of work and medical bills piling up, he couldn't afford to say no. The Army was willing to pay well for his particular skill set. Big Horse had grown up on the Fort Apache Reservation, spending his youth exploring these very woods. He knew them like the back of his scarred hand. Those countless hours tracking game, foraging for food, and learning the old ways from his Apache elders made him uniquely qualified for this mission. But just what that mission entailed, his superiors had kept frustratingly vague. Something had the brass spooked, that much was clear. There were rumors of people vanishing in this area, campers, hikers, forest rangers. The disappearances went back decades, but had increased in recent years. The locals blamed Mogollon Monster, a mythical ape-like creature said to roam the wilderness. Big Horse put little stock in campfire tales, but he knew better than to dismiss ancient wisdom out of hand. The old stories often held kernels of truth. Rounding a bend, he spotted the weathered cabin tucked in a stand of aspens. This would serve as his base for the next few days as he surveyed the area. With any luck, he'd find the answers the Army wanted and be back home to Aubrey and the kids in time for the weekend. He parked the Jeep and unloaded his gear. The cabin was small but well built, with a sturdy roof and a stone chimney. Inside were a few pieces of rough-hewn furniture, a cot, a table, a chair. Big Horse set about unpacking his supplies and inspecting his equipment. Night vision goggles, motion sensors, infrared cameras, a high-powered rifle. The Army had spared no expense, but most essential was his grandfather's hunting knife, a treasured heirloom and trusty companion on many a mission. With daylight fading, he took a moment to step outside and breathe in the crisp mountain air. Aspens whispered in the breeze and birds sung their evening songs. But beneath the tranquil surface, Big Horse sensed something amiss. A strange stillness, an undercurrent of menace. He shook it off. He'd learned long ago to trust his instincts, but he also knew how the mind could play tricks in the darkness. Back inside, he laid out his maps and planned his patrol routes for the next day. He'd start with the nearest sites of the recent disappearances and spiral outward from there, looking for any signs of tracks, scat, or disturbances. But as he studied the contour lines and elevation markers, his eyelids grew heavy. At last he rolled into his sleeping bag and switched off his lamp, rifle close at hand. Tomorrow the hunt would begin in earnest. A piercing cry split the pre-dawn gloom, jolting Big Horse awake. He grabbed his rifle and rolled to his feet, senses on high alert. It sounded like a woman's scream, coming from deep within the woods. Hastily pulling on his boots, he charged out into the twilight. The waning moon cast long shadows across the forest floor. As he sprinted between the trees, dodging branches and leaping deadfall, the screams continued, growing more desperate, spurring him on. 100 horrible scenarios flashed through his head. He found her thrashing on the ground in a small clearing, her clothing torn and bloodied. In the dim light, he couldn't make out her features, but her terror was palpable. Big Horse approached slowly, hands open. "I am here to help," he said in what he hoped was a calming voice. "I'm with the U.S. Army. You're safe now." The woman stared at him with wide, wild eyes. She stammered something unintelligible, her words lost in gasping sobs. "Are you hurt? What happened?" Big Horse kneeled down but maintained his distance, not wanting to spook her further. She shook her head frantically, then raised a quivering hand to point at something over his shoulder. It took them. Oh God, it took them all." A chill raced down Big Horse's spine. He spun around, searching the tree line, but saw nothing in the murky shadows. Turning back to the woman, he found only flattened grass where she'd been laying a moment before. He whipped around in a circle, pulse pounding. She had vanished without a trace. A branch cracked in the underbrush behind him. He wheeled toward the sound, raising his rifle. A hulking figure emerged from the darkness, far too tall to be human. Shaggy fur covered its body, and its face was twisted into a hideous, ape-like sneer. Big Horse felt the breath leave his lungs. It couldn't be. The creature opened its mouth and let loose an ear-splitting roar. Then it charged. Big Horse squeezed the trigger, the rifle bucking against his shoulder. Once, twice, 3 times. The thunderous shots rang through the clearing. The beast staggered, but kept coming, impossibly fast for its size. Big Horse turned to run, heart jackhammering against his ribcage. He crashed through the undergrowth, praying his memory of the terrain would guide him true. The creature's enraged bellows seemed to come from all around, echoing through the trees. Lungs burning, Big Horse burst into another clearing and found himself at the mouth of a cave, a yawning void cut into a sheer rock face. Ancient petroglyphs marked the entrance, faded red ochre swirls that almost seemed to undulate in the moonlight. He hesitated for only a second before plunging into the throat of darkness. If he could find a defensible position, he might stand a chance. But the cave floor sloped sharply downward, becoming treacherously slick. Big Horse lost his footing and tumbled into the abyss, rifle clattering away into the blackness. He scrambled for purchase, but the stone offered no handholds. Down and down he slid, the dank air growing colder with every passing second. At last he landed with a bone-jarring thud on a spongy surface, knocking the wind from him. Gasping, he rolled onto his back and found himself staring up at a canopy of glowing moss. Faint bioluminescence washing the cavern in an eerie green twilight. At the edge of the light, something moved. Big Horse shot to his feet, ignoring the spikes of pain radiating through his body. He fumbled for his knife, the blade seeming pitifully small in his shaking hand. The darkness shifted and undulated, drawing closer with each ragged breath. Then a voice rasped out from the depths, grinding and ancient like boulders rolling in a riverbed. "You should not be here." A shape congealed from the shadows, stooped and skeletal, cloaked in matted fur. Big Horse blinked, trying to resolve the figure into something comprehensible. It was vaguely humanoid, but its limbs were too long, its head too misshapen, and the eyes glowed a dull, rotting yellow. What are you?" Big Horse managed, through a throat clenched with terror. "The last," the creature croaked. "The last of the people." An icy realization crept over Big Horse. The petroglyphs, the old stories, the things that shambled in the night. The Apache had whispered of them for generations, ancient things from an antediluvian age. Not quite human, but something more, or less. The creature shuffled closer, its rank musk filling Big Horse's nostrils. He fought down the urge to gag. "You have trespassed," it creaked. "Your blood is now forfeit." Big Horse's mind raced, dredging up every scrap of Apache lore he could remember. Tales of bargains struck, of ancient pacts. He lowered his knife slowly, letting the reassuring steel slip from his fingers. "I meant no disrespect, grandfather. I come seeking wisdom." The creature paused, cocking its head. Big Horse pushed on, praying he was choosing the right words. "The surface world has forgotten the old ways, but some of us still keep the traditions. Still pay proper reverence to the people below." "Reverence," the creature hissed, moving close enough for Big Horse to feel its fetid breath. "You invade our lands, defile our sacred places, and you speak of reverence?" Big Horse swallowed hard. "I seek only to understand, to learn from you and preserve your teachings, to honor the treaties between our kinds." The creature stared at him for an eternity, unblinking. Then slowly, it extended one gnarled claw. "Come then, man-child, we will see if you are worthy." Relief flooded through Big Horse. He reached out and grasped the leathery appendage, suppressing a shudder at its cold, pliant touch. As he did, the creature's eyes flashed a brighter, more vital yellow. Images began to flicker through Big Horse's mind. Sensations of falling, writhing, changing. Of eons spent in swirling darkness, consciousness scattered and reforming in maddening cycles. Secrets not meant for mortal minds. He wrenched his hand free with a gasp, staggering backward. The connection broke, but the foreign thoughts still clawed at his psyche. The creature loomed over him, a cruel grin splitting its lips. "You are not ready for the deepest mysteries. But come, I will show you other wonders, horrors and revelations beyond your ken." With that, it turned and lumbered off into an adjoining tunnel. Big Horse hurried to follow, his feet carrying him forward even as his instincts screamed to flee. Deeper into the mountain they went, through vaulted chambers of glittering crystal and forests of petrified fungus. past heaps of yellowed bones and grotesquely carved idols that wept black fluid in the faint luminance. At last they came to a great domed cavern, its walls pulsing with warm, ruddy light. In the center of the space stood a vast stone altar, stained and scarred from eons of grim use. Upon that altar lay a book, bound in cracked grayish leather that Big Horse desperately tried to convince himself was not flayed human skin. The creature took the book in its gnarled claws and thrust it toward Big Horse. "Here is the knowledge you seek, the secrets of the people, of the rites we work to placate those from beyond." Big Horse reached for the tome, fingers hovering over the grotesque cover. Dark power seemed to thrum from it, whispering seductively at the edge of his mind. Slowly, carefully, he opened it. The pages were filled with blasphemous sigils and twisted diagrams, instructions for rituals too vile to imagine. But Big Horse found he could not look away, could not stop turning the fragile leaves. Each glyph seared itself into his mind, branding his soul with their diseased geometries. Distantly, as if from underwater, he heard the creature speaking. "You have your precious wisdom, man-child. Now the price must be paid." Big Horse felt something cold wrap around his leg, yanking him off balance. He fell heavily, the book tumbling from his hands. More clammy appendages seized his limbs, dragging him inexorably toward the altar. He thrashed and fought, but their grip was iron. Through the haze of horror, Big Horse saw the creature looming above him, a cruel obsidian blade clutched in its claw. Those leprous yellow eyes glinted with a kind of mad glee. "The old ones hunger," it crowed. "They demand sacrifice." The knife descended and Big Horse screamed. His blood flowed in rivulets across the basalt slab, seeping into the eldritch runes chiseled in its surface. The cavern began to shake, great slabs of stone crashing down around them. A noxious black smoke billowed up from the spreading pool of gore, coalescing into a writhing, tentacled mass. And then, only darkness. Big Horse awoke with a ragged gasp, his lungs searing as if he'd been holding his breath for hours. He was lying on cold, damp stone, limbs askew. His head pounded mercilessly. With a groan, he pushed himself up to sitting, wincing as pain lanced through his hands. Looking down, he saw his palms were scraped raw, nails torn and bloody. What in God's name had happened? Memory came rushing back. The screams, the creature, the cave, the book, the altar. Big Horse frantically scrabbled at his chest, expecting to find gaping wounds, but his fingers met only torn fabric sticky with half-dried blood. He peeled his shirt up, marveling at the unbroken skin beneath. Was it all some kind of fever dream, a hallucination? He'd heard of shamans using potent herbs and mushrooms to induce visions, to walk between worlds. Maybe he'd accidentally ingested something in the woods, some psychotropic fungus. Unsteadily, he climbed to his feet, surveying his surroundings. He was still in the cave, but in a different chamber, one he didn't recognize. The walls were closer here, the ceiling lower. Tree roots dangled through cracks in the limestone, seeking moisture. He spotted his rifle laying nearby, caked in mud but apparently undamaged. Scooping it up, he sucked in a deep breath, trying to get his bearings. He'd been trained to handle hostile situations, taught techniques to remain calm and rational under duress. He could puzzle this out. Closing his eyes, he listened, straining to catch anything beyond the hammering of his own heart. Dripping water, the soft skitter of cave crickets, his own ragged breathing. No screams, no roars, no eldritch chanting. Emboldened, he opened his eyes and took a tentative step forward. The toe of his boot hit something soft, yielding. He glanced down and bit back a yelp. A man lay crumpled at his feet, throat torn open in a gaping crimson smile. Bile surged up Big Horse's gullet. He knew that face, even slack and blood-drained. It was one of the missing hikers, a young man he'd seen in the briefing photos. Brian Hawkins, 24, an experienced outdoorsman. He'd vanished 2 weeks ago near one of the trails. Big Horse's gaze darted around the chamber as horrid realization sank in. More bodies littered the floor, discarded like broken dolls. Men, women, even a child, all in varying states of dismemberment and decay. The missing campers, the lost forest rangers. Bile seared the back of his throat, acrid and stinging. He spotted a gap in the cavern wall, a black mouth leading still deeper into the earth. The rational part of his mind screamed to turn back, to get the hell out of this subterranean charnel house. But another instinct pulled him onward, a desperate need to understand, to see this grim journey through no matter the cost. He slung the rifle over his shoulder and stepped gingerly between the corpses. The tunnel twisted and turned, opening into progressively larger chambers. Big Horse's boots crunched on stone shot through with quartz and mica, glittering in his flashlight beam. Stalactites reached down from the ceiling like rotting teeth and necrotic gums. The cloying stench of decay mingled with a sharp, metallic scent he couldn't quite place. Then the path ended, and Big Horse found himself standing at the shore of a vast underground lake, its placid surface black as tar. Mounds of pale, fleshy pods fringed the water, pulsing gently. With mounting horror, he realized they were egg sacs, each large enough to hold a crouched human form. A few gaped open, torn and empty. He played his light over the hatchery, counting dozens upon dozens of the membranous ovoids. Revulsion twisted in his guts as the terrible truth crashed over him. The creature, its fetid amniotic lair, the missing people entombed in oozing pupae. Big Horse knew now what he faced. Not some shaman's fever dream, but a very real abomination. An antediluvian horror that had survived the epochs by turning human prey into incubators for its foul get. Slowly, Big Horse raised his gun, flicking off the safety. A piercing shriek rang out across the cavern, echoing from the walls. Dozens of shimmering yellow eyes flared to life in the darkness, fixed squarely on him. Big Horse felt icy dread paralyze his limbs as the first misshapen forms erupted from the shallows, their guttural roars shaking the very stone. He whispered a prayer to the Creator, begging for a swift end. Then the horde was upon him. The helicopter rotors whipped the air, downdraft whipping Big Horse's hair across his ash-smeared face. He stared numbly at the ponderosa pines whipping by below, barely registering the medic tightening a blood pressure cuff around his bicep. "BP's steady," the man called to the pilot over the engine's roar. 100 over 80. Mild tachycardia, but that's to be expected with the trauma and the dehydration. The pilot grunted in acknowledgement and banked the chopper, angling toward the cluster of flashing lights on the horizon. Big Horse let the noise wash over him, his mind mercifully blank. After a time, he felt a hand on his shoulder. The medic again. Brow knit in concern, the man leaned close, raising his voice to be heard in the compartment. "Agent Big Horse, we're about 10 minutes out from Fort Huachuca. They've got a full medical team standing by. You're going to get the best possible care, I promise." Big Horse nodded mechanically, though in truth he could scarcely process the words. The events of the past days felt distant and unreal, like scenes from a half-remembered film. But the cuts and bruises littering his body told a different story. In snatches and fragments it came back to him. The chaos and blood of that final battle, the frenzied slashing of talons, the burning sting of acid spray. Eldritch words bubbling from abominable throats, their syllables scouring his sanity, and at last, the rumbling crack of stone giving way, an entire level of the cave system collapsing in on itself, burying the writhing broods, and nearly Big Horse along with them. He'd clawed his way back to the surface in a blind delirium, stumbling into daylight just as the search and rescue choppers flew their first grid. Dumb luck, or divine providence. Big Horse wasn't sure he cared which. All that mattered was that the nightmares beneath the mountain were sealed away, drowned in rubble and riven earth. But even as that thought formed, nagging doubt wormed at the edges of his mind. The memories, fragmented as they were, felt too sharp, too vivid to be mere hallucinations. And there were the injuries even now throbbing beneath layers of gauze and tape. What if it had been real? What if some of the horrors had survived the cave-in? What if, even now, they were squirming through tunnels and fissures, seeking a way back to the world above? Big Horse shook his head sharply, banishing those dire imaginings. It did no good to dwell on such things, not when there was nothing to be done. Whatever the truth of the matter, he'd made his report. Let the brass sort it out, or bury it, as they saw fit. His part in this grim drama was over. All he wanted now was to go home to his family, to hold his children and never let go. The medic squeezed his shoulder again, startling him from his dark reverie. We're on final approach now, Agent Big Horse. The med team will take you from here. Big Horse nodded his thanks, mouth dry. Then, impulsively, he reached out to catch the man's wrist as he turned away. Those hikers, the people who went missing, did they find any sign? A shadow passed over the medic's face. He hesitated a moment, then shook his head. I'm sorry, Agent. So far, search and rescue hasn't found any survivors. Big Horse swallowed against a surge of grief, of helpless rage. All those innocent lives, snuffed out in such senseless slaughter. The unfairness of it, the cruel caprice of a hostile universe threatened to overwhelm him. But no, he couldn't afford to break, not now. He had to be strong, for Aubrey, for the kids, for the memory of the fallen. He would heal, in body and mind, and he would ensure their stories were told. That their names were remembered, their families given closure. It was, he decided, the very least he could do. With that vow burning in his heart, Special Agent Kaylee Bighorse stepped off the helicopter and into the waiting arms of his fellow soldiers, his brothers in arms. Come what horrors may, he would face them standing tall, for he was a child of the Apache, a son of warriors and wise men, and no darkness, no matter how primordial or profane, could ever extinguish the light of human courage, of the dauntless spirit that drove seekers of truth to the farthest reaches of the possible. Big Horse smiled grimly to himself, tasting blood and ash. So it has always been, and so it would be evermore, until the stars themselves winked out and reality crumbled into the void. Amen. Special Agent Kaylee Bighorse strode through the glass double doors of Groom Lake Base Infirmary, the buttery afternoon sunlight dazzling after 2 hours of medical exams and debriefs. He felt drained in a soul-deep way he couldn't quite articulate. But there was a steely resolution in it too, a commitment to the path that now lay before him. In the weeks since his return from the Arizona wilderness, Big Horse had convalesced in both body and spirit. The lacerations and fractures had healed. The nightmares receded to a manageable background static. But the questions remained, nagging at his every waking thought. What were those creatures truly? Vestiges of some prehistoric relict race or beings from beyond the stars? What bleak intelligence drove them to such grim ends? And were there others out there, lurking in the shadowed places, waiting for some cataclysmic alignment to unleash them upon an unsuspecting world? Big Horse had no answers, but he'd vowed to find them, whatever the cost. To that end, he'd leveraged every shred of backroom clout his years of clandestine service had earned, called in every favor and twisted every arm, until at last he found himself here, at the heart of the military's most obscure and unacknowledged program. Majestic 12, they called it. Ostensibly a research division under Air Force Space Command, but in truth, something far stranger. An investigation unit, tasked since 1947 with confronting paranormal threats to national security. Threats like those that lurked beneath the Mogollon Rim. They knew, of course they knew. And Big Horse would plumb the depths of their terrible wisdom. Agent Big Horse, a clipped voice rang across the parking lot. Big Horse turned to see a stern-faced Air Force captain striding toward him, arm extended. Captain Rivera, Big Horse said, shaking the man's hand firmly. Thank you for expediting the intake process. Least we could do, considering what you went through, Rivera replied, and what you'll be up against from here. Big Horse arched an eyebrow. So I'm given to understand. When do I start? Rivera gestured toward a Humvee idling by the curb, its windows tinted impenetrably black. No time like the present. You're to report to the Project Aladdin briefing room immediately. I'll be your driver. And, officially, this conversation never happened. Big Horse nodded, unsurprised. And where exactly are we going? Sub-level 6, Rivera said, moving toward the vehicle. The archives. Big Horse blew out a slow breath, squaring his shoulders against a sudden chill. He had a feeling this was one rabbit hole with no bottom, but by God and the Great Spirit, he would see it through. Then lead on, Captain. It seems I have work to do. Rivera flashed a cold smile and opened the Humvee's armored door with a ponderous clunk. Welcome to Majestic 12, Special Agent Big Horse. Welcome to the Abyss. Sequoia Hawk Benally had seen his share of combat. The 32-year-old U.S. Army Ranger served 2 tours in Afghanistan, honing his skills in unconventional warfare and survival. But nothing could have prepared him for the secret mission he'd been assigned deep in the Coconino National Forest of northern Arizona. The mission briefing had been vague. Investigate reports of strange activity near an abandoned logging camp. Gather intelligence on any potential threats to national security. Maintain radio silence unless absolutely necessary. Hawk had a bad feeling about it from the start. The brass didn't send a seasoned ranger on a solo mission into the middle of nowhere for no reason. Hawk had grown up on the Navajo reservation in Arizona and spent his childhood exploring these very woods with his grandfather, learning the ways of his ancestors. He was at home among the towering ponderosa pines and red rock canyons. After high school, Hawk left the reservation to join the Army, seeking a better life. But military paychecks didn't go far, and he still struggled financially, part of why he agreed to this odd assignment, despite his unease. "Never volunteer for anything," his platoon sergeant used to say. Too late for that. Hawk parked his Jeep at the end of a rutted logging road and shouldered his pack, his M4 carbine slung across his chest. The cabin that would serve as his base was a 10-mile hike in. He savored the warm sun on his bronze skin and the scent of pine needles and sage as he set off alone into the wilderness. He found the cabin just before dusk. It was so ill-kept that calling it rustic would be generous. The weathered timbers were rotting and the roof sagged, definitely abandoned. Hawk made a thorough sweep of the area, but found no signs of recent human activity, nor anything overtly suspicious. As darkness fell, he built a small fire in the ancient stone fireplace, ate an MRE, and settled onto the musty cot to rest, rifle within easy reach. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. Hawk was startled awake by a blood-curdling scream, shattering the pre-dawn stillness. He leapt off the cot, grabbed his rifle, and scanned the dark cabin, heart pounding. Silence. He crept to the door and eased it open, peering into the misty gloom. Another shriek rang out, raising the hairs on his neck. It sounded like a woman wailing in terror or agony. But what woman would be out here, miles from anywhere? He pulled out his night vision goggles and quickly searched the area again. Nothing. No heat signatures, no tracks, no evidence of any human presence besides his own. Unnerved, Hawk retreated back inside, senses on high alert. At first light, after a tense and sleepless night, he set out to patrol the surrounding area. The forest seemed normal at first, vibrant and full of life, insects buzzing, birds chirping, squirrels chattering. But as he moved deeper into the woods, an eerie hush fell over everything. The birds and bugs went silent, as if an unseen presence had scared them into hiding. Hawk unslung his rifle and flipped off the safety. His skin prickled with the distinct sensation of being watched. There, in the trees to his left, a shadowy shape. He caught a blur of dark, shaggy fur and a fleeting impression of a face, almost human, but not quite. It was there and gone in a blink. A twig snapped behind him. Hawk spun around but saw only dappled sunlight and swaying branches. He knew the stories, of course. Every Navajo child grew up hearing tales of the Yaitzo, the big god, a huge, hairy, man-like creature that roamed the wilderness. Grandpa had described it as an embodied spirit of nature that protected the land from evildoers. But what if the old stories were more than myth? What if something was really out there? No, that was crazy. Hawk shook off the fanciful thoughts and continued his patrol, alert for any tangible signs of a threat. But he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that he was no longer alone in this lonely wood. Days passed without further incident, but Hawk knew better than to let his guard down. Each day he ventured deeper into the backcountry, scouting the area around the cabin. He found an odd series of barefoot prints in the mud of a creek bank, human-like, but at least 18 inches long. He discovered a small cave littered with gnawed bones too large to have come from any native animal he knew. And he once glimpsed a pair of eerily intelligent eyes glinting in the night, far too high off the ground to belong to a deer or bear. To an outsider, such things might have seemed flimsy evidence of the impossible. But to Hawk, steeped in his people's ancient traditions, They felt like pieces of a puzzle snapping into place. The Navajo taught that the world was full of spirits, both benevolent and malicious. You had to know how to interpret the signs they left on the landscape. Something was out there in the forest, something big and not quite natural. The wailing cries continued each night, always at a distance, but never far. Sometimes they sounded almost sorrowful, other times enraged. Hawk tried to track them, but could never get a fix on their source. He took to sleeping in his boots with his rifle loaded. On the 8th night, Hawk was jerked from sleep by the howl of a coyote just outside, the tricky one, sacred to his people. Heart pounding, he grabbed his gun and flung open the door. There on the cabin steps, illuminated in the moonlight, was a small woven pouch decorated with beads and bits of bone. Hawk knew it well. An amulet of protection, like the one Grandpa had given him long ago. He hadn't seen such exquisite craftwork since his boyhood on the reservation. But who had left it? And did it mean he was being watched over or walking into a trap? He couldn't be sure, but he sensed that the strange events were building to a head. Time was running short. He tucked the amulet into his pocket, whispered a prayer to the spirits, and steeled himself for a confrontation. On the 10th morning, Hawk struck out at first light, determined to find answers. He hiked for miles, pushing deeper into the untouched heart of the forest than he had ever ventured before. An oppressive silence hung in the air, broken only by his own muffled footfalls. Then the birds and insects and creatures of the woods seemed to cry out all at once in an overwhelming crescendo, as if warning of an approaching menace. The earth shook with a rhythm like monstrous footsteps. A shadow fell over Hawk. He looked up and froze. Not 30 yards away, a massive creature lumbered into the clearing. It stood upright like a man, but was far larger, 8 or 9 feet tall, with hulking shoulders and long, shaggy fur covering its entire body. Its face was ancient, nearly human, but with piercing amber eyes and a powerful jaw. Yet Itzo, the big god, here in the flesh. For a breathless moment they faced each other, man and beast. Hawk had the uncanny feeling the creature was looking into his very soul, weighing his motives and worth. He raised his rifle and hesitated. This entity, however shocking, was a sacred being to his people. Was it truly a threat or a guardian? The creature huffed and beat its chest, a thunderous sound that reverberated through Hawk's body. Not a clear threat, but a warning. The message was clear. I am not your enemy, but I will defend this land if I must. Tread carefully, small one. The giant creature turned and began to walk away. Every instinct screamed to let it go, to flee this encounter with an impossible being. But Hawk's training kicked in. Investigate the threat. Complete the mission. He took a deep breath and started after the creature into the dense woods. For hours, Hawk trailed the enormous being, ducking through brush and scrambling over fallen logs to keep up. They moved ever deeper into the wilderness, into places no human had likely set foot in decades, if ever. The creature never acknowledged Hawk, but never tried to evade him either. It was like being tolerated by a tiger that might, at any moment, decide you looked like prey. At last, they reached a small opening in a sheer rock face, a cave mouth that seemed to swallow the meager daylight whole. The creature ducked inside without hesitation. Every rational part of Hawk's brain screamed not to follow it into that black maw. He had no idea what lay within. A maze of tunnels, more creatures, his own tomb, but he'd come too far to turn back now. He clicked on his tactical light, took a steadying breath, and stepped into the unknown. The cave narrowed immediately into a constricted stone corridor, barely wide enough for Hawk's shoulders. The gritty red rock glistened with condensation and mineral deposits that glittered in the beam of his light. Hawk scraped and belly-crawled and wriggled his way forward, every inch fearing he'd get stuck, forcing down the panic bubbling in his chest. There was no going back. After an eternity, the tunnel finally opened into a larger chamber. Hawk pulled himself free, gulping in musty air, and raised his light. What he saw staggered him. Bones, hundreds of them, from creatures of all sizes. Antlers and rib cages and femurs, some bleached with age, some with ragged bits of sinew still clinging to them. Otherworldly cave paintings danced across the walls in hues of ochre and crimson, looping spirals, bizarre humanoid shapes, ghostly handprints. And there, squatting in the center dais like a monarch on a throne, was the Yeitso. It regarded Hawk with an air of time-worn wisdom, then rose on its tremendous haunches and lumbered off into another passageway. This time, Hawk's feet felt rooted to the floor. His mind whirled, trying to process all he had seen. What was this place? A burial ground? A temple? Both? Something deep within him, an ancestral knowing, whispered that he had stumbled onto a mystery not meant for the eyes of man. He thought again of Grandpa's stories, and the old man's gruff admonitions. There are some questions better left unasked, some secrets the land keeps for herself. Secrets like a primordial being that had guarded this hallowed ground since the dawn of time. Humbled, heart thundering, Hawk turned and crawled out the way he had come, suddenly desperate to feel the sun and wind on his face, to be standing under the open sky. Back in the forest, he sank to his knees in the loam, overcome with awe and relief. He knew, with inexplicable certainty, that his mission was over. He would report back that nothing out here posed any threat to national security, because in a way, nothing did. Yes, a huge, mystical creature stalked these woods, but it was not a danger to be eliminated. It was a sacred wonder to be preserved at all costs, like the ancestral traditions Hawk still carried in his heart. He stood, squared his pack, and turned back toward civilization. But he knew part of him would always remain here, in the untamed heart of the wild, where the ancient spirits still walked, and some mysteries were never meant to be unraveled by the eyes of mankind. 2 weeks later, Hawk sat on the porch of his grandfather's rickety trading post on the reservation, watching sun splash over red sandstone cliffs. After debriefing his superiors, he'd requested indefinite leave. He told himself he just needed time to rest and clear his head. But in truth, something in those ineffable woods had altered him so deeply that the wider world felt untenable, at least for now. Grandpa shuffled out and eased into the chair beside him with a sigh. They sat in companionable silence, their faces weathered with the unspoken weight of lifetimes, their eyes seeing past the dunes to some far horizon. At last, Grandpa spoke, voice gravelly with age. "You found it out there, didn't you? Yeitso, the old one?" Hawk turned to stare at him, stunned. He had not breathed a word of his encounter to anyone, let alone Grandpa. The old man met his eyes, his gaze unfathomable. "I always knew it was real, not just a story. Saw signs of it myself when I was about your age." He gave a wheezy chuckle. "Didn't get as close as you, though. Count yourself lucky. But how do you know that I—" Grandpa waved a gnarled hand. "It's in your eyes, boy. The wonder, the knowing. You've seen into the heart of the mystery now. Once the spirits touch you, you're never quite the same." Hawk swallowed hard, looking away. He thought of the pouch still tucked in his pocket, its very existence corroborating that the last weeks had been more than a fever dream. "What do I do now, Grandpa? I feel lost, like I'm standing in two worlds at once." The old man reached over and squeezed Hawk's knee with an iron grip. "You do what our people have always done. You carry the wisdom forward. You keep the old ways alive. Someday you'll pass the stories on to some young one, just as I did to you. That's how we ensure the magic stays in the world." Hawk nodded slowly, his throat thick. For the first time since returning, his path felt a little clearer. He knew it might be a long road back to the man he used to be if he ever made it there. Maybe this was his life now, one foot in the modern world, one in the ancient. A keeper of impossible secrets, a guardian on the threshold of the mundane and the mythical. But he found he didn't mind the idea, as overwhelming as it was. Someone had to help preserve the ancestral mysteries. Might as well be him. He reached into his pocket, curling his fingers around the sacred amulet, and smiled. The sun dipped behind the cliffs, and the desert hummed with countless unseen lives, a wild song echoing from eons past into the untold future. Hawk closed his eyes and let the ancient rhythm overtake him. He was ready to dream the world anew. The crisp autumn air bit at Akacheta's exposed skin as he trudged through the dense wilderness of the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest. The towering ponderosa pines cast long shadows across the forest floor, the fading light of dusk barely penetrating the thick canopy overhead. He adjusted the heavy pack on his back, the weight of his supplies and gear already taking their toll just a few hours into this covert mission. Akacheta had served in the U.S. Army for the past 6 years, deployed twice to active war zones, but nothing in his military training could have fully prepared him for an assignment like this. When his commanding officer had called him into headquarters 2 weeks ago, he knew it had to be serious. They were assigning him to a top-secret special ops mission. Solo, no backup, comms on radio silence. Something had the brass spooked, but they wouldn't say what. All he knew is he was to hike deep into this remote stretch of forest, along the Arizona-New Mexico border, and rendezvous with a local informant who supposedly had critical intelligence about a matter of national security. No other details were provided. He was to tell no one, not even his girlfriend Maria or his younger brother Chayton, who lived with him back home in Phoenix. The meager bonus pay was the only reason he had accepted the cryptic mission. Akacheta had been drowning in credit card debt and was months behind on rent, the result of too many nights drinking and gambling, trying to block out the trauma of the things he'd seen at war. This assignment was his chance to get back on his feet financially, to make a dent in the debt and get the collectors off his back. All he had to do was complete the mission. But now, alone in this sprawling forest, an uneasy feeling twisted in his gut. He hadn't seen another human in hours, and an eerie stillness hung in the air, the usual sounds of wildlife conspicuously absent. As the sun slipped below the horizon and darkness fell like a heavy blanket, he picked up his pace, eager to make a few more miles before having to make camp for the night. He clicked on his headlamp and pulled out his topo map and compass, double-checking that he was still on the right bearing. That's when he heard it. A distant wailing howl that made his blood run cold. It sounded almost human, but warped and unnatural, like a person in excruciating pain. The hairs on the back of Akacheta's neck stood on end. He knew the legends his grandfather used to tell by the campfire when he was a boy. The stories of the Wendigo, an evil spirit that could possess people, transforming them into crazed, cannibalistic monsters. His people, the Navajo, had long feared this dark being that was said to stalk the forests. Akacheta shook his head, trying to dispel such ridiculous superstitions. He was a trained soldier, not some gullible, frightened child. There had to be a logical explanation, perhaps a wounded animal or the wind playing tricks in the trees. He quickened his pace even more, wanting to put distance between himself and the unsettling sound. But as he glanced over his shoulder, he could swear he glimpsed a tall, gaunt figure moving between the pines in the darkness behind him. The night pressed in around Akacheta as he hastily made camp beneath a copse of aspens, their leaves shimmering like silver dollars in the moonlight. His heart still raced from the uncanny howl he had heard earlier, and the fleeting glimpse of that emaciated figure in the trees. Every snapped twig or rustling branch caused him to whirl around, his hand instinctively going for the pistol holstered on his belt. "Get it together," he muttered under his breath, annoyed at how easily spooked he had become, like some green private on his first field exercise. He was a seasoned Army Ranger, part of an elite warrior class. He had faced insurgents and terrorists, been shot at and seen friends blown to pieces by IEDs. He could handle a solo hike through the woods and whatever imaginary monsters his mind conjured up. Akacheta busied himself with the practiced motions of setting up camp, collecting dry kindling, building a small fire, boiling water for his MRE rations. The ritual helped ease his jangled nerves, but even once he crawled into his bivy sack for a few hours of restless sleep, he kept his rifle and 9mm within easy reach. Old habits die hard. Whispered voices invaded Akacheta's troubled dreams, speaking in urgent Navajo, a language he had never fully learned but could vaguely understand. They warned of a ravenous evil spirit that fed on human flesh, overtaking the minds of men. He tossed and turned, a cold sweat beading on his brow despite the chill night air. Then the voices grew silent, and in their place came that agonized wail once more, closer now, the mournful sound of a predator on the hunt. Akacheta jolted awake with a startled oath, his hand already aiming his pistol into the darkness beyond the fading embers of his fire. But the night was still, no sign of any threat. Just the susurration of the breeze through the golden leaves and the muted sounds of crickets and owls. "Damn it, get a grip!" Akacheta growled in frustration, rubbing his burning bloodshot eyes. He checked his watch. 0330 already. He figured there was no point in trying to get any more sleep at this point. He would pack up and get back on the trail, make up for some of the time lost yesterday. He wanted to reach the rendezvous coordinates with the informant by sundown tonight and get this bizarre mission over with. As Akacheta quickly broke camp, shoving gear into his ruck, he couldn't shake the lingering dread from his dream. In the stories, the Wendigo's hunger was never sated, its thirst for human blood never quenched. Was something out here in this forest, stalking him, pursuing him as the hapless rabbit flees the wolf? He threw on his pack with a grunt, tightening the straps across his shoulders, and checked his map one last time. If he pushed hard today, he could reach the meeting spot by late afternoon. Then, answers. He stepped out onto the faint trail leading northeast, swallowed up by the lightening gloom, as dawn prepared to break over the eastern pines. The morning sun slanted through the treetops, dappling the forest floor in a patchwork quilt of light and shadow. Birds flitted between branches, and squirrels chattered as they scurried up trunks, gathering their stores for the coming winter. But even as the woods came alive with the daily work of its inhabitants, Akacheta could not shake the unmistakable impression that he was being watched. Hunted, he had hiked hard all morning, his camelback nearly empty, and his t-shirt drenched in sweat despite the crisp bite of late autumn. He figured he had to be getting close to the rendezvous coordinates now. He paused atop an outcropping of rust-colored sandstone to check the topo map again, catching his breath. Aspen leaves cartwheeled across the rocks, the burnt shade of old pennies. That's when Akacheta spotted it, a structure of some kind through the filigree of turning leaves and pine boughs. It appeared to be an old trapper's cabin, the weathered logs nearly the same gray as the tree trunks surrounding it. Perhaps it was the meeting place for the informant. Akacheta dropped into a crouch and unshouldered his rifle, scanning the tree line as he had been trained. But no other human sound or movement betrayed itself. Still, the skin prickled on the back of his neck as he approached the cabin with careful steps, boots silent on the forest loam. The feeling of being tracked had only grown stronger throughout the day. He checked the action on his rifle before calling out, "Hello, anyone there? U.S. Army, I'm here for the meeting." Nothing but the sigh of the wind greeted him in response. Akacheta cautiously pushed open the rough-hewn door with the muzzle of his gun, the rusted hinges screeching in protest. The interior of the small one-room cabin was draped in shadow, the only light filtering in through chinks between the logs. A mouse skittered into the recesses as he entered. He could make out an old wooden table and chairs, an iron stove, a few pieces of broken crockery scattered about, and something else. As his eyes adjusted, Akacheta's breath caught in his throat. There, on the dirt floor, was a desiccated human skeleton splayed out on its back. Bits of leathered skin and sinew still clung to the bones. Tattered fragments of clothing rotted underneath. It looked like it had been there for months. "What the hell?" he muttered. Had this been the informant he was supposed to meet? He saw no sign of violence, no bullet holes or blade marks on the bones. But the grinning skull sent a chill slaloming down his spine. People didn't just lay down and die like this without a reason. Akacheta backed quickly out of the cabin, gulping the clean forest air. Something was seriously wrong here. Was this some kind of setup? Had his mission been compromised? He decided to radio his commander, secrecy be damned. He unclipped the walkie from his belt and depressed the talk button. "Reaper 1 to base. Come in base, over." Nothing but crackling static on the line. He tried again. "Reaper 1 to base. I've got a situation here. Over." Again, no response but the hiss of dead air. A leaden dread began to build in Akacheta's stomach, a coiling serpent of unease. This felt like one of his grandfather's stories come to life. But he couldn't succumb to such irrational fears. He checked his map with shaking hands, plotting a hasty route back to civilization. He needed to regroup, Report in at the closest ranger station or town. As he marked his bearings, a shout in the near distance shattered the sylvan quiet. Then another hoarse scream, threaded with pain and terror. Someone needed help. His instincts kicked in and he sprinted in the direction of the tortured sound, unaware he was being herded into the monster's trap. Branches whipped at Akacheta's face as he crashed through the underbrush toward the desperate screams. Thorny scrub brambles clutching at his fatigues like clawed fingers. The panicked shouts were coming from a wooded draw just ahead, the sounds echoing off the sandstone bluffs in distorted ricochets. He barreled between the pines, hurtling over deadfalls, his breath ragged in his ears. He exploded into a small clearing and pulled up short, momentarily confused. There was no sign of another person. No ongoing struggle or attack as he had expected. Just a carpet of dying bracken fading to brown and skeletal trees clawing at the sky. He panned his rifle in a cautious arc, looking for any movement in the shadows. Then he saw them. Tatters of fabric fluttering from a low branch at the other side of the clearing, about chest high. Akacheta approached slowly, his spine itching with wariness. When he got close enough, he could see the fabric was drenched in fresh blood, bits of torn flesh still clinging to it, as if someone had been eaten. Akacheta recoiled in horror and revulsion. What could have done this? A bear? A cougar? Some other predator? He had seen animals attack humans before, but never like this, leaving no body behind. He stared at the blood-soaked shreds and fought down the surge of bile rising in his throat. That's when he noticed the other clues, littered about the forest floor as if in mocking invitation. A worn hiking boot, the heel streaked with red, a shattered pair of eyeglasses, a dirt-smeared backpack, its straps cleanly severed. He recognized the style, standard-issue infantry ruck, just like the one he carried. An awful realization began to dawn on Akacheta with sickening certainty. These were no innocent hikers or campers who had fallen victim to an animal attack. This was deliberate staging. The killer was taunting him, showing him how easily it could strike without warning or mercy, leaving just ravaged pieces of its prey behind. Akacheta backed away from the grim scene, his pulse pounding in his temples. He was being hunted by something far worse than any beast of nature. The Wendigo preyed on human beings, killing them, consuming them, possessing them. How long had it been stalking him through this forest? Was he to be its next meal? Suddenly, a large shadow detached from the darkness beneath a massive ponderosa at the edge of the clearing. A huge creature stepped forward on long, emaciated limbs, its hairless skin as gray as a corpse. Akacheta forgot how to breathe. It had an almost human form, but no human could tower 8 feet tall and move with such lurching, predatory grace. No human had a face like that. More skull than flesh, lipless maw stretched in a rictus grin filled with needle teeth. And those eyes, dear God, those blazing eyes. Training took over, and Akacheta raised his rifle, firing off a panicked burst directly at center mass. The shots thudded into the monster's torso, but it barely flinched, as if the bullets were no more than bee stings. Then it spoke, its voice the grating rasp of a rusted blade on bone. "You cannot kill me with your weapons, little soldier. I am Yi Nald Lushi. I am the hunger that walks, and you will be my next feast." It lunged at him faster than a diving raptor, talon hands outstretched and dripping with gore. Akacheta screamed and fled into the trees, the staccato boom of gunfire swallowed by the indifferent woods. Akacheta's heart jackhammered against his ribs as he sprinted through the forest, dodging trees and leaping deadfalls in a pure adrenaline rush of primal terror. He could hear the crashing pursuit of the Wendigo behind him, the snapping of branches, and its eager panting breaths as it gave chase. The sour reek of old blood and rancid meat stung his nostrils. He had to find a way to escape this phantasmagorical nightmare made real. Nothing in his elite combat training had prepared him to fight an unkillable cannibal spirit monster. His bullets had done nothing but enrage it. He supposed he should be grateful it hadn't simply torn him limb from limb in that clearing. No, it wanted to prolong the hunt, savor the fear of its prey, before the inevitable bloody end. An old Navajo story his grandfather once told him flashed unbidden through Akacheta's mind. In it, a young warrior was being pursued by the Wendigo and fled into a cave to hide. The evil spirit couldn't find him in the subterranean darkness, so the warrior was able to escape. Maybe, just maybe, if he could find a cave or some other refuge, he could wait out the creature until dawn. Anecdotally, it was said the Wendigo hunted mostly by night. Akacheta scanned the passing terrain as he ran, blinking away the stinging sweat dripping into his eyes. There, up ahead on a pine-crowned bluff, the black wound of a cave mouth, puckering the stone. If he could just reach it. The Wendigo's rasping breath was hot on his neck. He could almost feel the ghosting brush of its grasping claws. He put on a final burst of speed, lungs burning and thigh muscles screaming. The cave gaped before him like the entrance to the underworld. Akacheta dove through the opening, rolling across the damp stone and fetching up against the far wall. He scrambled to his feet, fumbling for the flashlight at his belt. The weak beam illuminated a small chamber, the walls pressing close. No other exits. And standing at the threshold, filling it with its cadaverous bulk, was the Wendigo. Its eyes flickered with malevolent amusement as it regarded him, its head cocked almost coyly to one side. Akacheta was well and truly trapped now with no hope of escape. "Did you really think you could elude me, little rabbit?" It spoke, its voice a guttural rattle. "There is no hiding from the hunger that walks. I can smell your succulent terror." Akacheta pressed his back against the clammy rock, raising his rifle in shaking hands. The monster took a step into the cave, its talons clicking on the stone. In a flash of fatalistic desperation, Akacheta emptied the rest of his magazine into the advancing fiend, screaming in hopeless defiance. The muzzle flashes strobed the scene in frenzied stop motion. The Wendigo's death grin, the spatter of dark blood on pale skin, the snap of its jaws. The hammer clicked on an empty chamber. Gasping, Akacheta lowered the rifle with numb fingers. Impossibly, the Wendigo still stood, its ghastly form looming in the cave entrance. Black blood oozed from the bullet holes pocking its pale flesh, but it seemed more annoyed than injured. It shook its head almost pityingly. "Foolish mortal, your weapons are useless against me. I am eternal hunger, undying thirst, and your flesh and fear will sate me this night." It lunged, crossing the cave in a single bound. Talon fingers closed around Akacheta's throat, slamming him against the stone wall. His vision swam with red as the Wendigo's grip tightened inexorably, crushing the breath from him. He struggled weakly, hands batting ineffectually at the monster's emaciated arms. The Wendigo leaned in close, its fetid breath washing over Akacheta's face. Its lipless mouth stretched wide, dagger teeth dripping saliva. It meant to bite, to rip out his throat and feast on his still pulsing blood. A wavering darkness encroached on the edges of his sight. So this was how it would end, alone in this cave, just another meal for an insatiable demon. As Akacheta teetered on the precipice of death, something stirred deep within him, an ancestral memory rising from the depths of his genes. The voices of the Navajo elders chanting in the firelight. He felt them with him then, the spirits of the land, of his people. They whispered the old wisdom, the secret ways to defeat the Wendigo. With his last fading strength, Akacheta began to chant in a strained rasp. The ancient Navajo words rolled off his tongue, seizing the creature's attention. Its fiery eyes widened in what might have been fear. Akacheta continued the chant, his voice rising, the syllables echoing off the close cave walls until they reverberated like thunder. The Wendigo released its crushing grip and staggered back, long hands clamped over its ears, a keening wail building in its throat. Akacheta advanced on the monster, stalking forward, the power of the chant ringing from his raw throat. The Wendigo shrank from him, retreating from the cave into the night forest. But he pursued it relentlessly, driving it on with the magic in his words, in his blood. The Wendigo gave a final piercing shriek and dissipated like mist in the sun, banished by the strength of the ancient ways. Akacheta sagged to his knees as sudden silence descended, the imprint of the creature's talons livid on his neck. His head swam and he gasped hungrily for air. The impossible had happened. He had survived an encounter with the legendary Wendigo, with Yi Naldlushi, the hunger that walks. All he wanted now was to get out of this cursed forest and never look back. 3 days later, Akacheta sat in the passenger seat of an army Humvee, as it bounced over the rugged Forest Service roads, the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest, a receding smudge in the rear view. After banishing the Wendigo, it had taken him nearly a day to hike out to the nearest ranger station, half delirious with exhaustion and dehydration. Once he made contact with the army, they had sent a retrieval team immediately. He leaned his head against the window, watching the pines thin into sparse scrubland on the way back to Phoenix. His reflection in the dusty glass was nearly unrecognizable. Gaunt cheeks, sunken eyes, a patchwork of cuts and bruises. The livid bruises ringing his throat stood out like a macabre necklace, but it was the haunted shadow in his dark eyes that troubled him most. The events of the past few days felt more like a fevered dream than reality. Had he really fought a mythic monster and survived? Had the spirits of his ancestors truly come to his aid? The debriefing with his commanding officers had been surreal. They refused to believe his wild tale, writing it off as hallucinations brought on by isolation and stress. Trauma, they said. There were no such things as Wendigos. Maybe they were right. Maybe it had all been in his head, a product of too many of his grandfather's scary stories and the madness of the wilderness. He desperately wanted to believe that. But deep down, Akacheta knew the truth. He had stared into the abyss of a ravenous evil as old as the land itself. He had heard the whispering voices of the ancients. That wasn't something a man could easily forget. Akacheta closed his eyes and tried to will away the shudder that rippled through him. He should be thankful to be alive, to be going home to Maria and Chayton, to his little basement apartment and his piles of overdue bills. Suddenly all his problems before this mission seemed so trivial, so inconsequential. What did debt matter in the face of undying horrors? He felt the Humvee slow and opened his eyes. There, on the near horizon, rose the hazy silhouette of the Phoenix skyline, the glinting spires of downtown, the boxy sprawl of suburbs, the angular geometry of human civilization. No dark, endless woods haunted by hungry shadows, just blessed concrete and asphalt and millions of people going about their ordinary lives, oblivious to the monsters that walked unseen beside them. As they reached the outer belt of the city, Akacheta let out a long breath, his shoulders sagging. He had made it back from the nightmare. Maybe, in time, with the balm of the mundane routines of home and family, he could begin to heal the mental scars, to convince himself it had all been a grand hallucination, a phantasm of the mind. But that night, as he readied for bed in his familiar room, the lights of the city twinkling beyond his curtains, Akacheta found an old photo while unpacking his ruck. It was creased and faded, dog-eared at the corners. In it, a smiling man in army fatigue stood with his arm thrown around a pretty petite woman in nurse's scrubs, Akacheta's mother, taken before he was born. His father's face, though, arrested his attention and made his blood freeze in his veins. It was a hungry face, an eager face, as gaunt and sharp as a blade, a demon's face, smiling with too many teeth. In a rush of nausea, Akacheta realized why the Wendigo's voice had sounded so disturbingly familiar. And as he stared into his father's feral eyes, a ghostly whisper shivered at the edges of his hearing. "You are my son, little rabbit. One day the hunger will take you too." The old Ford pickup bounced and lurched down the overgrown forest road, towering pines closing in on either side. Special Agent John Hokie gripped the steering wheel tightly, eyes straining to see through the pre-dawn gloom. He rubbed his eyes, exhausted from the long nighttime drive from Phoenix. Hokie was a 15-year veteran of the Army's Criminal Investigation Division. He had served in Afghanistan and Iraq, investigating crimes committed by U.S. military personnel. Despite his experience, this new assignment filled him with unease. A string of gruesome killings and disappearances had occurred in this remote corner of the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest over the past several months. Hokie's commanders suspected a rogue soldier was responsible, possibly a member of the elite Green Berets who trained in these very woods. They had tasked Hokie with tracking the killer down, quietly and covertly, to avoid a public relations disaster for the Army. Checking his GPS, Hokie saw that he was nearing the abandoned hunting cabin that would serve as his base of operations. The primitive accommodations were a far cry from his tidy suburban home back in Phoenix, where his wife Lori and their two young daughters waited for his return. Money had been tight ever since Lori got laid off from her teaching job. Hokie had jumped at the hazardous duty bonus that came with this assignment, as much as he dreaded leaving his family. Parking in front of the ramshackle cabin, Hokie retrieved his gear from the truck bed, an olive drab rucksack, an M4 carbine, and a hard-sided case containing satellite communications equipment. As he fumbled with the rusty lock on the cabin door, a sudden noise from the woods made him whirl around, hand darting to the pistol on his hip. He scanned the tree line, ears straining. The forest was deathly silent, without even the chirp of a bird or insect. Shaking his head, Hokie shouldered his way inside the cabin. Dust swirled in the beam of his flashlight as Hokie cleared the small interior. Animal droppings littered the floor, and a foul odor permeated the air. Setting his rucksack down on the filthy mattress in the corner, Hokie unfolded a topographic map of the area on the rough-hewn table. Red X's marked where the killings had taken place. At first glance, the sites seemed to form no discernible pattern, but looking closer, Hokie noticed that they were all located within a 5-mile radius of a local landmark known as Devil's Tower. According to Apache legend, Devil's Tower was once the lair of a fearsome creature known as Mogollon. Half man and half beast, Mogollon terrorized nearby villages, abducting people and devouring them alive. Only after a great battle did a band of Apache warriors succeed in trapping the monster inside its cave. They sealed the entrance with boulders and performed a powerful singing ceremony so that Mogollon would never escape to threaten humankind again. Of course, Hokie put no stock in children's ghost stories. He was after a flesh and blood killer, not some mythical boogeyman. Still, the desolate country around Devil's Tower seemed like a good place to start his search. Checking his rifle and gear, Hokie set off on foot into the lightning forest. Even in early morning, the air was stifling, laden with the lush vegetative smell of rot and growth. Hokie moved slowly and carefully, alert for any sign of human passage. Snapped twigs, disturbed earth, a thread of clothing snagged on a briar. Any of these could betray his quarry's presence. After hours of fruitless hiking, the sun now high overhead, Hokie paused for a rest on a flat rock outcropping. Stripping off his sweat-soaked jacket, he fished a pouch of beef jerky and a canteen from his rucksack. The gamey, salt-cured meat reminded him of the venison jerky his father used to make each fall after the annual deer hunt. Hokie's father, a full-blooded Apache, had taught him everything he knew about tracking and surviving in the wild. Hokie's chest tightened as he recalled the last time he saw his father, wasting away from lung cancer in a VA hospital. A sudden rattle in the underbrush snapped Hokie out of his reverie. In one fluid motion, he drew his pistol and pivoted toward the sound, thumb disengaging the safety. There, not 30 feet away, crouched a man-like shape, eyes glinting with feral malice. Hokie's blood ran cold. What he was seeing was impossible, something out of a nightmare or a madman's ravings. It had the general form of a powerfully built man covered in shaggy fur, but no man's face ever wore such a twisted expression of rage and hunger. Hokie glimpsed yellow fangs and pointed, tufted ears. The creature took a step forward, and Hokie saw that its feet were not feet at all, but cloven hooves. "Stop right there," Hokie commanded, the waver in his voice betraying his fear. "I'm a federal agent and I'm armed." The beast snarled and coiled its hindquarters as if to spring. Hokie fired a warning shot into the earth at its feet, planning to put the next bullet right between its hellish eyes. But faster than thought, the creature whirled and bounded away through the trees, vanishing like a ghost. Hokie sent a few futile shots zinging after it before lowering his trembling pistol. What in God's name had he just seen? Holstering his weapon, Hokie hurried over to where the creature had crouched. The leaf litter was trampled and torn, as if by a great struggle. Crouching down to look closer, Hokie's eye fell upon a glint of metal in the dirt. It was a dog tag chain, snapped as if it had been ripped from someone's neck. Heart hammering, Hokie turned over the stamped metal tag to read the name, Lori Hokie. Hokie stared at his wife's name stamped into the dull metal, numb with shock. This was impossible. Lori was safe at home with the girls, 100 miles away. With shaking hands, he clutched the dog tag in his fist, squeezing until the edges bit into his palm. Only then did he see the dark stains spattered across the surrounding leaves. Blood, and a lot of it by the look of things. Hoki's combat instincts kicked in and he began searching the area in an ever-widening circle. He soon found a trail of broken vegetation leading deeper into the woods, marked by intermittent blood spatters. Pausing only to chamber a round in his rifle, Hoki set off at a fast trot. If Lori was out here somewhere, hurt or worse, he had to reach her immediately. Nothing else mattered. The sweltering woods closed in around Hoki as he crashed through the undergrowth, heedless of the noise he was making. The trail wound up the steep slope of Devil's Tower, the ancient basaltic formation looming above the trees. Hoki's lungs seared and his legs cramped, but he forced himself onward. A wave of dizziness overcame him and he stumbled, nearly pitching headlong down a ravine. Gasping, he leaned against the ravine's crumbling lip. As his vision cleared, he realized he was looking down into the mouth of a large cave. Recognition jolted through him like a lightning strike. He had seen this cave before, in an old black and white photograph in his father's collection. According to family lore, Hoki's great-great-grandfather had been one of the Apache warriors who fought the legendary battle against Mogollon the Man-Eater. This was the cave where they had imprisoned the beast, sealing it in for eternity. A primal dread crept over Hoki as he gazed into the inky black mouth of the cave. Steeling himself, Hoki unclipped a flashlight from his belt and descended into the ravine. The cool air from the cave hit his sweaty face as he approached the entrance. Pointing his rifle into the murk with one hand and his light with the other, he advanced into the cave. At first he saw nothing but damp rock walls and the skittering reflections of surprised cave crickets. Then his flashlight beam fell across something on the sandy floor that made his heart seize, a woman's hiking boot, streaked with drying blood. Lori's boot, he was certain. Eyes straining, he panned his light around the cave, dreading what else he might discover. There, at the back of the cave, something caught the flashlight beam. A huddled shape slumped against the wall. Hoki rushed over and gasped. It was a man, dressed in shredded army camouflage, his body torn open from throat to groin. Bits of viscera dangled obscenely. Biting back bile, Hoki played his light over the savaged face. Though maimed beyond recognition, the dead man's red hair and freckled skin were unmistakable. It was Private Owen McInnes, one of the missing soldiers, so the creature hadn't taken Lori after all. Relief surged through Hoki, followed by renewed fear. The beast was still out there somewhere, and Lori and his daughters were no safer than they had been an hour ago. Hoki whirled to make his way out of the cave, but froze when a sound echoed from the entrance tunnel behind him. A scuffling of feet on loose rock, and a wet snuffling noise that made his hackles rise. The creature had followed him inside, and now, as a growl reverberated through the chamber, Hoki realized he was trapped. Hoki thumbed the safety off his rifle and aimed it with shaking hands toward the entrance of the cave. The flashlight beam taped to the barrel illuminated the narrow tunnel in a stark white circle. For a long moment, the only sound was the blood roaring in Hoki's ears. A flash of movement at the edge of the light. Hoki fired, the muzzle flash momentarily lighting up the cavern. The bullet ricocheted off the wall in a shower of sparks. A guttural roar shook the chamber, and Hoki glimpsed a massive, fur-covered shoulder charging toward him. Hoki triggered a sustained burst from his rifle, knowing he had a scant seconds before the beast was on him. Hot brass casings spat from the ejection port, pinging off the stone. At this range he couldn't miss, and was rewarded by an ear-splitting squeal of pain. The creature thrashed and slammed against the wall, but kept coming with terrible single-mindedness. And then it was on him, all claws and teeth and fetid breath. Hoki's rifle was knocked spinning from his hands. He fell to the sandy floor beneath the creature's bulk, scrabbling desperately for the knife on his belt. A giant hand closed around his throat and lifted him bodily from the ground. Hoki's vision started to tunnel as the stinking claws crushed his windpipe. Stabbing pain exploded in Hoki's side, and he felt the sickening sensation of talons sinking into his guts. The creature was disemboweling him, ripping through skin and muscle like tissue paper to get at the rich organs beneath. So this is how it ends, Hoki thought dimly, dangling like a rag doll in the beast's titanic grip. "I'm sorry, Lori." Suddenly, an explosion of light and sound filled the cave, and Hoki found himself falling. He hit the ground hard, gagging and wheezing. Rolling onto his side, he clutched at his perforated abdomen, trying to stem the torrent of blood. A tall figure in a black hood stood over the fallen creature, a dripping obsidian blade in its hand. For a delirious moment, Hoki wondered if the Grim Reaper himself had come to claim him. Then the figure spoke in a familiar voice. "Hang on, John. I've got a med kit in the truck." It was Joe Yazzie, one of the Apache Reservation police, who patrolled the area around Devil's Tower. The two men went way back, having served together in the Army. Yazzie had been there the day Hoki mustered out to join the Criminal Investigation Division. Yazzie dropped to his knees beside Hoki and produced a pressure bandage from his pack. As he worked to bind Hoki's wounds, Yazzie explained how he had pieced together the same clues about the creature's lair. "I figured you'd be here too, bro. Lori called me when she couldn't reach you earlier. She thought you might have done something stupid, and I guess she was right." Yazzie applied a blood-clotting powder and helped Hoki to sit up. He nodded to the obsidian knife he had dropped on the cave floor. "Passed down from my great-grandfather. Legend says it's the same blade used to kill Mogollon all those years ago. Looks like it still does the trick." Hoki looked over at the unmoving bulk of the creature. It seemed smaller in death, like a costume that had lost its stuffing. Yazzie stood up and retrieved Hoki's rifle. "Can you walk? I'll bring the truck around to the cave and we'll get you to the hospital. Not sure how we're going to write up this report, though. Might have to leave out some of the details." Special Agent John Hoki awoke to harsh fluorescent lights and the steady beeping of a heart monitor. For a moment he couldn't remember where he was, or how he had gotten there. Then it all came rushing back in a jumble of blood and fear. Devil's Tower, the creature, his wife's dog tags. He tried to sit up and gasped as a white-hot pain lanced through his midsection. "Easy there, John," said a familiar voice. Joe Yazzie, still in his black field jacket, sat in a chair beside Hoki's hospital bed, reading a Outdoor Life magazine. He set the magazine down and leaned forward. "Docs say you'll make a full recovery, but you're going to have one hell of a scar. Chicks dig scars, though, right?" Hoki managed a ghost of a smile. Trust Joe to crack wise at a time like this. The two men had served together in a sniper team in Afghanistan, and Yazzie's twisted sense of humor had gotten them through more than one hairy situation. Hoki's spirits fell, though, as he remembered the sight of his wife's dog tags clutched in the creature's claws. "Joe, Lori, the girls, are they?" "They're fine, John. Worried sick about you, but fine. Lori's downstairs getting the girls some snacks from the vending machine. She'll be up to see you in a minute." Hoki heaved a sigh, causing his stitches to pull. He eyed the clear IV line snaking into his arm, wondering what kind of painkillers they had him on. His head felt packed with gauze. "What about it? Is it really dead?" Yazzie nodded grimly. "Yep. Dragged the body out of the cave myself and burned it on a pyre. Wasn't about to let Uncle Sam get their hands on it for study. Some things are better left buried." He saw the question in Hoki's eyes. "I reported back to CID that their rogue soldier theory was correct. Told them you killed the perp in a shootout at the cave, but he took you down with him. By the time they get out there, they won't find anything left but ashes and a few scraps of Private McInnes's uniform. And Devil's Tower? Tribal Council is pushing to get the whole area designated off-limits. A protected cultural site or something. Shouldn't be hard, considering all the bad juju that's gone down there." Yazzie stood up and clapped a hand on Hoki's shoulder. "Get some rest, Kemosabe. You took down a literal demon. Not the kind of thing you walk away from unchanged, but your family still needs you, maybe now more than ever. Don't go chasing any ghosts on my account." With that, Yazzie departed, leaving Hoki alone with the beeping machines and his whirlwind thoughts. He sank back against the pillows and closed his eyes, trying to will the residual terror out of his mind. Maybe Yazzie was right. Maybe it was time to hang up his gun and badge and focus on being there for Lori and the girls. God knows they had been through enough. But deep down, Hoki knew letting go wouldn't be so easy. He had seen the ravenous gleam in the creature's eyes, the unquenchable hunger for human flesh. What if there were others of its kind still out there, biding their time in forgotten caves and hollows? He couldn't just walk away, not now that he knew the truth. As if summoned by his dark imaginings, an unearthly howl echoed from somewhere beyond the hospital walls, raising the hairs on the back of Hoki's neck. Autumn sunlight slanted through the pines as John Hoki made his way down the overgrown trail, Lori at his side. They had driven up from Phoenix early that morning to hike together among the turning leaves, just the two of them. The girls were staying the weekend with Lori's parents. Hoki and Lori walked hand in hand, the only sounds the crunch of their boots and the occasional bird call. Lori had been hesitant when he first suggested this trip, painful memories of the previous fall still fresh. But Hoki felt a strange compulsion to retrace his steps, to prove to himself that the creature and the cave had been real. After a couple hours of steady hiking, they crested a rise, and Devil's Tower came into view, a dark fist of igneous rock thrusting up from the forest. Hoki felt Lori's hand tighten in his. He gave what he hoped was a reassuring squeeze. As they drew closer, Hoki saw that a sturdy chain-link fence now ringed the perimeter of the tower, plastered with warning signs. This area closed until further notice. Trespassers will be prosecuted. "You see," said Lori, "I told you it would still be sealed off. Can we please head back now?" Hoki nodded, and they turned around to make the return trek. They hadn't gone more than a few paces when a sudden gust of chill wind swept through the trees, carrying a stomach-churning stench of decay. The forest fell preternaturally silent. Exchanging a worried glance, Hoki unslung the rifle from his shoulder and chambered around. In the year since the incident, he had not once ventured into the woods unarmed. A shrill scream rang out, raising the hair on Hoki's arms. Then another and another. The screams were coming from the direction of the tower, growing louder and more frenzied. Hoki looked to Lori, who stood frozen in shock, face drained of color. "Run," he told her. "Get back to the truck and call Joe. Tell him it's happening again." "John, no, I won't leave you. You have to. Think of the girls." Tears welling in her eyes, Lori gave him a fierce kiss, then turned and raced back down the path. Hoki advanced cautiously up the slope to the fence line, rifle at the ready. The screaming reached a crescendo, then cut off abruptly. In the ringing silence that followed, Hoki sensed a presence behind him. He whirled around. There, not 10 feet away, crouched the creature, yellow eyes blazing with preternatural hunger. Blood dripped from its claws and stained its matted fur. It bared its fangs in a savage grin, as if relishing Hoki's horror. Then it spoke, in a guttural, rasping voice that sounded like gravestones being ground to dust. "Hello again, John Hoki." Hoki gaped in disbelief. This was impossible. He had seen the thing dead, burned to ashes. And that voice, it sounded disturbingly familiar. "Who? What are you?" Hoki demanded, fighting to keep his rifle trained on the beast. The creature rose up to its full, towering height. As Hoki watched in mounting dread, its form seemed to ripple and change, the fur melting away to reveal sallow, pockmarked skin. It was transforming into a man Hoki recognized from his childhood. "Dad?" Hoki gasped. The figure smiled, exposing rotting teeth. "You thought I was dead, didn't you, boy? Thought you could forget your old man? Move on to this nice life with your perfect little family? But I've always been here, waiting." Hoki reeled back as if struck. It couldn't be his father. His father had died of lung cancer 3 years ago. And yet... A twig snapped behind him and Hoki spun around. There were more of them now, their eyes glinting red in the shadows between the trees. Dozens of them, and at their center, a small shape with auburn hair. "No," Hoki breathed. "Lori!" He started forward, but an iron grip closed around his arm. He looked up into his father's, no, the creature's, leering face. "She's one of us now, John. Just like you've always been, deep down." Hoki screamed and jerked awake, nearly ripping out his IV line. He doubled over in the hospital bed, shaking uncontrollably. A dream. It had only been a dream, he told himself. The same dream that had haunted him for a year now. Lori, dozing in a chair by his bedside, leaped up and wrapped her arms around him. "Shh, it's okay, baby. I'm here." Hoki clung to her, burying his face in her hair to inhale her scent. She was real. She was safe. He chanted it like a mantra until the horror receded. But deep in his bones, Hokie knew the nightmare was far from over. The creature was still out there somewhere, waiting. Devil's Tower was still hungry. And despite what he told himself in the light of day, Hokie wondered if maybe, just maybe, there was a twisted sort of truth in his father's words. What if some dark part of him was inextricably tied to that cave, to the unspeakable things that lurked within? He didn't know. But he had a terrible feeling he was fated to find out. One way or another, Devil's Tower would draw him back to finish what he started. And God help anyone who stood in its way.